money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Look here, I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Rise it up, break it out, all along, got you in my heart. Burn it up, feel the rush, get ready. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. Waking
wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. ¡Vamos!
틱틱 boom 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken embers, what's left to 보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever if I never leave I'll never fly when I'll sacrifice right until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never leave, I'll never fly. When I'll sacrifice right until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Run until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. I don't lose control. I just up the score. All I know is go.
Hello and welcome back, you wonderful people. We have got day number 2 of VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 playoffs starting right here, right now, and I have 2 wonderful faces joining me on the desk. First of all, Charlotte, welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing great, feeling very excited to be here. And it's very warm today, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, yeah. Zoe, what about you? How's the weather like over there? You are, miles away from us, though.
Ooh, it's nice and cool out. We just had like a big storm move through, and so it's light in the temperature a little bit. I also just got home from Texas, so I went from like really, really hot to like now like a moderate, like nice 70 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
I can't convert that to Celsius for you guys. Sorry.
Rub it in.
No clue what that is in Celsius either. Anyway, let's take a little bit of a look at what maybe people missed yesterday. Certainly not us. We were here watching all of the action. Where were you? But day number 1, Zobi, you are the monarch of predictions. Did you foresee this? Was this in the prophecy?
I think both of these being 2-0 games, we're not really a surprise, right, in terms of Giant X beating out Twisted Minds. I think Twisted Minds maybe could have pushed Giant X a little bit further, evident by that 13-11 comeback, and I think that kind of definitely followed the vein of Giant X. When they're far ahead, they lose a little bit of that discipline. It's something GX have quoted as being the reason for perpetual map 3s and some close losses across their group stage. And on the flip side, I feel like G2 came out blasting like we expect they would in a knockout round.
Charlotte, what about you? Any thoughts, any feelings, any matches that didn't go the way you expected, or maybe some matches that went exactly how you predicted?
Well, I mean, listen, I don't quite have the exact percentages, but all I know is that my predictions overall this stage so far have been doing very well. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary.
That is good to hear. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, because of course this is not the first matchup, nor will it be the last. And Zobi, I think you pointed something out to me that was quite interesting, especially about GX's run through the playoffs here.
Yeah, I think both of the teams that won their matches yesterday have had very different runs for their playoffs, right? Giant X have to best 2 teams that they lost to in the group stage, right? Already starting out with Twisted Minds and now facing Gentlemates today versus G2 Gozen, right? They've been easing into the playoffs, facing teams they already beat pretty handily during the group stage, right? Between Barca and between SK and Red Bull. I think literally the socials for G2 were tweeting like, about to beat SK again, because they're like 7-1 historically against this team.
Yeah, they have a pretty good track record, and the confidence always feeling high from G2. And what do you think, Charlotte, with the matchups? Do you think that Giant X, this has been a little bit of a bad hand, or are you feeling that this is actually a chance for redemption to set themselves up for the future?
I mean, can I say both? I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's obviously going to be a difficult one. Like, Gentlemates, I mean, through 2026 so far have been like perpetual overdogs. So it just seems to me like Giant X it's going to be difficult for them, but this is a team that consistently defies expectations. So, I mean, we'll see what happens.
Now, talking of defying expectations, let's take a look at the Gentlemates roster. I think came out swinging in stage 1, taking a lot of us by surprise. Now, Zobi, is this just a bit of a honeymoon phase, a period, or is this a bit of a long-term sustainable roster, do you think?
I think many, and me included, thought it was going to be a little bit of a honeymoon phase. I mean, this is, again, the team that won out of their debut, right, as a squad. And then you also expected maybe a cooldown period just because every team was dealing with the meta shift. We saw G2 goes and, again, be victim of that a little bit and experimentation during the group stage. But no, they lean into flexibility of players like Marty, who has been lights out on the role swaps on agents like Phoenix. And I think that's lent them to success in this stage already, and will even after the Neon and the shotgun nerfs coming in stage 3, where it is that final run for GCC championship points.
And Charlotte, are there any players here that have really been standing out to you, or any moments that you really just want to sing praise of in here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you're looking at, there's so many moments. It was a 9-0 group stage from Gentlemates, right? But Barry has been really impressing me on this duel list, just constantly being like the tip of the spear and just looking so good while doing it.
Now, I had the absolute pleasure of speaking to Nami earlier, so we've got a little bit of an interview waiting just for you guys. I am here with the one and only Nami. Now, I've got to ask, firstly, about the IGLing. Can you tell me a little bit about the system that you've created? Because it's looking so successful, the team is looking so strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like my agile roles, like it's easier because of the work that my coaches are putting in like the strat time, etc. And even that my teammates are a lot like helping me like mid-round, giving me like the info, all the calls I need to know, what is happening on the map. So yeah, like I think agile roles is like also just like a team player role, you know. I couldn't like do that good if my teammate wasn't here and my coach also. So of course, like everything, it's amazing. It's helped me a lot, so I can kind of like understand and visualizing like better like the situation and stuff. And we had a lot of preparation, like individual work with my coaches. That's also like helping me a lot on my role. So yeah.
And talking about, you know, everything coming together so perfectly, can you tell me a bit about how the roster was actually built? Because you've got some amazing individuals, and I heard a rumor that you might actually have helped with maybe choosing some of the players for the lineup.
So yeah, basically, before I joined, Berix and Wentz, it's weird for me to calling them like this, they were already like locked in the roster, and when we were like kind of like trying to find like last players, because my coaches didn't know a lot about like game changer scenes, I recommend him like 2 names, of course, Marty and Toka. So because I played with them before, and I also like just know that for me, they're like the best player in their role. So of course, I just like wanted to make sure and to explain him like how like GC scene was and which like players he could like get at that time. And because for me, it was the best pick. And yeah.
And I've got one last question for you. Winning out a stage of Game Changers as a debut team is unprecedented. You're on an amazing winning streak right now. Everybody has their eyes on you. Everybody's watching your VODs. How does it feel? Is there an extra level of pressure, or is everything kind of just the same as you came into stage 1?
I mean, of course, like this is something we want also to reach, and I know that kind of everyone have eyes on it. Like, are we gonna like get this win streak of percentage on win rate? But we don't want to make it like it's a big deal. Of course, this will be amazing if it happens, but also at the same time, we don't want to have this like having like bad pressure on us. Okay, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose, and we just go next. You know, I think it can be playing like kind of bad on our mindset, basically. So we're trying to not focus that much on that, and to just focus on ourselves and on the game, basically.
Well, I am going to let you go and focus on the game because you've got an amazing matchup coming up. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck to the team.
Bye-bye.
It was amazing to speak to Nami and all of the players there together. You could hear them. They were so excited to sort of be there. But of course, we got to move on. What is a competition without their opponents? Let's take a look at Giant X, who they're facing up against here. Now, quickly, Zobi, I think there's been somebody you've been particularly impressed by. The talk of the town, Jada's secondary calling.
This for other teams as well. Like, okay, I definitely feel like Jada's been that kind of that crazy variable, like contesting even that of Vania's individual performance in this league, and the fact that she has been calling for over 3 years now, Jade was leaning into her as a secondary caller, makes her stats 10 times more impressive, right? Like it's crazy to think that she's able to juggle all of that. And I looked at her during the Cash Cup and I was joking, like we had predictions and I was like, she's gonna be my top KD player. She delivered, then she reaches out and says, I'm gonna do it for stage 2 as well. And right now she is leading that, but very, very narrowly over those G2 players. So I'm hoping that she gets to keep it up.
I mean, you've not really been wrong with your predictions, especially in the Game Changer circuit just yet. Now, Charlotte, I've got to ask, is there anything you picked up watching Giant X play yesterday that feels important to highlight? It could be good, it could be bad, it could be a mixture of both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a team that is very good when it comes to the gunfights. Like Anva and Anita especially have really stepped up this stage on those more flexible roles. But overall for Giant X, it seems like they've had a bit of an issue with their discipline. They had some weird spacing issues yesterday and just not really swinging together. The coordination wasn't quite there, and it especially tends to come up when they have those big leads. It almost cost them on Breeze, and we saw it start to happen a little bit on Lotus as well, but they did end up winning it 2-0. I would say maybe got a bit lucky there.
Now, the veto is going to be, I think, particularly prevalent in this series, and I know the two of you have a lot of thoughts coming into this. With the change in veto, minus bind, plus ascent, this puts kind of a strong emphasis going into it, especially for Gentlemates, right, Zobi?
Absolutely. Gentlemates did not stray from a bind instaban the entire group stage. Again, when you're that higher siege, you're always going to likely get that first ban. And as a result, no other team was banning bind against them first. And I think that lent well to them concealing what other maps are going to be weaker in their pool. And with Ascent coming in, I don't think that's one that this team necessarily is going to waste a ban on, especially when you have such a strong Phoenix player that is super meta on this map in terms of Marty. And so then that gives them a lot of control, right, Charlotte?
Yeah, like that is such an interesting point throughout the whole stage so far. They have picked so many different maps. It feels like it's much more based on their opponent's weaknesses than their own strengths. I'm looking at this. They picked Breeze once, and then Haven, Lotus, Pearl, and Split, they all picked twice. That's such a wide map pool. Obviously, Ascent is a big question mark, but the one map that they didn't pick, Fracture, they're also 3-0 on. Like, this is a team with so much control over the veto, so much prevalence across the entire map pool. I mean, they're looking so stacked for this.
Now, I'm actually hoping we can pull up the veto right now so I can let you talk it sort of through and we can see whether our predictions, our thoughts and feelings are right here, because it's been something that you've discussed a lot. If I had to say predictions, actually, you know what? I'm just going to let you both take it away. I'm going to let you have the match here. Talk me through the veto, and this is exciting, but it's in your hands now.
Yeah, thank you, Affinity. Zobi, Split is a insane one to start with. I think Giant X, it's their most banned map, they were floating it, so banning it second, but still picking it here while going 0-2 in groups.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bans in the first round made sense to us, right? A 3-13 loss for Giant X against Gentlemates. Again, that 13-10 loss for Gentlemates versus Giant X, right? It was correcting the wrongs of the last time they faced each other in the group stage, but we were coming into this fully expecting Gentlemates to be the ones to pick into Split, right? It's an 0-2 map for Giant X. Gentlemates have had pretty decent success on it, and it really, again, was, like you mentioned, them picking into weaknesses of their opponents, but I think it threw even Gentlemates so much for a loop that they're like, okay, what do we pick instead? And that's where the Haven pick comes out, where it's also kind of a sour spot for Giant X, but it's one of those maps that like 1 or 2 swing rounds can influence the entire outcome, and I feel like that's what's kind of defined Giant X on that map. To me, it is not their weakest in their pool, despite the results may say.
Yeah, we look at the other 2 maps as well. Gentlemates banning Pearl last. It's a map that they won in the previous head-to-head between these teams, 14-12. Lucky to do so, I would say. But still, that's not going to be on our screens. Instead, Split is, and we are looking towards this Giant X agent select in particular, because they've struggled on the attack historically. I'm happy to see that Jade and Anita are playing the agents that they are.
Yeah, we were watching over that KC game and we're like, why is Anita on Sky? Why is Jadema, is on Viper, right? We're like, these aren't really working out with the rules we've known for these squads, right? Jadema calling as the lurk player doesn't work out. Anita's Viper on literally every other map, right? And I was looking into it, and I think like out of all of the Sky maps that have been played, it's like 2-6 in terms of when Anita was on Sky. There was a victory won by Giant X. So I think this is going to align a lot better with the calling, because honestly, to me, that's where their attack was the weakest. It looked like they were without direction a lot, and we're just hinging off of Jadema finding an opening, finding an answer. And if they didn't have that, it felt like there was a lot of individualized plays. Maybe some set pieces in terms of like some duo energy, like up ramps and around A space. But again, there was no broader picture, which we know Jadema can call a masterclass. So I do think that this is going to land very well.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the other side then for Gentlemates, I think, not really anything too out of the ordinary. It's the same composition that they've been rocking throughout the group stage, at least towards the latter end of it. Very much going to also the roles we expect, right? Which is now what Giant X have gone into.
Yeah, and I think for that Gentlemates roster, we're going to be looking towards, I think, Marty on the Breach, because Giant X had a hard time dealing with the Breach. Tejo, that Carmine core, was running the last time they played Split. And I also think Wenz is that crazy, crazy anchor, and that's where Enva's going to have to be on point.
For sure. So, I mean, when we're looking at predictions here, Sophie, I really don't know what to say, right? Because this is a map that, by all factors, Giant X should not be winning, and yet they've picked it. Clearly, they have some kind of idea in mind to go into this one, right? Because again, they're 0-2 up against Gentlemates' 2-1 record, and it just doesn't seem like it feels like this would be a map that Gentlemates would pick. So when we're looking at predicting not just this map but the series as a whole with regards to the map veto, like, what are your... I just don't know how to call this one.
I think for me, again, Giant X, and we learned this actually yesterday with G2 Gozen as well, like, we cannot underestimate teams that pick into a certain map, it feels like, for a reason, right? Like, that is, it's like, you're not going to mindlessly pick into it without coming in with preparation, without a way to address the issues that they had in the past. And while you are not in the knockout round anymore, while you're still going to have that lower bracket to fall into if you lose here today, right? That is not something you want to be facing if you're Giant X. Again, this is your team that has that perpetual kind of third place curse, or blessing, as Jade Ma put it in her day one interview. And I think that's where they are going to come into this matchup with tenacity.
Yeah, I'm still just, I feel like reeling. I've got to, we got to lock in and sort of think, again, bigger picture, because both of these teams obviously finished in the top 3 last stage. This is a match, I feel like, with a lot of stakes. Like you say, despite it being in the upper bracket, there's a lower bracket to fall into. This is one that Giant X will want to win. There's already the pistol round underway here. Somewhere that Gentlemates haven't found success historically, but the opening kill does head in their favor.
There's the zoning in the breach.
it's just not gone well. It really has not gone well. Anita's the last player onto this, and that's a good start. A 1v4 brought down to a 1v2, but plenty left to go, and now her position has been revealed.
As we mentioned, Anita is comfortable, confident on the lurk role instead.
Toxin screen down.
But a lot to pick up from this Slack, right? The rotate, the spike and fold control and vent space. That snakebite could be used in flushing out this double stack from Gentlemates, but we'll see how she navigates it.
30 seconds left.
It's a slow creep round, both these players holding here. Aware of this, that's a big snakebite to try and find. Jumping in, but unfortunately not able to hit the transfer. Toka closes things down. And despite that shoddy record, it's still Gentlemates that come out on top in the pistol.
Yeah, it's off of Nami 100%. And while Anita did in fact leverage that snakebite for a nice little slice and dice, it was a little pacey there. You wish you didn't full commit to the drop down because we did see Nami scaling forward, isolated from Toka. But like you mentioned, Gentlemates on the board first here. And again, we talk about Giant X, we talk about them starting on the attack here. We're not expecting much, right? They had a 3-9 start versus Carmine Core and still wrestled it back to a double digits game. So to me, if they get more than 3, they're doing pretty well here, Charlotte. So we'll see what the eco entails.
Yeah, obviously, Gentlemates not quite in the same tier as Carmine Core, at the very least in stage 2. But hey, listen, the precedent has been set. Giant X looking to head towards this B heaven position here with Mail. Shotgun versus shotgun on the opening, potentially an Adora jumping round. It's actually traded out 2 by 2. All even. And now Just Wen's sitting here on the B site.
Just
have to be called upon. Yeah, Just Wen's. It feels like maybe still a bit of a difficult task, but upgrades have been found as well. Spike being planted. Your eye has to go towards Marty and Barry inside of heaven here, as they're making their way through, just slowly creeping, and that is the catch that ends up taking the round. Just 2 casualties in the end for Gentlemates.
Yeah, Giant X tunnel vision purely on Wenz in that moment, right? All eyes straight in towards backside, and that is the perfect moment to slide out of heaven for the remaining Gentlemates players. There it is again, clean sweep from rafters down below. So a spike goes down, decent damage done for Giant X on the second round eco, but all in all, this is where it starts to matter. Deny the bonus, start getting those rounds under your belt, because in that KC match, they started, I believe it was like 0-4, and even the round they won was labored off of, again, a 2v2 after like surviving an onslaught of util from the opposing side. So we'll see what they can do here now. And now, Giant X, so we'll say one of their stronger looks is these Stark death balls into A. Adora leading the charge off the guiding light.
That breach stun, though, does at the very least halt the charge for now. It's still ramp control, but Giant X don't want any of it.
Yeah, Barry X with the third on operator is dangerous, I will say. It was a major win condition for Gentlemates the last time they faced Giant X on maps that weren't even split. And it's a novelty that I think in this third round could go unexpected by Giant X, especially with their contact-heavy nature and already expending a lot of this Jade Maw Sky util.
Yeah, and Gentlemates have expected this B pivot as well. 3 players over here, including that operator that you're talking about, Nami. Oh, just spammed through the cage. Okay, might have been able to play around something, but instead not to be. Your eyes now go to that operator, sniper rifle. Jada does fall, and Wentz on the site. Only needs a sheriff. Barry X gets involved in that action as well. But it is now a 1 versus 2 for Toka. Not looking the right way. And Giant X, despite it not being clean, do have a round.
Yeah. I mean, the A start decisive. Not quite sure what influenced the full-scale pivot into B. Maybe it was the unimpeded kind of space gain from Anita, but it all does come together in the end, despite some heroic sheriff shots from Wenz, from Barry, to make it hurt, like you mentioned, Charlotte. So all in all, pretty predictable scaling here. Barry X even able to get back-to-back operators on the board. Toka, the only one really at an expense here of the full buy, and surprised to see we're not seeing a little aggro fight maybe for this orb control, but we're starting to frame it up here. Marty, Barry.
Send in those shots. It's some ramp pressure as well from Nami. He's going to get punished.
Okay. Nice little double swing from the double duelist. That was the question we had, was how in tune Giant are going to be with each other and their util. Still got to get past this operator that they know is, in fact, front A, and I think that's where the stall has come through. And Toka, no weapon to throw over to the opposing side, a weapon to risk. Trades it for information. Anita, I'm not quite sure if she spotted her, but she's definitely aware here, Charlotte.
Yeah, expecting there to be some kind of shenanigan towards mid. At any rate, Berry playing ahead of that stun, unable to land the shot, but still surviving inside of elbow. It's a precarious position, but that shot's still ridiculous. Trading out in Gentlemate's favor, but now a 1 versus 3 for Wens to try and convert. Some low health on these players, which might have been spotted. First headshot's clean. Guiding Light, Flash comes in. These last 2 players are isolated and low on HP, like you mentioned. Time being bought here to try and get them to double up, but that's the spike. Now just the last player remaining, and Wens has it on lockdown.
Wow, with the Red Bull clutch 4K to keep Gentlemates firmly in control of the pacing on this map. And I will say the opener there from Barry X is crazy to see. And that's where we mentioned again, it feels like at times Giant X don't take full kind of advantage of the util that they do have left, right? You saw Jadenwall after the fact, after we saw that swing, finally decided to lend the Guiding Light into the engagement. And if they had those ideas, those pauses before re-engaging, it can be a completely different outcome. So now Giant X broken by Adora, the hero rifle here, can maybe get an orb for her or for Anvil, and that could lend to a side exec a follow through. But look at this, gentlemen, it's clearing out the entire A side, getting the op deep in this main space, and just like that, here's the B exec.
Wens again, the hero of the previous round, still sticking around. Clean transfers, even against pistols. That is some dastardly work.
Oh, now the rotating knife out into Barry X. Come on.
Again, so much just not going the way. That's flawless for Gentlemates.
Wow. 4-1 in Gentlemate's favor. I liked the concrete exec, it's just we didn't really get in great positions as that fast lane was falling, right? And Adora never really was in a position, I think, to leverage that hero rifle. It was more that passive backside space being taken. So break comes online now for, assumedly, Giant X here, which is much needed coming into a buy round. And yeah, they're gonna have the ults online. I think that's gonna be their biggest strength. Literally 5 for 5. And honestly, I kind of want to see them just strong here on their way into the ace site.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what really will find success for Giant X so far, because they have been testing a fair few different options, and it's not really been working out too well so far. Obviously, you had that anti-bonus win on B, but even still, you only came through with 2 bodies, so... It's a difficult one. It feels like maybe the ideas that they had coming into this game either not working out or for the defense side. We'll have to see.
I will say, I do feel like they have more direction with Jadenwall in the fight in these engagements, which is a great step up from the Combine Core match. We just have to see them, honestly, play a little bit more confident. I feel like, obviously, we're seeing Gentlemates, Wens, right? Hit some crazy shots that a Giant X otherwise wouldn't be losing those sort of fights, but... again, we know this team can brawl. And speaking of brawls, Barry X, that's your lurk gone on the Giant X side. So we need to speed up elsewhere, and mid is the name of the game.
I'm out of here.
Following the Seekers along, that gets information. Caught by the trap wire though, and Rolling Thunder coming through. Marty wrapping round from vents. Is dealing so much damage. That flash is looking perfect. Shader still outdoes her on that fight. But you still got Barry wrapping in from mid as well. Meanwhile, Nami...
Interesting. Oh.
Yeah, either cancelled or repositioned. I'm not entirely sure, but that's a backstab. And while it's traded, it still feels like Giant X are in a tricky situation.
Yeah, don't know where Wens is. Don't know if she was main, alley, and is going to get caught out nonetheless. Wens, little Amber, but secures the 2-piece and the Gentlemates' 5th round.
This is what we wanted to see from Gentlemates, really. This is why they have a 17-match streak, by the way.
One enemy remaining.
Just so clinical. Yeah, maybe not the replay to show while I say that, but it's fine.
Yeah, it just feels like Giant X have no clue what's going on. And when space is lost, they're not having any effort to reclaim it. They're just speeding up. And you can see the backfilling happening across the map from Gentlemates, right? That's the second time Barry X has taken that sewer space, has wrapped them into the mid space. And I don't expect them to stop anytime soon, hence why Giant X decide to steer back in to this A take. Ramps has been their strongest form of control, whether it's pivoted then into vents, into B splits, or an A end, all B all.
Oh, Marty getting curious. Very XZ to join a ball. That's really unfortunate timing. Adora just about getting the shotgun put away at the wrong moment. Now, Gentlemates are 2 to the good here.
I like the patience here. Try to let that Spectre get in a position, maybe to make a difference on that B side or that A heaven regroup. It is going to be whether Barry X can hold on or not. And okay, Jade Maw, that works too. Just winning out your right.
It works out well. I could, sure, yeah, why not? Just win those fights.
Don't let them get on a site, right? Marty's grappling the fact they had the Viper spin online here. Anita, I don't know how people feel about her staying heaven. Okay.
Well, yeah, again, it feels unreasonable, but she wins out that fight as well.
Exactly.
Still sticking around with his Sheriff, and a neural theft invested just for that information. So Anita does fall. That Viper's Pit that you mentioned is removed as a possibility. But still, economic and armory advantage really here for Gentlemates. Giant X trying to stick around inside of Elbow Nami. Good for the first, not quite the transfer. But now it is just the captain left to try and clutch here. Goes for the Sheriff instead of the Stinger. And Wenz is pushing forward so aggressively. And gets it done. 12-2 right now. Looking unstoppable.
Locked in. Wants that streak to tie up the second longest win streak. And again, this proactive reclearing isn't even alone. It's not brazen out of Gentlemates, right? That grouping effective. And these spray transfers also have just been crazy out of Gentlemates. Feel bad because Jade Maw felt like she had the right read, that she wasn't sticking, that she was going for that aggressive rap style, but then second guesses herself, stays in the close line. It's just fortunate circumstance, and Giant X not on track even for that 3 rounds that we thought was going to be a minimum. Like, we could see them getting back into the swing of things, but there's weapon to depend on for Giant X. It would be this Jade Maw Odin combination, and Adora with the overdrive as well. Again, I feel like they're on the cusp of getting this A space, and only complication is that Wenz is now perma here.
Yeah, sticking around, you know you want to, but aftershock coming through, Snakebite at her feet is gonna make things a little bit complicated. The overdrive doesn't quite hit its mark, but Anva does. Adora jumping around the side with the Bucky. Needs a second bite of the apple, but even still, Giant X have found themselves a spike plant, and there's the pit invested.
Yeah, they don't want any more heroics to come through, especially with the Paranoia, with the full race kits. And I will say, Gentlemates, this was something we saw in their last matchup of the group stage up against, I believe it was Barca, was these perpetual saves when rounds could have been winnable in a 3v5, but when you're up 6-1, I like the call, right? It's long term. You're already basically going to guarantee yourself numbers at the half following this round, and it also just shows respect from Giant X in terms of the Viper's Pit they already invested into winning this. But huge win for Giant X. We just have to see them keep coming. All right, make this a close competitive half after, honestly, I feel like an opening that none of us would have predicted being so one-sided.
Yeah, we're used to seeing Giant X, at the very least, even if they don't feel comfortable on a map, at least winning their fights a lot of the time. Even that did evade them in the sort of opening chapters in this game. But yeah, that win streak from Gentlemates, 17 in a row. Only G2 to be beating them there, and that has happened twice. We do have a tactical break here, which feels like maybe an overreaction from Gentlemates. But I mean, it was never going to be Giant X, but even still, that feels quite early to me.
I would agree, but we came into this video expecting Gentlemates to pick into split, so they've watched over the same VODs we have on Giant X. They know how strong I believe that defensive half is going to be, And again, all it takes, it feels like, for a team like Giant X is one round, and then they snowball, they come back, they turn it around, right? That's happened once in the KC match. If it came happened a little bit sooner, it would have been closer than that 3-9. And I think, again, this is that turning point, right, for Giant X. And I think it speaks to the way in which Gentle Mates have won a lot of these rounds as well. It's been bloody, it's been close. And as a result, right, after this round, you're gonna have 3 players that can't sport a bye if you lose Charlotte. So despite all those wins, they're not out of the woods just yet on this being a close half. So this is kind of like the final nail and hopefully a stable structure. And that's where I do like the little fake out play it looks like GX are doing.
I agree. Going to head in. A lot of pressure towards the speed, but like you say, it's all a ruse. Jada has gone into the A site already with that ultimate. Problem is, the rest of Giant X are being held back for now, and it's not quite clean from Jada, but still, the kills come in. Toka, that's a good sign, but still in a disadvantage.
I like the pause here, waiting for that re-engagement. No real reaction followed up from Gentle Mates. Dora, rare whiffage is not what you want to see set up this round.
Oh my god. Yeah, sure. Again, Wen's it's been so mechanical so far, but on 13 HP, you're relying on Nami to get something done from main. Some shots do go towards Jada's position, but nothing really to set the cat amongst the pigeons so far. As a third kill does come in for her, and closes out the last. Giant X, like you say, they can win one round, and that momentum just starts to build.
And I think they're upcharging towards another ult cycle, right? Jadema with the Seekers, Anva close behind with the Showstopper, and I will say again, it makes sense to see Jada be the one to start lifting them up from the darkness. Again, another 3-piece around the mid-map smoke. Around again, the tag teaming off of Anva's contact even there onto the Wen's finisher, who's now 13-4. And yeah, again, I'll now be looking towards Giant X. I think the rest of the players, Adora, Jadema, the players we know and usually are part of that core trio of fragging, to get a little bit more warmed up here into this series.
Creeping through garage right now.
Seekers at the ready.
I've got your trail.
There they go. Wens has
I've got your
the
trail.
spike hammer, at least aware of it. Seekers in response from Toka, but Hanva already close up. And Wens, okay, still good for one. Does get shut down by Adora though. The site now vacant. Giant X do have control, but look at this flank from Anita.
Oh, so aware of it though, Nami. I've been impressed by how much she manages and recognizes space, and this round is no exception. In the meantime, though, you got to get a move on towards the site itself.
Again, there's the confirmation of that flank.
There's the comm.
Yeah, Marty now going to be aware of it. One of these players actually with a rifle. Berry X on the site as well with Vandal getting involved, jumping round. It's still scrappy on the site, but a 1 versus 2 for Berry X on 21 HP. It's not planted for these players, but even still, Jada should get the catch, and indeed does. Giant X up to 4. That's the benchmark that we were looking for them to set, but maybe they can stretch it further.
Yeah, again, we mentioned it. 3 was the benchmark. Hitting 4, already a win in the Giant X book, when we know how strong their defensive half should be. But this round is perfect, right? Even though Anita doesn't get the kill, she delays Marty being on those fights, those engagements, and we know how oppressive the breach can be to taking joint engagements on the Giant X side, and that's exactly what Giant X did. They traded in their favor, they kept numbers in their favor against that Gentle Mates retake, and that's different from what we've seen prior out of them on this map already. So just that is enough to delay, but again, they're not out of the woods just yet. Gentle Mates entering their big buy and ult cycle round to cap off the half. Now, if Giant X can survive this, we could have a 6-6 hand on our hands.
Okay.
Yeah, very nearly could have had an operator kill on our hands as well, but Berry X, a rare miss. Is about to get potentially challenged on this by Jademar though. Feels like a risky endeavor.
Okay. I do like this. We saw an issue again on Pearl versus Berry X, contacting this off instead of full clearing her out. Pushed back now, and it's all sailing out of heaven.
Oh, Toka though, that's a massive double kill. Berry X doesn't quite find value with the Showstopper, but even still, Gentle Mates have control of the site now. the very least, Ginex have the spike here, so Jada can take that towards A.
You're gonna hope that you can get by without these rotations coming through while you break down that Cypher kit. Cam, timing gonna be essential here. Waits for the retoggle.
30 seconds left.
There it is. And hoping they draw rotations out that J-Ball can capitalize off of. She slows down.
20 seconds left, though. You have to, at the very least, get some kind of move on. You still have 2 players over here. Now just the one. Barry X is decapitated on the entrance. But yeah, they don't know about Nami. Planting out in the open. And now J-Ball has to contend with Heaven. A slight overcook, maybe, but Gentlemates won't care. They're up to 7.
It's a repeat to the round where where Wenz is tucked away into B main, right? They don't clear her out effectively because of the time pressure, the crunch. And those small mistakes cost them now a tied half. 7, possibly 8 in the cards now for Gentlemates. But again, that was a big round ult-wise for them as well, right? The Rolling Thunder, the showstopper come out. And Giant X, it was a pretty strong call, right? It caught Barry X not holding the line. They just need to be a bit more thorough to get a step further out, clearing that pillar space. Now with that momentum behind them, they want to end this fast and furious this half. They want that 7-5.
Well, they do. Stun will, at the very least, hold them slightly. Anva still making her way forwards. Now with side control. Nami cresting the smoke, does get 1, but it's a swift punish from the rest of Giant X. They've now got double the numbers here, and Wenz decides to go it alone with a Guardian. That's nasty. But now it is just Berry here with an operator. Neural theft to give her some information, but this is a very difficult situation. 5 seems almost certain here for Giant X, as just a formality of when that will come through. And there it is. A half that defied expectations in every which way, but it ends 7-5.
Last player standing.
Doubts in the Giant X split pick in the veto from the get-go that perpetuated into the start of this half. But Giant X find their footing and make it competitive, finding more rounds on their attack than they ever really have this group stage. And now, ideally with a pistol leading into that heavy conversion rate, it might be able to just tie up this map. Charlotte, it's again been battled, it's been labored, but we are in for a treat.
Yeah, that we are. Again, a half we maybe didn't expect, but we were hoping for and wanting a close match between these two teams. The opening 12 certainly delivered. Let's see what round 13 has in store. Gentlemates looking to get a bit curious towards this garage position. Guiding Light is there to greet them, however.
Okay, Jade Maw, jump peek bait, Trailblazer, all to sell, but Adora isn't in this corner.
Aftershock, though, does force at least them away from the angle for now, but Gentlemates are backing away from that fight. Wenz does get spotted by the Boombot, though. That could be crucial.
That, combined with the fact now that both Adora and Jade Maw are clearing B main, is going to hopefully prime these rotations perfectly for the late A commit out of Gentlemates now that we're crossing the minute mark threshold.
And it's just so slow creeping here from Gentlemates. Anva taking first contact Jada as well, jiggling. They are going to be aware that, well, at least the Cypher's over here, but hey, that's also some initiator utility. Perhaps, maybe, Giant have some kind of clue, but it's 5 through ramp here. That's a massive flash and delaying even more time. Gentlemates are going to have to get a bit of a shift on here, but it's Anita to find the first two in response. Jada now suddenly in a very difficult position. It's so scrappy. Now a 2 versus 2. Anva on the site, uncleared, still gets taken down. It's Jadewar, the captain, to keep things in Giant X's control.
Wow, and Gentlemates did the best they could to manage that chaos, but it was that consistent ping-ponging heck of a rally on this pistol from Giant X, right? This was taken hand in hand. It's just unfortunate whiffs that come from that quick fire of a pistol from time to time, but yeah, that perfect timing of the Anva and Jadewar crunch there out of heaven is what caps off the round, gives Giant X a pistol and the second round bye that should lend to the tied game. And Giant X, they like these heftier buys as well. No Vandals or Phantoms coming out, but the double Bulldog close and far range with that Outlaw Judge combination. It's great priming, but the issue is that the Judge isn't unfortunately on the beach choke where the massive Gentlemates players are going.
That it is. It feels like it's a bit more of a traditional sort of follow-up round from Giant X, because we are very much used to seeing, you know, a couple Vandals and then a Sheriff along the way somewhere. Not to be this time, but I mean, Gentlemates, they took that B control, the B orb crucially, but now, again, grouping up 5 people towards A.
Again, tracking it perfectly is Giant X going to have 3, almost 4 players quickly at hand. Anita runs contact. Good pre-fire through the Cypher cage.
Unable to find anything. Yeah, there's Adora. First kill found. Stun and a stun in response. Paint shells don't really force her away from this. Still standing her ground, and that is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works here for Gentlemates. They're forced away. The real question is, do they really have time for this rotation?
Left.
They would, but I don't think they will have time to clear out Anva in this great deep B main position. And they're even being tracked now by Giant X, who's going to further thwart this rotation and try to not have the spike plant altogether.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the issue when you're shift walking, is you let the door get in front of you. And with that Judge, that is just a scary position to be in.
And that's the Adora we expected to see coming into this series. Again, she's the one that stepped up the most probably in this stage compared to the first, and she was already impressive on her lonesome, on her own. And the Judge, I mean, it does work on the second round. We'll see if it can lend towards a bonus where, surprisingly, Giant X are a bit disconnected from a bit retake-centric, and I think they realize that, and they're like, let's get Adora in towards the same main choke.
This time it seems like Gentlemates, instead of taking that B pressure early, are just all in on the A site, but I mean, they've taken some hefty punishment for it. Just 25 points of health remaining on Berry X. Again, if that's the player that you're going to be just rocketing into the site, maybe you think twice about that now.
Oh, Jada, also low HP, regrowth, quickly equates things, and Judge on the choke here again is going to be the crux.
Only gets one though. Now Jade's starting to fight back in. That flash, not quite perfect, but the fights are getting won out by Gentlemates regardless. Now a 4 versus 2 situation, and Anva is nowhere near this. You're looking towards what Jada can do, but she's getting spammed out through the box. So it does leave it all just on that raise. And with an Outlaw in hand, it feels very difficult indeed.
I was so unfortunate, right? Toxic screen timing dissipates just as they're rescaling in the site, and that's what tips things back in Gentlemate's favor. Anva, if she can get one more, would make this a costly anti-eco for Gentlemates, and that's where the regroup is coming through. They want to keep this as clean as possible.
Oh, the Outlaw's still so deadly.
Nice nade.
But I don't think she'll be given more opportunities. And yeah, there it is. Nami, again, the IGL with 3. And Gentlemates have the lead once more.
And that was a bonus, though, so nice damage off the Judge, off the Outlaw. Even if they could not fully convert a win. Now coming into the next, I'm curious to see if Giant X will upkeep this proactive space taking, right? If there's no sound B main, we've seen Anva scale into that. And we'll probably see something similar A side, but Looks like Gentlemates liked how they weathered the storm, waited for all that utility to get flushed down the Giant X side, and then just kind of waltzed right in. Looking to do it in time with the music again.
Boombots being exchanged on both sides of the map. Nami does get spotted though. It does raise a few questions.
Oh, they caught the tail end too of Nami with the Trailblazer.
Yeah, that's
and now,
really
you mentioned
big.
you make B-side contact, you're gonna scale into A-main with the Trailblazer and the Guiding Light meets. And I think that informs Gentlemates enough that they want to pivot B, but once again, Jidex is tracking their rotation.
Yeah, still 2 players, both Jade and Jada, looking to fight into this, but they're isolated with that aftershock. It doesn't matter because Adora's behind them, Anva's on the site, and everything's going wrong. A 1 versus 4 for Tokka to try and find, but she's got no spike control. Still sitting in sewers. This round is done. It's gonna be tied up 8-8.
And I was getting ready to break down how Giant X felt like they learned how to navigate the breach in the first half, and then it was complete 180 there with them getting outpaced, splintered by the aftershock, and then Adora comes out of nowhere, magnificent timing, and she usually rotates through spawn with the entirety of the Giant X crowd, instead splints off vents, finds great timing there, and that's what will get us right back squared away to an 8-8. Ults as well to follow in tow for Anva and the showstopper. And this is where you start looking back at the fact that Gentlemates did invest that timeout at 6-2 in the first half. This is where you would have wanted to use your first timeout.
Oh, for sure. It caused
If you see one of my
a little bit of a question mark.
We'll figure out what they do eventually.
But as we move forwards, it's still looking economically a touch weak here for Giant X. They are able to purchase up, but a couple of regen shields brought along. It's really Gentlemates that are suffering the weight of the opening of this half.
Bomb buddy out.
It doesn't seem like they've come up with a solution either. It's still these defaults. It's still seeing what across the map they can punish, and I think they've started to realize maybe the level of productivity B main now off of Nami's B-side starts, but they haven't done anything to address it, nor have they corrected the A scaling, because these are nice openers for Giant X.
Now that they are, and they've got to be careful of mid. Jada watching this fence angle, potentially 2 players about to walk into her, and now Adora has joined her on that fight. Anva looking to play from Mail, but instead, Gentlemates play ahead of this, find all of the kills that they need. It looked like it was heading for disaster, but instead, they've wrangled it back into a positive situation.
Oh, do you
now got control of
B
B as well. That's the only question, is that position. Feels like they're expecting it, but with Anita falling, it might not matter anyway. A 1 versus 4 to try and find, but now there's the confirmation. Barry X falls, smoke in the way. You're gonna have to try and flash out of it. That's a ridiculous shot, but the transfer is not quite there. How on earth did Gentlemates turn that around?
Slow, methodical scaling, I guess. And that's where Giant X have to be careful what fights they are letting them across the map. And you saw them getting ready to re-trap, re-clear mid, so maybe it's just a matter of that few microseconds of missed timing, too. Jade Maw here, though, impressive challenge. I like it. Knew the drop smoke was coming, had to flash out of it. And if she gets that transfer, fully convinced she would have gotten the final 1v1 versus wins. That's the Jade Maw we know. But ultimately, again, they are still trailing. They have yet to break this curse of this back and forth where Gentlemates are perpetually leading. And so that's where it is going to be Giant X taking their second and final timeout here. Reminder, Gentlemates has 1 left following this. Now I expect them to use it anytime soon.
Or if it's anything like the first half, they use it 1 round later. But
do we expect that? No.
I don't think. Listen, that would be a crazy day if that were to come to pass. But for Giant X, like you say, it feels like they've not quite been able to establish themselves in this half, right? Really find their feet on the defense like we were perhaps expecting to happen. So, you know, another chat with the coaching staff. Asker will be providing his input. We'll see what changes it brings.
Adora and the judge is always a great change, especially when you see that Gentlemates are very A-focused out of that timeout. So, see the Trailblazer spots it. Nope. Anita, early destroyed. Makes it seem like she could be not as supported as she truly is.
There's still only 2 players, though.
Oh,
and then Dora's been spotted by the spy cam. Maybe gives up the ghost a little bit.
You can take the sheriff out and break it.
Still just waiting, though. Well, now there is certainly quite something. Nami stuck that TP into the site and needs to force forwards. Boombody's gonna finish the job. It's an unfortunate space to be in, and now Adora healed up by the regrowth, but pushed away from it. Rolling Thunder sent towards heaven. Giant X are in all sorts right now.
We'll say that's the best way the Trailblazer could, or sorry, the ult could have gone for the breach in Giant X's favor. Now they can go full force with this showstopper into the retake, and scaling was looking strong. Still is decent off the Jada.
Standing.
Oh, now she falls. It's up to Jade instead, and that doesn't quite go her way. Out of the timeout, Gentlemates steady the ship and find double digits here, Zobi. Feels like, again, maybe a little bit disjointed from Giant X.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Giant X now have crossed the line of playing a bit too far forward, right? Particularly Anita was in an uncomfortable position once the From the Shadows came out, and yeah, that's a frustrating one to lose in that favor, right? We talked about it. The Rolling Thunder comes out, really not much capitalization factor for Gentlemates, and that was the green light go for Giant X to invest into that round, right? With the showstopper, and without the conversion, they're reset to some pistols, that Bucky, and at this point, Gentlemates, they have not lost Nags in quite a while, so run it back, and even the Bucky can't stop you.
8 HP. It's a rough one, but she'll be low on health. A nice shot from Anita, but traded and actually doubled down upon by Gentlemates. Crucial engagement in mid goes, well, a little bit wanting. I don't think Jademar's going to be up for the task there.
Wow.
2 rounds away.
And Giant X had the highest death trade percentage in the league this stage, but right now, Gentlemates look like they have them so far superseded in that category, right? Down to the way they were denying these eco kills, these refights out of ramps, and even in mid-space. Like, it's been impressive how buddy Gentlemates is, and it shows why this is such a well-oiled machine, a family, even. And they're looking to take their picnic back towards this A space where Giant X say, okay, if we can't play in this haphazard forward line, we're gonna fully commit.
Viper's pit set towards the choke, Anita. Good for one, but now it will fall. Trading out back and forth. Now information, mural theft being brought over. They're gonna be aware of these players' positions, and still, Gentlemates want control of ramp. Okay, Adora does not let him have it think out.
That's that reclear trap they've been trying to go for. I like the Seekers as further confirmation that this is, in fact, Gentlemates disengaging, trying to pivot here. Both of them broken inside a main. The number's going to stay here, and Anva's going to stay on the deep B line. Less than a minute left. Gentlemates have to make a decision.
Yeah, they do. That's still such a massive position from Anva, though, because it means that you can afford to have so many players over here.
She has to win this fight, though, against Toka.
Yeah, that's true. Still, though, you back her with an op. But actually, Toka has gotten past unscathed. This could actually be
30
better,
seconds left.
because the time is continuing to tick down. Anva starts to get curious. Unscopes just the wrong moment. Still lands a headshot to boot. And now Gentlemate's pivoting back to the A site. Giant X still have numbers here. They're just potentially even just going to save this one.
10 seconds
You
left.
don't have time. But Nami,
enemy
still
remaining.
just pushing towards
Spike
heaven.
down mid.
With the spike dropping, that is definitely the end of things. Giant X fighting back.
Yeah, when Nami has 5,600 credits, she can go looking for an extra ult orb or two as the timer expires, right? You think about how that round would have gone if there was a From the Shadows in the back pocket, but Again, it feels like I'm still
it's just for a
of the
moment,
mindset
still
that Giant X are playing a bit too far forward on this A space. Again, Anita getting perpetually punished. I want to see them play more for these choke util dumps, right? The relay bolt, the snake bite. Again, A side feels the weakest, but finally the second Gentlemate's timeout comes through as they're starting to lose their grip on those A takes. Again, Giant X battling it back. 2 rounds still trailing. This is going to be all we see from the coaches until OT at a minimum, Charlotte.
Yeah, and it feels like potentially that could be on the cards here. Just 4 rounds left to go in regulation. And really, this is a bit of a pivot round, it feels like.
Well, we'll say Giant X was the ones that won the pivot round, it felt like, in the first half, right? That's what allowed it to go from a 6-2 to a 7-5. And that's where, again, here it could lend towards that overtime outcome. You still haven't really figured out how to navigate on this operator. Only silver lining is that you're not fighting up against a brunt of util, ultimates-wise, for Giant X any longer. I don't know. I do like this fake out play. This is kind of what led Giant X into a victory on their swing round.
Yeah, it did start to get read by Gentlemates, but told exchange the handshake there of the guiding lights.
Whoa.
And Nami dies to the paint shells there. I mean, that's certainly not intended.
Not at all. Thought she nearly was outside its radius, and now no smokes makes this more challenging, hence the regroup now from Barry on the A side. But the timing is perfect for Anita. We talked about her getting punished, traded. She's falling back immediately.
Yeah, again, discipline in Giant X's favor this time around. Now they're 2 to the good. They have lost the site control. It's gonna be on Tokka here for a massive fight. Anita falls still. More players towards ramp, and oh my god! Just dealing so much damage. It's now a 3 versus 3. Giant X have to still retake this. Operator in the hands of Anva as well. You'd probably want to get that traded out for some kind of rifle instead. Adora just going to send it forwards. Not really able to be backed up just yet. And Hanfa does fall here. It's a little bit labored. And it's just Adora left. That's the first kill, but the second to evade her. Gentlemates, despite the start of that round going wrong, they still get up to map point.
And that's the difference. As Giant X, yes, have been able to track these rotations nearly perfectly every single round, but it's the way in which they re-engage when they know space has been lost, right? It's this moment right here where, why is Dora tucked in a corner while Anita's contacting down ramps? Again, they need to be taking that together, and yeah, that is a surefire reason for frustration, because those are not the type of mistakes you should be making in a playoffs upper semi-finals. And now with momentum, honestly, I'm not surprised to see Gentlemates just trying to run it back towards A. They know Giant X are having issues here in synchronization.
Again, I thought we were out of the picture there. I thought that we had learned of Giant X, but instead, right back into those same problems that keep rearing their head. This is such a good spy cam as well. Gets so much information towards that choke point.
Okay. Aside from Anita, everyone playing fairly far back. Better look for how contact-heavy Gentlemates have been.
Scout destroyed.
Robbing them of info. Like you mentioned, around the spy cam, around the Trailblazer. Curious to see what the trade rate's gonna look like though with Anita on this corner.
Smoke does come in, and there is the showstopper. Anita just dodges it. Her position's being expected. Now Adora comes rushing into the fight, also getting taken down. So many bodies here for Giant X, but the fights are not coming their way. Jada does bring one back. It's a 2 versus 3. But the spike's been planted on the site itself, and Berry's wrapping from the defender side spawn. It's just on Jada to do so much in that situation. But it's not enough. 13-9. Gentlemates take map 1.
And we were right to question, it feels like, the Giant X split pick. We saw improvements from their Carmine Core match, but again, these are different calibers of opponents. And again, to me, this is also a really strong map for Gentlemates. When you think back to that run that they had in the previous stage, what made them stage 1 champions. And again, I feel like there were better places to go, like maps you bested this team on, like Pearl for Giant X. And so to see them pick into Split, it feels like a major miss in the planning stage, a little bit more so than the execution that we saw. But again, when you pick Split and Gentlemates are like, what do we pick up? I do think Haven is a great way to bounce back as well, it feels like, Charlotte.
Yeah, this is why in the pregame we were so, I guess, confused about that sort of back and forth in terms of the... It feels like the map picks had been switched around, but yeah, just a very difficult one. You look at how many hero plays, though, Gentlemates had, especially from Wens, some really big moments inside of this game. And even had some time for some corpse shooting in there as well.
Not even some time. I feel like every time we looked at Gentlemates in the post, it was happening. Again, when you know Giant X is such a confidence-fueled team, I definitely think that's going to keep them at bay, especially with just how this map went and how many rounds did I agree were a source of frustration that should have gone Giant X's way. And yeah, there were some shining spots again. I think some hope that still makes it seem like this isn't going to be a 2-0 sweep for Gentlemates, but I think we're going to have to see star players like Adora, like Adva, who had slow starts that reached their peak, come online a lot sooner.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gentlemates is often the team that we were talking about in terms of having slow starts but building into games and being very good at the end of them, right? I was talking about them as closers. But they started out strong today, and it felt like, you know, Giant X just couldn't come back into that.
Yeah, and again, it's difficult when you're not just choosing a map that's not your forte, but when it's also you starting on the attack map, half you know you have issues with. But again, when we saw improvement, we see no changes from Gentlemates. That dominant, again, 9-0 from the group stage, rearing its head here. Like you mentioned, they want that figurehead of having the longest win streak in EMEA GC, and they are playing like it, Charlotte.
Yeah, that they are. You talk about figureheads, though. You look at the front of the roster for Giant X. That is Adora, and Affinity spoke to her a little bit earlier in this interview.
Hello, it is a pleasure to be speaking with you, Adora. Now, I've got to ask, first and foremost, yesterday, closing out Lotus like that, do you remember it at all? Was it a bit of a blur? I mean, what did it feel to win out on what felt like such an impossible round like that?
So, yeah, that round was actually really interesting because I remember the call going back into it. It's, we wanted to do a full save, actually, and then I look at my money and I'm like, maybe I can buy a Bucky or something, and Anva's like trying to really persuade Jade into letting her buy Sheriff, and it was really interesting because I think we were going to do a full save, but we ended up not doing an entire save, and I think that's what led us to like snowballing a little bit. I think we kind of didn't have a full plan going into it. We just kind of wanted to take a space and then see where we go from there, and we managed to get like a couple picks, I remember, on the flank, like, and then we're like suddenly like shouting freeze, freeze, freeze around because they still need to plant, you know. It's like the game becomes a lot easier when they're like so boxed into the site, and we can just take our time. And honestly, it didn't really feel like there was any pressure that round at all. It was kind of cool.
I mean, I remember the goosebumps I felt watching it. Now, I'm going to ask about Breeze coming in yesterday. We haven't really seen you play it during the first stage. Can you talk me through a little bit of the decision to pick Breeze, the composition, you know? Was it something that was unexpected, or have you kept it up your sleeve the whole time?
So, Breeze, we've prepped a little bit. It's always been a bit of a weird map for us, but we've like switched around Anita and Adva, the roles. I think that's an interesting way of doing it. I think it makes sense too, considering how we're playing like a little bit more operator on Adva as well here and there. It's I think it makes a lot of sense, and for us that makes it a lot more comfy. Yeah, we've prepped it a little bit here and there. It's something I think teams should be kind of looking out for. they shouldn't dismiss it as oh, they've never played this map, like they're gonna be bad on it. Because I think yesterday we showed that we can play a good breeze, even if we almost got kind of come back on. It didn't happen, I think, just because we really tried to lock in on like the tempo of the game. I think that's what helped us the most towards the end, and I think if we focus on that going forward, then games should look even easier.
Awesome. Now, I do have one final question for you. Seems to be a little bit of a theme that you're the underdog team, right?
Yeah.
What do you think it's going to take for you guys not to be seen as underdogs anymore? Do you think the win versus Gentlemates, or is there's something that you're aiming towards that you think is the final goal that will finally show the world that you're not a team to be messed with?
I mean, the goal for us is to like eventually win one of these splits, and then make it to champs. I think champs the ultimate one for us, but to not be seen as underdogs anymore, I'm not even sure, because like even with the close game against Gentlemates and the win against G2, like we're still kind of seen as underdogs this split, which is odd. I feel like if you look at the results a bit closer, I think it tells an entirely different story personally. But no, I think we're just going to try to keep our heads down and get these wins out, you know? I think we're confident and we're prepared, and the only thing that should be stopping us is like, or that could be stopping us, is ourselves. So hopefully it's not that, you know?
Anyway, I'm going to let you go and get ready for the game. Super excited to see you in the server. Thank you so much for joining me.
All right, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make a long get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Got me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
welcome back everyone from the break. Still Charlotte and Zobi with you here for what is proving to be an exciting game between Gentlemates and Giant X. We'll talk about map 1 in a second, but first, Zobi, there was a lot to talk about from that interview.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first and foremost, little claps all around for Adora. I think that was one of her first interviews after getting a webcam following the previous stage. And I'm loving the bang since her international debut with Vana back at the NALCQ. But more so, it was that exact point about that they were confident and prepared, and that the only thing stopping them was themselves. And I think that sums up pretty much what we saw were the big picture issues over on Split, right? That map number 1. It felt like they weren't playing with confidence. We already had question marks about them picking into Split, a map they hadn't played as much. It was 0-2 in the group stage, and I think that's where we're heading to map number 2 of Haven. They should be a lot better off.
Yeah, they absolutely should. You know, like we said, it was a 13-9 to Gentlemates on that first map. But now we do head into Haven, where, like you're saying, Zobi, we have seen a lot more success from Giant X. 3-2 on this map so far. But listen, let's jump into this agent section and see what is going on. And I am immediately excited because it does look like we're going to be seeing Anva back on that Sentinel role where, you know, although she is very good on the Duelist, I love watching her play on this Killjoy.
I mean, I'm always happy to see a Killjoy, and I believe it was Affinity, our amazing host today, and her duo with Echo that have brought up like the crazy, like, when Giant X plays Killjoy, they have like a higher win rate than any other composition, and so I think that'll help them a lot here on Haven. I also just kind of hope they get the ball rolling a little bit faster because it's another kind of attack central map for them. You hope that Jade can get the Odin, can get the confidence under their wings, similar to Adora, who isn't going to have that support of a secondary duelist to back her up because right was on this Killjoy now. So all in all, that versus Gentlemates, who yes have also been pushed. It's crazy to see that we get to see the Barry X and Marty combination, and I'll say it, I think Marty also had a quieter map 1, so this is going to be her map to kind of surge back into performance too.
Yeah, I'm just looking because I have written down here, yeah, so the last time, oh no, I wrote my notes wrong. That's fine. I was like, I had in my notes that Jademar was playing Fade on this map, and I was very confused. But no, that is not the case. Yeah, Sova coming through like we should expect. But yeah, okay, now that my initial confusion is gone, I have to say that I am liking this. I was going to say, if Giant X is switching up this composition as well,
we had G2 switch to Fade yesterday on Haven. That's probably what you're remembering from Eva doing it.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, which could come in handy later today in their matchup versus SK Nebula. Reminder, that one's happening right after this one. But we've got a series to continue on our hands. Again, the rematch between Giant X and Gentlemates. Giant X fielding down and out after a more one-sided map, maybe, than the first time these two teams met in the group stage. But despite this being Gentlemates map pick to us, this is bounce back territory, and they've got to lean into that hefty pistol win record to start solidifying that deal here and now.
Yeah, the win record as well, when you look at Gentlemates, is impressive anywhere you go, but starting out, it's not worked out in their favor. At the very least, Tokka is able to trade one back, and Adora is on 15 HP here, so this could be deadly. Might have even been taken out by that hot hands there, but instead, Giant X, yeah, just keeping their damages to a minimum. We were gassing up the Marty Phoenix in the pre-show. This would certainly be something to start out the map.
I mean, no, Util would just be by her own hand, her own crosshair. And this bandit is starting to steal away kills left, right, and center. Can she steal away the round? Adora.
One enemy remaining.
Still low. And yeah, taken down. It's now just a 1 versus 1. It was 1v4, let's not forget. And Jada just doesn't really know where Marty's going to be playing from. It's the same in return, however, having to face check every angle now. The spike continuing to just tick away, and Jada will not let that one get out of hand. Giant X have the pistol round.
Yeah, that's a full display of the fleeting discipline that can happen, can plague Giant X, right? Adora maybe thought she had a timing of the jump out heaven since Jada wasn't playing the direct line of sight, and that was the safe idea, but ends up contacting just head on with low HP, making this very questionable after really nice layered sprayed out into that CT smoke. So they couldn't go for the reflood out, but mentioned it, we wanted them to get the pistol, it's delivered, and now ideally they can leverage the momentum of this buy, and this is the map where they go heavy on the buy, on the bonus potential, right? 3 Vandals in hand. Again, they know how big momentum on this map is going to be, in this series is going to be, and the only concern, as always, is what happens when you run into a stacked site.
Now that's the big question. It's a 4 big party to greet them. Meanwhile on A, something strange has gone on. Adora has made it all the way through, but Tokka's just sitting inside of short. And it does feel like Adora has called these rotations over. The problem is, you still have Tokka to worry about.
Yeah, she hears these rotations. Dart goes awry. Adora can cut off some rotations, but she's been spotted as well.
Oh dear. Okay, well, Tokka is not really a problem, actually. This is, again, a very bizarre round. Berry now has this Marshall and just peppering shots through from on high, jumping down. Jada has it on lockdown. Manva's there for the last. Apparently, this one ends up clean from Giant X. I don't know how that's happened.
I mean, that's the benefit of this spy strategy, right? You only have the Marshal contacting up, so no harm, no foul giving that away. And the one player that had his sheriff can pick it up. So they kept all 4 weapons that they invested into in that round conclusion. And I agree, it got a little dicey on the rotate timings here, favoring Gentlemates just a bit. But Anita patches up the whole short, and I think Jada here perfectly plays around that backside reflood smoke that was propped out by Gentlemates as well. So all in all, the team fights there are kind of seamless on the Giant X side. I think that's why it stays so through and through. So now you can say, is this even really an anti-eco for Giant X? A bonus, I should say? Not really.
No, they just have plenty in the coffers, actually. Like you say, 4 Vandals at Bucky to contend with as well. And, well, Nami is going to have to face that fate. Her death is traded, though, by Tokka.
Okay. Marty, though, with the deep sea space, also gets to run it back, also gets the answer so that this double post A can stay. This does put a lot of pressure on Wens to stop the B main pivot, and I think this is where the round could come crumbling down if GX aren't careful.
Oh, Wen spots 1. It's good for 1, but unfortunately, kills end up going the way of Giant X instead. They've still got 3 Vandals to fight into this one. Tokka, 22 HP on the flank.
Spike down.
Good for hers.
Did Alarm Bell go down?
Yeah,
Had
I think
to have.
maybe.
Now Jada at 20 HP. They're gonna go for the late regroup A side, so I like Jada planning as far away as possible.
30 seconds
Can even
left.
Paranoid and maybe set up the
Spike
final kill
planted.
for Jade Maw here?
Everyone's so isolated in this post-plant situation. Surely they don't expect Jademar inside of
way.
the defender side spawn, but Marty's at least looking towards that position. Fight ends up going against her, but I mean, that's good awareness if nothing else.
100%. And I will say, for Giant X, the way some of those B kills went, it's like completely opposite to Split, right? You put the level of aim performance that Gentlemates was having on Split into this round, and Wens would have like gotten that kill on Danva, would have gotten more. And I think that's where sometimes it is just, again, an FPS at the end of the day, and some maps are going to have better cross placement, better aim than the last. And Giant X are leveraging that right now to be up 3-0 to disrupt the economy for Gentlemates, but again, never can be too careful when there's a Marshall, when there's a run it back online, and Gentlemates are playing for this early contact.
Yeah, they got contacted all right. Unfortunately, it was a bullet through the skull. Very X yet to find the score sheet so far on Haven. 0-4. And that is a little bit indicative of some of the wider problems that we're seeing so far. Gentlemates that, despite a couple of close moments, you look at the pistol round with Marty's 1v4, they're just unable to get out of the starting blocks, really.
Yeah.
And again, this engagement, ooh, it's looking risky, and yeah, same fate.
Yeah, it's just kind of GX moving in a pack mentality, looking for openers, right? Or the players that are playing solo aren't any risk or reward for Gentlemates to win those engagements against that define the outcome of rounds. But Nami in a position to define the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's that same old story. Giant X winning their gunfights convincingly.
Wow.
Against Sheriffs, sure, but even still, looking clean.
Again, it feels like fundamental just timing differences, rep differences, right? Your internal clock on the timings that can be taken around the B site on split are night and day when you have 5 reps, win or loss here on Haven. And we're seeing that, right? Giant X picking up on these insert timings that it feels like Gentlemates are able to achieve, able to find, right? And they're tracking those, and we're not seeing any heroic slip through the cracks. And now even Marty is left just trying to die to Spike, is not to lend another ult orb to Hanvo or Nita, because Giant X have already 3 out of 5 ultimates to now deny the next buy round for Gentlemates. And we criticized an early timeout over on Split. Charlotte, this is a situation where I think one is needed.
Yeah, I'd be calling a timeout right about now if I was the player on Gentlemates. Well, Marty might not even be given the opportunity to fall to the spike here. Well, she doesn't. I think it maybe would have caught her anyway without going for the swing, but either way, the kill goes the way of Giant X, and yeah, 4 in a row.
Okay. See if that timeout comes through. So again, you lose this big ult swing round, and I mean, we talked about how, yeah, Haven's attack sided, but none of it's this attack sided, and it's crazy to see
I'm not going
how
for it.
quickly the pendulum can swing, Charlotte, on this series. And yeah, it feels like GX can do no wrong, right?
Yeah.
Headed back, challenging Took ahead on A side. Not really even in a position to trap off the Hunter's Fury either, so it's like, at what point are you going to be able to full stop anchor this space?
Yeah, the key thing you're looking at with your Gentlemates here is probably the operator that's in Berry's hands. She's gone for the glass cannon without any shields, but Giant X accelerating towards the A space. Potentially looking away from this, though. Even the overdrive was utilized, but now this run it back from Marty gets so much information. Instead, Giant X look towards B.
Okay, nice from the shadows. Nice Hunter's Fury to counter, but it comes in just too late. Jada skirks away with her life back towards the main space, or she'll just fall to her knees alongside her team. And now you have to backfill that space because Gentlemates are starting to creep up.
Yeah, you don't have smokes either, so you're just relying on these gunfights, on these crazy angles. Adora with the first kill, but Nami's up on top of the box. That provides a little bit of a problem. And for through the smoke, and Hunter's Fury invested as well. Giant X want this one in the bag, and they are investing everything into it. Gentlemates are looking away. They want none of that retake. It's 5 in a row from Giant X.
That's why you maybe wanted to see that timeout. Giant X able to come up with new plays, new execs time and time again, right when it feels like Gentlemates might have a grasp on what's happening on their defense. Operator doesn't get the novelty factor, ult's expended without conversion. It feels like everything is going wrong. Even with the spike down like this, we've seen Giant X fall, I think, victim to some of these Ninja Diffuse style rounds, and not even that is slipping away from them for the time being. Now we get that timeout, Charlotte, but it's like...
Yeah, at the very least, you're going to be able to do some reinvestment into this, right? 3 weapons saved over. It's not completely out of the picture, but you're really looking at this one being a win now, because it's not like you can call a timeout and go, oh, it's fine, it was Nico, it's for the next. This is the round that you're looking to win. And even then, I mean, I don't really know if you have enough funds for a full purchase. Nami is certainly going to be struggling, in the armory department.
That's where I think those saves are going to come in clutch, can maybe flip the script just a little bit, but I will point out again, another big difference as well is I feel like Giant X somehow this map aren't execing into Wen's sight, right? She's 2 and 5 right now, and I will say every Senti's nightmare is to retake on Haven. It is just a nightmare with the kits that you have, right? And I feel like Cypher's a bit more equipped with some of these reflood cages, but when you're investing them into kill setups around your judge, around your rifle, it's a bit more difficult to that degree. I think that's what we're seeing, and ooh, this is finally a head-on collision.
Yeah, towards the C site, a brilliant start from Marty, but Adora nearly lines up too. Nami's lucky to survive with 12 HP. But finally, we see the opening of this round go positively in the favor of Gentle Mates.
Wow. The fact that we finally get to see Gentle Mates pick the right avenue of execution of a brawl, and Giant still are able to at least come out of it somewhat stable, right? Nami, like you mentioned, 12 HP means they don't have very narrow numbers advantage for the time being. Don't know how I feel about them splitting off here when Gen X is already down numbers, right? This is kind of what we've seen on maps like Split when Jadema was on the Viper role, is her going off looking for an answer and then calling the troops back instead of them staying together and going for cohesive, layered util engagement. But you now get to see the main intent of it is to fake, to draw numbers and re-engage, and it's fortunate they're not trained on the line. Not really sure if this fake is going to really disrupt too many positionings.
Again, Giant X call the
30
pause.
seconds left.
Just 30 seconds left to go, and Nami does fall towards the C site. Marty still sticking around, but just about actually shoots out the recon before it gives away the information. They're going to be aware of her, but Berry is there as backup. The Protector ultimately could cause the difference in this round. It's up to Jadema, the captain, in a 1 versus 3. First tap of the spike, but Gentlemate's not letting her have that opportunity. Finally on the board, Gentlemates have found it. They've got around, rejoice.
Yeah, and it's off of, again, the numbers from the early engagement that they maintain through and through. They don't get antsy, they don't pivot. They trust the VALORANT operator, they trust in their ability to refloat off the timing game. And that's where I do think, again, GX in these late rounds do take a little bit too much time at moments overcooking, hoping for these conversions. And again, I sometimes do think like Giant X thrive in the more simplistic execs, right? When they can focus on the micro, on the fundamentals, and focus on what makes their gameplay tick. And Gentlemates at the timeout have not switched up their tempo at all. It's take aggro space, push them towards ideally the Cypher's den. This round that's on C. And GX happy to oblige.
Running. Went's down, but Adora isolated, gets the double! I mean, that's ridiculous on the entry. And again, Nami and Went's two players that have struggled so far on this map. Down and out early on. Giant X already in their post-plant positions, and it doesn't seem like Gentlemates want to consider challenging this at all.
That's one of those rounds where you're like, okay, Adora doesn't need any help on the entry on the deep engagements because she can just do that. I mean, it shuts down one of the best sentinel in Game Changers Stage 2 on a side anchor C. And now, again, the players that fought so heftily that a deep A main investment are left saving yet again. Giant X will be guaranteed at least a tied game at the half, and Adora's just going hunting, trying to upcharge this last overdrive before the half is up, and might get it in the next round off a kill, off an old Torb, who knows. But for now, Giant X keep this round pretty much flawless.
Yeah. I mean, still dying does give you an ult warp, to be fair. So there's at least that, and Giant X are certainly not hurting for cash. I want to know what happened here. Yeah, I don't know if anyone will know how Adora managed to get that double entry, but it happened. And that's the crucial factor. Giant X back to winning ways.
I like
now
this.
grouping up for that A fight once more.
Yeah, you're gonna wait for the Neon and the Sova to sell a C fake, right? To draw out this A fight, see they redisseminate that pressure, and this deep dart, I'm not quite sure it's gonna be that way. I think Barry X wants to take all the way through and in the lobby, and the lockdown is down for the counts. And now you're left backpedaling into those C players that were scaling for fake pressure.
Yeah, it feels like Giant X immediately have to pause for thought here. But even still,
take flight.
Looking to head towards the B site. Problem is, there's an Al drone waiting for them. That's information.
Only the lurk player spotted though.
Oh, okay, we spotted a Neon as well, so that should maybe give you a bit more of an idea. But now Giant X pivot away again, this time through Garage. They're fighting into numbers here, they're fighting into the Cypher setup. It doesn't feel comfy at all. Paranoia doesn't really find any catches either. Adora's fallen. Barry X looking for more. Double dips on the fight. It feels like, again, Giant X struggling in these late round moments. Gentlemates have started to find form.
And again, is these late CNs, the Gentlemates seem to always keep tabs on. And honestly, it again felt like we see that we actually saw this in the last time Gentlemates and Giant X fought each other. Was Giant X will have a game plan going into the round, like a fake sellout and a follow-up, and they'll be a little bit mistimed in terms of who's showing face first, right? If we see a Neon and a Sova getting ready prime without the spike to fight down C long, you're maybe expecting them not to show on the A space as much, or to have your Neon with you if you're trying to go for just a tried and true KJ lockdown in sewers, like this round likely entails. And I think that's where I like the double duelist scaling down B main. They want to challenge this direct A execution as soon as possible. And Anita on the pinch is going to be at the crux of it.
Yeah, I think Marty's gone past the timing here, though. And Barry finds the kill. There's an alarm bot waiting inside a window, so Marty will be held back for now until, well, actually, they have the information. Anther's attention drawn away, but still goes back for the fight. Nami having to hold things down on the site. Odin trying to shut her down, but Wens and Marty double up, combine for the kills, and it's up to the captain. Flashed up, now converged upon, Molly at her feet. Gentlemates are starting to find momentum here, Zobi.
This is where we may want to see that first kind of Giant X timeout. Again, money dwindling, light shields, and big ultimates that can keep this in your half. It's much like the one Gentlemates took, right? In that map #1, where we're like, we don't think they really need this. But again, difference is you are on an attack-sided Haven. You want the firm numbers. You want the momentum swing, because as you've mentioned, Charlotte, and pointed out potently, Gentlemates is that team that can come back, right? They are a cinch team that does not like to lose maps, lose series, even in the brink of overtime. So, again, no rounds. It feels like in this half is going to be enough for Giant X to comfortably say, oh, we're going to close this out once the sides swap.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, the Gentlemates, despite their now very impressive record, we've said it a lot, right? There's 17 rounds in a row, matches in a row. They are often being pushed to a decider. It was, I think, 6 of their 9 games throughout groups went to a map 3, and honestly, against Barca, they could have lost in 2. They won map 1 16-14, lost map 2 14-12. Lost map 2 14-12. I mean, that is a game that could very easily slip away from you.
That's so again, they want to reaffirm their control over this half at a minimum. Again, they're at a similar point and it ended up ending 7-5 towards the team that was in the lead. So that over 9-3 here would be huge for Gentlemates. And Giant X, we haven't really seen a change coming out of the timeout and how they're addressing these early rounds. They still have this lockdown. They still really want to get onto this A site.
Feels like the most obvious place for it, but enough utility has been sent towards them that they're considering a different avenue. But again, you're facing the double duelist towards this B site. Marty, that's a ridiculous reaction for a triple kill. Coming up with the goods in a tight corner, dodging that utility and looking for more, hoping to punish. Oh, everyone runs out of utility or ammunition. It's scrappy. And now Anita on the C site, looking to see what she can find. Just a momentary glimpse.
Wants to make sure she can get the spike heralded onto the C site. Picking off rotates when they know that she's deep down on the site. You're primed on that CT space. Now Jademall 30 HP can't even go for the plant. And Nami, you know that she was a lobby, but didn't expect as fast of scaling to finish off the round. Out of the timeout, Gentlemates sees momentum, are going to reset the economy for Giant X. And feels like Giant X just aren't even given any opportunities to expend the treasure trove of ultimates that they're sitting on. They're running into this double duelist fight round after round. And it's back to that shortcoming we saw the last time these two teams faced of contacting into the operator when you have a lot of information, a lot of flesh out utility from Jademall.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should
Chaos, I think, is the way I'd describe that one. Nice shots from Marty, run it back available. But it's an ultimate on the other side. Adora utilizing that overdrive and, well, utilizing it effectively. Berry X falls, Jada teleporting into Hoven, also uncleared. I mean, this is a nice execute from Giant X. Already in a 5 versus 3. Short now completely cleared out as well. Maybe you don't even want to use the lockdown here because you've got such a good position. And Nanoswarm at the feet as well, just to provide that little bit more stall.
This is another question mark for Gentlemates. How much you trusted Marty and the momentum she has after her last round performance? Not enough, looks like, to invest the run it back just yet. And I love GX not taking any of these engagements.
Wow.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah, it's a nice kill, but questions have to be raised. Now Marty coming in for the fight is going to get traded out. However, in Giant X, keep 3 bodies into the final round here on the first half of Haven. That's 7-5 a possibility, but also an 8-4 on the cards. A very nice execute from Giant X.
And I'm starting to see, I think, why I like on the Senti over the Duelist. Like, she's the refrag master, it feels like, in these late rounds, right? Handles both of those players, caps off the round, that gets Giant X a lead at the half. And like you mentioned, they don't dip too much into the ults we've seen them previously do on Split. They're gonna have 3 coming into this, and again, rinse, repeat, you can get this lockdown down short, you can get the pit on site. And again, if you don't hear the Phoenix util pretty much off rip, you know that it's not a trap this side. Op, though, still in the wind is the question mark. And Marty taking the C space as well is really good information to prime the defense for Gentlemates.
Feels like Giant X, again, are just doubting themselves, doubting their initial plan. But you don't have an overdrive to clear the operator this time around. So instead, heading straight towards the B site. But covering the way will give some pause for thought. Instead, Adora yet just running in, teleport in as well. Wen's just sticking around. And I don't know if she's been spotted. It's Nami to find the kill, but hello! Just backing into Jade's position. And now here comes the lockdown. Spike's been planted. Hunter's Fury. This is scrappy, but there's 2 kills in response. Marty on the backline. Good for 1. The lockdown will force her away, but this is a 2 versus 3, and now a 1 versus 3. It's up to Jadewar, the captain, left to clutch. First kill already found. These 2 players are going from different angles, but might just swing together. First tap on the spike. Nami just wants to stick this to half. Util out, and that's when Marty strikes. 7-5 scoreline in the opening 12. Gentlemates have fought back here with a bang.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining. No more.
Quick reminder as we jump into map 2, half 2. It is Gentlemates currently up 1-0 in the series after claiming split. Now Giant X has seized back control with advantage on their own halftime. 7-5 with a pistol victory behind them could solidify a potential map 3. An Ascent debut for this stage 2. And all in all, we talked about it, Charlotte. We were questioning GX, felt like they were losing steam a little bit towards the end of that half. Again, almost 5 rounds strung in a row for Gentlemates. And see if this double duelist can keep up that charge for Gentlemates back towards a lead. Back toward the
double
Tide game.
duelist on attack as well. Feels like that this is where you're maybe looking towards, but Adora's quick on the wrap, and well, there are still players sat back site. Berry starting to deal the damage, but it's a massive recon coming out from Jade to give that information over. Trading back and forth. Amber just waiting for the smoke to fade. That is an audacious play to go with, but it works out in Giant X's favor. 75% on pistols so far today.
Yeah, and that tracking from Adora was perfection, right? A one-woman crew. And I was worried there a little bit. I was like, we've seen this happen before, right? Where they just keep swinging one after another, especially with that site smoke set up. And that pause from GX was perfection. And that's after Jade Ma already set them up so perfectly with her own recon for those shots around the site smoke. So once again, pistol goes their way, the buy goes their way, and any concerns we had about them losing steam might just be tossed out the window. A fire, a spark catching. Nah. Jade Ma's not an Odin, but an Ares still finds similar impact on these thin walls, main, against these no shield pistols.
Yeah, obviously you can never count Gentlemates out. We know these team are closers, and I mean, Giant won the second half pistol on map 1. It still went against them, but well, round 14 certainly isn't so far. A triple kill from Anita in there as well. And fighting into the Ares, it is a thankless task. An even more thankless one is trying to clutch this 1v5. Or even just prevent a flawless, neither of which ends up coming through. Giant X now extend their lead to 4 rounds once more.
Now I'm curious, again, Giant X, even though with again, one of the craziest neons it feels like in this stage, in terms of Adora, right? They play surprisingly passive on their eco rounds, which is crazy to think that Gentlemates and GX have such a high thrifty rate. And that's where on this bonus, you maybe want to see them go for a bit more aggro of a play, because they played a bit too safe, and again, safety won't convert into success when there's better weapons on the Gentlemates side. So we'll see if that's exactly what the Jenna calls for, but again, once we're in the fray, it's down to Judge, it's down to Anva.
Cover going out.
Traded out 2 for 2, and actually 2 1-for-1s in there as well.
Spike planted.
Perfectly balanced.
Deploying drone.
Okay. Ares on the retake, full Jade Maw kit, just has to wait for the info lending to dissipate. 3v3 here gives them great odds if they can set up Adora. It's difficult with an Outlaw, that's where the guns upgrades can come in from garage side, and hopefully Jade can kickstart the whole system.
Yeah, there goes the paranoia. That should be the key to hedge yourself forwards, and that is Jada getting involved for the first. Adora also finds another, but Wen's in the clutch has been so massive so far, and she does it again! That is ridiculous!
We know more.
Last bullet in the chamber, last player to deny the bonus victory for Giant X. That is a crazy round of a salvage for Gentlemates, and what otherwise would have been disastrous. Trekking on forward towards that map 3 out of Giant X double digits and likely an 11th, and wow, I mean, that was pretty seamless again. The fast lane, the relay bolt, the paranoia all combining into that re-execution to set Adora up, and still wins. The refights in from long around the chaos and delay from Nami, and they get the round through. It's gonna have a lasting impact though, to buy rough around the edges. Guardian, Bulldog, light shields, and a full buy and Outlaw for Adora on the Giant X side. Can they actually get back out on the sea again with the double anchors here?
And that's certainly going to be the question.
No.
Amber is under a lot of pressure, so much utility, but she's still fighting forwards. Somehow, still surviving, but Berry is behind her. It's not quite going to matter if Jademar gets involved. It's now another 1v3 for a Gentlemates player, this time Tokka, but Adora's behind on that flank. As the smoke fades, she will hit her mark.
And there's the discipline, right? Jade Ma fully could have stayed on the site, played for the Odin one and done up against their counter Sova. Instead, completely disengages, lets Adora take the timing so they can keep these weapons in hand, keep the round clean, and keep the money flowing. Because again, they know how fast the tide can turn in Gentle Mates' favor. And right now, it does feel like High Tide is starting to drown out this comeback potential. And we may just be seeing a sense of map we questioned both of these teams on and what their performance would look like. And thought that both would have a regular time navigating that map with how they play. And now, Dora, outlaw again.
Yeah, there's the outlaw. Marty immediately falls.
They saw the one's barrel.
Seems like they're certainly aware of the position there. A lot of shots heading through from Jade.
Okay.
Well, now you'll certainly know.
I'm surprised the Cage isn't playing a bit deeper into A-Link with a plethora of utilities stacked on the B main choke, but it'll be Adora to rotate back over before the final execution comes through for Gentle Mates, which minute mark on the clock and your alert clarity falling. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the best option to hinge yourself on.
Yeah, Gentle Mates falling away from that fight. And Nami's exploring towards B, but oh, there's an alarm board. There's 2 sets of nano swarms and a toxic screen as well. Feels unpassable. Maybe the C site has the answers you seek. There is a turret in the way, though.
30 seconds.
Anita's still here, another anchor.
Spike down.
Good for one. Nice shot from Nami on the second, but here comes the paranoia to provide a little bit more of an issue. Nami's going to be able to plant the spike here. That does force Giant X into the retake, and they have a sniper rifle in this as well, but with that information coming through, the spams should be enough to deal the damage. You're looking to bury X for some heroics, but none will come through. That momentum keeps on rolling, I guess. 11 now for Giant X.
And you mentioned the heroics of Barry X as well. I feel like that's something that Gentle Mates usually do also depend on maps like this, on maps like Haven that are so contact heavy, engagement heavy. And I will say Barry X usually thrives in those late rounds against pivot positions as well, anchoring in the post. And even that was just impossible to navigate because GX is giving them 0 breathing room. They're gonna force some air into their lungs though via this tactical break, assumedly belonging to Gentle Mates. And all in all, again, what do you do? You have so many ults to work with, and this feels like a ditch effort last buy, right, Charlotte? Because if you lose this round, it's 12 for Giant X and you have no weapons left, and probably no ultimates if we're honest.
Yeah, one of those all or nothing moments. But that is when you can, well, potentially find a lot of success. Or again, like you say, everything can go wrong, which, well, we were hoping for a map 3 just from a excitement point of view. I think we were expecting more from Gentle Mates here on Haven. I think it would be a little bit disappointing if this were to end, you know, 13-6.
Yeah, it's like both maps didn't go no way I think any of us anticipated. I think we were expecting like OTs, double digits, maybe solo 2-0, favorite Gentle Mates or Giant X, either which way. Similar to, like you mentioned, the very close Barca affair that capped off the Gentle Mates group stage, but all in all, Gentle Mates, similar to Giant X, when they want a round, when they hinge off the ultimates, are headed towards A. Again, this Odin is so hard to bypass that it feels like a major breakthrough that Gentle Mates even made it down this far A long.
Oh. Anita got a little bit curious.
Where is everyone
Curiosity
hiding?
killed the cat, though, in this situation, and now that means Wens can use that neural theft. They know that the A site's empty now for Gentle Mates. Vacant, ripe for the taking. But this Odin again, looking to spam through. And Adora's gone a little bit ahead. It's not feeling comfortable at all for Giant X.
Oh. And a 2v4, a lockdown behind it, but they're just gonna tag team it out of the dark cover into another one where Marty's waiting.
Yeah, looking to take this. Still good for the first. Trade comes in. What can Jada do? Well, die, apparently, to the Phantom of Wens, who has started to find her form here in the second half. And Gentlemate's thrown a lifeline, and they didn't really use too many of their ults either.
Yeah, and that's something that Giant kind of practically gifted to them, right? The Neural Theft opens up the A side. They now know, okay, no one's home. We don't have to use ultimates to claim that space. And even there in the post point, there's so many numbers were obliterated steamrolling into A that they, again, didn't have to hinge on those. And that's for Giant X. This is flashbacks to them loosening up a little bit too much in that Twisted Minds game and not being able to close out as cleanly. We need to see that happen here, where they just tap it off.
A lot of damage dealt so far onto Marty, but that's just to run it back. So coming back into this with 100 HP. The lockdown will prove a few more problems. Yeah, okay, they do they do get to the other side there. I thought they might be detained on the site there, but instead just trading things out with the guns, and it's Marty to drag Gentlemates back in with a chance, and now Wen's getting involved. It's just Adora with this operator. Feels like an impossible task here in the 1v4.
Might even save, right? You have a few more rounds to work with. 3 men. Nah. Gentlemates look like they're min-maxing the win they pretty much already have secured here, too. Wen's going and searching for this operator, which they know is somewhat of a win condition alongside that Odin for Giant X's success on Haven thus far.
Certainly not a favorable angle for Adora if Wens does come in through Garage, but instead that engagement doesn't go that way, and I think for Gentlemates they're looking to just keep this round as clean as possible. Wens only on 450 credits, so you want to make sure that you have as many players surviving towards round 20 as you can. So they are going to let Adora get away with that one.
Begrudgingly.
Oh, definitely.
That will be 8 for Gentlemates. A bit too early, I'd say, for Giant X to call their final timeout, but... Or is it there? Did they already use it? They still have one more, I'm pretty sure. It's Gentlemates that have utilized both, but... We get a chance to see that. Yep, perfectly coordinated. And that's the difficulty of the position that I think Gentlemates are in, is that Giant X win one round off these ultimates, right? Adora has one good overdrive round, and you're playing for that OT perspective, and I think the silver lining to that regard is that they do have a little bit of an economic reserve built up, so we'll give them that bounce back mentality, but again, it feels like the rounds they're winning now are coming from ult investments, and they're going to run out of those here soon, right? Toka the only one left. But not a great fight. You expected maybe to utilize the challenge the Viper's Pit, and there it is.
Barry X getting a lot of space towards A main. Nita's been tagged up by that Sova ult, like you're saying. But Giant X still have a chance here.
Ooh, don't fight out the pit. Don't fight out the pit.
Wenson and Nita are so close to each other, might not be aware. Instead, there's two players pushing towards the defender spawn, and Anva's still on the site, trying to fight out of this pit. Jada will fall in the meantime, and now Anva meets her demise. Those two kills come in, though. Trading back.
Oh.
This is some danger that Giant X have. Toka's only on 7 HP, but I mean, even as the decay falls, it's just 20 as things turn out.
Oh, I did want to see Adora go in with the overdrive. So unfortunate to see it's going to be expended without any conversion, any return.
Standing ahead.
That was by time though to frame the regroup though. Jade Maw now alongside Anita on this flank for some refragability.
You do just have Adora inside of Heaven though, and that could prove to be a bit of a problem. Oh, now they're going to be aware of it. Send some shots in. Oh, Anita gets the better of Nami there. The aim punch coming in handy. Toka's still so low, and that Bandit's going to be massive with a transfer as well. 2 clean shots, and Giant X have map point.
Wow. And it's not going to be quite the thrifty, I believe, for Giant X because of the operator being carried over, but it definitely is one in spirit to get them up to that map point with Ascent on the horizon. I mean, we question like the overdrive. We're like, man, it sucks that it was invested with no conversion, but it buys the time of the scare tactic alone, where it's like, okay, it's gonna stem Gentlemates from going for a regrouped engagement, a refight, and that allows that double backstab from Jade after she had just shown Util on the flip side. So very deep-seated, rooted plant grows into a round much needed to get themselves over that hump. And again, a momentum team through and through. GX now still have ults to leverage into closing this series out, but we mentioned Gentlemates are still gonna have a buy, still have ults, like to run it back, and Jada lucky to be alive.
But is alive, and that's crucial to try and prevent these players heading towards the B site, which they have done, but numbers have been brought over now. Barry X taking the alarm bot for a ride. Now here comes the Hunter's Fury. That should get a whole load of information. Ampher on the site, good for a single kill as well. Now down to 20 HP, but still, this is control, this is pressure. The Gentlemates don't have that space for themselves. Still trying to fight into this, and where do you really go? It's Wen's trying to fight on through. That's, oh my god, the transfer over. Flick to the right. But Jada's still sticking around on this one, and Adora's been caught on the flank. It's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, you wish Jada got out unscathed, untraded here, but Adora now has to retake with an operator. Jaden was on the flip side with no more info util to support the flood in. To me, this feels like a save angle for Giant X, and looking for a little brief exit opening maybe, but even then they're so far off from the ultimates that I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, Adora's just creeping into it, okay. Gets the kill, maybe there's something in this, but not much time left to go. And you still have players playing in from main. That's Wen's. Toka on the site itself, but Jade was just sticking this. She's been able to get to half. That's a kill as well. Wen's might not be able to do enough. And just like that, Gentlemates have had this round snuck away from them, and Giant X take us to Ascent.
By no means should that round have ended in that fashion. I mean, Wenz has a brilliant opening engagement. Jada Trey gets punished, but it's that kill right now that opens up the re-entry off the fast lane that allows him just get and stack onto that spike so quickly. And it was just narrowly planted awry as well from that cubby position. That is a crazy duo clutch for Jadema and Adora. The two players that I needed to see step it up between map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about that round as well is that it shouldn't even had to get to that position. You had a crazy fight into the site from Wenz as well to even have that look like it was going to go in Gentlemates' favor. But as things turn out, I mean, it was basically all Giant X all day here on Haven, map number 2. And that does mean that we are going to a decider map here in terms of Ascent. I think the first map 3 of the playoffs.
Absolutely, and the first time we'll get to see Ascent between any of the teams as well in the playoffs. Again, we just switched to map patch 1208 coming in to this playoff stage. No Neon Nerfs either, so I'm curious again if we're gonna get the Phoenix, if we're gonna get the Jets, or what exactly pathway these two teams are going to take in terms of their compositions. I feel like I don't really see either of these teams, like G2, being the double Senti kind of teams, right? With your deadlock chambers and such. So I'm expecting maybe a bit more traditional look from them in that regard. And that means I'm really excited to see, again, what I think some of the trap plays look like, what the depth of these books are going to be.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of questions that we have about Ascent, but as we look back towards this map, I mean, you gotta feel for Marty here. What a performance on that Phoenix, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get past Giant X here on map 2.
And again, it was the fact that Adora, Jadema, they hit the ground running from the get-go. And you mentioned all GX all the time. It wasn't all GX as like the team. It was every player having their moments. And whew, Adora's 6th First Bloods. And this is where then you look towards the flip side and the stability of the players that made split happen. Barry X with the operator. Nami had some really nice multi-kills as well that were capping off rounds. And I think that they definitely had a bit more difficulty in just winning some of these outright engagements. We saw, right, Giant X just hitting their shots, which is a gross oversimplification, but it just felt like the truth at the end of the day in the way that we saw certain fights on Split go when compared to how the same exact kind of fights copy and pasted into Haven ended up going.
Yeah, I mean, I now have no idea how the rest of the series is going to go. We finished Split, and I was on a bit of a doomer arc in terms of Giant X, but now Gentlemates have looked to falter in a situation we didn't expect them to. So everything will be answered on Ascent, the decider of this best of 3 upper bracket semi-final, but it will be coming up just after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
Scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you?
Well, welcome back everyone to what has been an incredible series so far between Giant X and Gentlemates. We're heading into Ascent, the decider, and Zobi, I just don't even know what to expect.
I have no idea either. I mean, it's been super one-sided on both maps, it feels like, towards the team that won it, right? 13-9 and 13-8 respectively, winning out each other's map picks, which honestly kind of then lends to our predictions of where we thought these teams were going to pick up maps, actually. We're like, okay, we thought Gentlemates would pick into Split, and then Giant X would be like a Haven or a Pearl, and now it all comes down to the new map, which we haven't seen from Gentlemates. They haven't played it since their inception as a roster, as an org in Game Changers, and funny enough, the last time we saw the core of Giant X play it was when they were FMCL, and it was up against Wens and Barry X when they were on Blackhand, right? And that was back with the Yaru, the double Senti meta, which we are long since departed from, to put it lightly.
God bless. actually incredible. That was certainly quite something to behold, and now we don't really know what to even expect in terms of the agent select, right? Obviously teams have been starting to lean back more into this sort of jet sort of situation, but you can get a Phoenix coming through. Maybe we see Marty jump onto that. Neon is still certainly an option on this map, so you know, looking towards Adora maybe to pick up on that one. And I think there's still even a lot of depth when it comes to what Sentinel you want to pick as well, so you can't even really be sure about that. The only thing basically I'm sure about is that there's probably a Sova or two coming in.
Yeah, the only thing I'm really conflicted with is like, do I want like Anva for Giant X on the Killjoy here, or like on a secondary duelist like a Jet alongside the Neon for like optimal opping, right? Because I do feel like we kind of highlighted Barry X having an off performance on map 2. This is the kind of map where she is going to be in her prime on that defense. Again, a super defense sided still now with no changes like it used to be, and I think definitely we're going to see super prevalent in this series, especially if they can get a pistol, get the ball rolling on their defense. I think that's going to be super pivotal for both of these teams, because I'm going to say it, I think the scariest team in this stage with an op Odin combination is Giant X when we think of Jade Maul, right? And if that comes online, I think you're not really going to get yourself out of the hole, and we already saw what happens when momentum shifts in Giant X's favor on map 2.
Yeah, so once more, I think we're looking towards the pistol rounds as well as something that is going to be so prevalent, because like we saw in Haven, if Giant X are able to get their economy in a solid spot early on, then that can potentially just spell curtains for whatever teams they're going to be playing against. They're starting on the defense side here, so, you know, might not be able to get any sort of plant money coming in, which could stunt their sort of snowball like they like to go for, this follow-up Vandal buys. But even still, if you can get that Operator Odin online early on the defense side, it's pretty damn strong.
Yep, and that's the biggest fear now, I think, for Gentlemates. Again, we've seen them take one pistol off of Giant X today. Again, comparing the highest pistol to the lowest pistol rate win team in the current stage. And I don't know, again, Ascent, we don't even know what to expect compositionally. I think the most surefire thing we can say is, like you mentioned, the double Sova pick, but then I still feel in my heart that we're going to get like a Jet Phoenix from the Gentlemate side. So let's see if our intuition, you know, our personality draw out of the players of these teams in fact line up correctly as we jump into our map 3 agent select for the upper semifinals of Game Changer Stage 2. Whoa!
Okay, yeah, so there is the Jet Phoenix locked and loaded for Gentlemates on the Giant X side. They're looking to bring a KO into this one. And Adora is on that Jet, so no Neon this time around, and very much heading into that traditional composition for Giant X.
These two teams just they hate me. Like, where's the KJ? Like, I miss her. And this was one of her best maps. You know, that's the one thing I do miss from the, like, annoying Sova, KO, KJ days of that composition. And that's kind of like a pseudo form of what Giant X is running. But it does crop up a little bit of concerns for me, because it feels reminiscent of Giant X's Pearl a little bit, where they had some issues where Adora would be a bit unsupported by Anita on the KO at times. There would be a bit of divergence between the two. And so on this map, their pathing's gonna have to be super tight once they get over to the attack side. And I hope they have some really nice kind of set plays, like the flash dash, the dart from Jade Maul is ready to take, like, again, your tile space in the works.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's anything like the Pearl that these two teams played, then potentially there's a few issues for Gentlemates heading onto the defensive side involving mid, right? That was something that when we were looking at the VOD, we were quite critical of, I think, was that Gentlemates left a massive gap in mid, and if we're thinking that this is potentially going to be a similar look, then come the switch, that's something that they're going to have to be aware of. As it turns out, on the attacking side, though, they're going to have so much power. You have the flashes from the Phoenix. You have the information coming through from the Initiator, Tucker on that Sova right as well. And you have the dive from Barry X. This is going to be a scary attacking half from Gentlemates.
Yeah, and that's where that pistol is going to be at the crux of success for Giant X. Again, they are a big mentality team. If they can't find a way out, they're going to be just clawing up the same wall with no solution like what we saw over on Split. So, Map 3 decider here for our first upper semifinals of the day. Again, Gentlemates, we've seen them get pushed to map 3 time and time again. What was it? You mentioned 6 out of the 9 series of the group stage that they were 9-0 in, went the distance, but they have a win streak to defend. And Giant X has revenge on the mine. Ascent, the newest into the pool, the final battleground. Here we go.
But already it's looking like a bit of a more split default from Gentlemates, exploring every angle of the map. Don't think anyone was caught by that 0 point either, so no information in that regards. Now just facing towards mid.
Okay, nice regroup here, but this is GX, the proactive element.
Oh, and the kill's just not quite going their way. Instead, it's Marty. Sends a flash round. Adora caught out in no man's land, and now Marty should be able to heal up thanks to the Blaze Wall. Meaning that she's ready for the next fight that comes her way, and thanks for those 2 kills, has a second flash available. I'm gonna look to try and use it instead, just goes for the fight itself. Jades can only find one. We're looking towards Anva here in the 1 versus 4. Oh, the first shot was clean, but the second one evades her. Barry X cleans up for Gentlemates' pistol.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that round. Giant X on the re-engagement in the mid space. I like it, but I wish there was a bit more utility behind it. And Marty, I already put her like up on a pedestal, expecting greatness from her on the Phoenix on this map, and she delivers as well. So Giant X, unfortunately, the pistol does not go their way, and we talked about it. It feels like the Sun's still leaning defense-sided just a bit, but let's see what this looks like. A little tiered cake across the steps up to A Heaven, up against the trap set protocol from Gentlemates. Aw, huge recon doesn't get destroyed, and they did completely redistribute.
Yeah, instead looking to take this head on. Marty, though,
that's a run
good
back
for it, and yeah, has the ultimate online already. Coming with that paranoia will also cause some problems for Giant X as Gentlemates look to head their way in. There's 1 kill from Jada, but yeah, that's all it's going to be. As Wens gets the closeout, and Gentlemates very cleanly get their second.
Yeah, not too much to break down there. You miss a recon dart, the element of surprise fades away, and so does your game plan. Nice timing bait between Adora and Jada, but unfortunately, again, weaponry and sheer numbers on Gentlemate's side gets no groundwork set for a potential thrifty round. So this is a round we look towards now for Giant X to get on the board, and that's where, again, Marty's performance right now, being 5-2, is going to be so pivotal. And with the double duelist A side and the spike leaning tiles, it does feel like this is going to kind of be a fake angle on a late B scale. So we'll see how that shapes up after the 0 point info goes out.
Wow, my eyes.
Damage done early on, but Nita forced away from that choke point. Fragment to delay, but Gentlemates are looking towards this B side of things. Jade's Aldrone does spot Wens, but obviously that's a Cypher, could just be lurking.
Okay. Late B end as predicted here, but again, a bit difficult when you've already expended a decent bit of utility. That's where Barry needs to scale ideally off of Marty and this run it back.
She's going to use that ultimate as well to good use. Anva is forced to try and play off of it, but instead, oh my gosh, Wens with a double! And Barry X getting involved. Giant X are getting absolutely cut down on the entries into these sites. It's a 1-on-4 for Jada, and I don't even know if you really want to even attempt this.
Yeah, I mean, third round, about to go to Gentlemates. They force up to fill the gaps. It felt like all the stars aligned with Marty also having to run it back. It's a difficult one for sure, and I had this thought in the back of my mind where this is feeling like split already, where it feels like less reps favor Gentlemates. Again, they have the well-rounded map pool. They have a very structured micro element to their gameplay, and I think that's something Giant X and reps just do not get replicated with. So we'll see if Jada can hold on his weapon, but yeah, Marty's just on an absolute tear this map. 7-2 already, and we're just 3 rounds in.
Oh, it feels like all of the momentum that Giant X had on Haven has just been immediately stripped away. That's an awkward one. And I mean, it's really just been an awkward map altogether for Giant X so far. Just 4 kills in 3 rounds overall. We're really yet to see Adora hit those heights. Coming into round 4 with just a hero Ares from Jade as well. A tiles crunch being attempted, but Wens again is there for the opening kill. Jade does answer back though. I mean, this is bizarre.
Yeah, flank play, Wens. Getting a stable, a safe pair of hands to trust in here. Is playing the timing out perfectly.
Oh my gosh, okay. Well, Adora's found the score sheet now. Ridiculous shot to hit. Has an upgrade, and Anva with that sheriff shot as well. Means that Giant X will have upgrades, and they have double Gentlemates' numbers. It means that Marty feels forced to go for some kind of aggressive play up towards Heaven. She's only good for 1. You probably want a double in that spot.
Wow.
So Giant X will take that round. And I will never question Jade buying an Ares ever again.
And I'll never question after Haven. I think Giant X winning rounds out with not a lot of time as they lock in the first Emoda Thrifty of the series to get on the board. And again, the nature of which they win this round off some Adora clean shots. Again, she is a big confidence player, so she knows she single-handedly kind of orchestrated that round win. She's immediately going to start hitting more shots in the subsequent openers in the first blood department. And again, for a map like Ascent, that is crucial. And we're even seeing her lean into that exact identity. Operator full purchased coming into the 5th. Taking on the stack, B main.
It's gonna be a big fight, but Adora feels like she's forced away from that one. Berry X just spammed through the cage though. It's a good start for Giant X, something that we've not really been able to say so far on this map, even in the round they won.
Okay, Jade Maw. Drone narrowly misses the stack in mid. Recon, though. A nice secondary investment. Confirms the crossing, and that should prime Anita well for what's to come.
Cover going out. Joke's over! You're dead!
Run it back being utilized as well. Just get a bit of information towards mid. Potentially draw the eyes of these Giant X players. And Marty gets a lot of information as well. The Gentlemates have kind of ceded the A-site control here.
Okay, Anita, backside anchor with Jada. This should look good.
But they try and teleport away, and now Gentlemates in the ascendancy once more. Good lord, those shots from Marty. Oh, the spike is now only just making its way to the site. Locked out by the door. Again, you're looking for a 1-on-4. Now she's been spotted, the minimap being used to full effect. It's clean, and Gentlemates back in the running.
Have we seen Giant X have a successful site anchor? I don't think we have. I think the rounds we've seen successful have been the retakes, have been the early round fights, which, okay, we look at the scoreboard, we haven't seen too many shiny moments, and I think that's where this first break, this timeout from, presumably Giant X is going to come from. Their confirmation is, and that's where I think that you have to lean into that fact is either, okay, fix what's happening on these side anchors in terms of the util investment, in terms of the communication between those anchors, or honestly, for a map like Ascent, you can lean into retake a lot. That's why it is such a defense-sided map, in my opinion. And I just want to see them give it up, right? Fight down like the weak side of the map, take that deep space. Much similar, I would say, to what they were playing, like their defense on Split. That was monumentally more successful than their attack half. But what do you make of what's going on for GX on this defensive half?
I mean, it feels like it's a bit of a question of where do you start. They're, I mean, really struggling in every sort of situation. But, I mean, one player is Marty, right? If you can shut down Marty, maybe you've got a chance. 11-3 right now. But even still, then you've got, when you have Wens and Berry X, I mean, it feels like an impossible task. Once again, though, Giant X looking to play aggressively. Adora with the Blade Storm looking to catch anyone early on A main, but doesn't quite find anything.
So I mentioned can anchor sites, find kills elsewhere, fighting into mid space. Unfortunately, doesn't go as clean as Giant X wanted. The 1-for-1 trade, the immediate disengage to punish the A pivot, but it's too late, and now they have to give it up. Play the full 4v4 retake.
First tap of the spike, though, hoping to draw Giant X into a swing. Adora sends one of her knives through. And now, here with that Cloudburst as well, looking to go aggressive. It's not worked out. Now the Hunter's Fury from Jade, it does catch on to one. But she still has two players up against her. No opportunity to really grab an upgrade here either. The high-low is perfect. It's another triple kill from Marty to secure 5 for Gentle Mates.
And again, that's where it feels like the Giant X retake protocols are a bit weak, eco round or not, right? The Jade Maw Hunter series setup off the blades was nice, but there was no positional trade ability there between the players that were following it up, right? On the Giant X side, right? Adora, it was going to be sink or swim off of her own skill and skill alone. And right now, when Gentle Mates are in the form that they are, where Marty's 14-3 anchoring a site in the post plant, it's not going to work. Something that could work would be the opponent combo finally online. Fortunately, they're hitting the weak side. The site we've yet to see Jada really able to anchor successfully here.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. Heading in, Berry and Marty with so much control, but the kills are going in Giant X's favor. Jada not quite able to survive that Hunter's Fury, bearing down on her. The Shorty as well finish the job. 4 versus 4. Gentlemates look to plant the spike here. Berry X is in an advanced position looking towards heaven.
Okay. Marty again, just so instrumental in these rounds. Flash at the ready off first contact from the drone.
Oh, there goes the flash jumping up. Everyone falls. A double from Anita just doesn't quite have the ammunition to go for anything. Giant X hit for 6 on that execute. Gentlemates just look unstoppable.
And once again, this series just has so many twists and turns that cannot be anticipated. But again, Gentlemates just look like the more well-rounded team when it comes to uncharted territory, right? They rely upon the fundamentals, which in this case is Marty and Berry X backing each other up. And while Anita gets some nice momentum into that retake, just the numbers so purely favor Gentlemates in those initial contacts. That, I don't know, it feels like Giant X at this point need like 1 or 2 more to maybe have hope after the side swap, but even that feels labored when you think of it as defense side of Ascent.
Yeah, Berry is caught by the trap wire towards mid, but doesn't fall instead. Well, there's some kind of trading happening, but again, nothing really that Giant X can take for granted.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Again,
brutal.
it's like a whisper dying out. They don't even get a chance to play that retake because of how disconnected that looked. Thought Adora might have had a semblance of a timing there, but just the speed at which they scale past the trap wire, and it even felt like they were off position to even capitalize off of that base level Cypher utility on the Giant X camp. So if this is a second Giant X timeout here, I would not be surprised really by any means. Because again, if you're Coach Oscar, you're probably not liking what you're hearing, the hopelessness. It feels like we're departing further away from a fix to what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is just when Gentlemates are so scary, right? It's when they find themselves in those map 3s and they just unlock, it feels like, another level. We saw it when these two teams played in the group stage. It was a 14-12 to Mates, a 13-10 to Giant X, but then 13-3 on Fracture. And then you look towards the game against Barca as well, where they had a couple overtimes and then closed out Split 13-7. Including a near flawless second half in that one as well.
That don't remind me of something similar to that, Charlotte, which is the fact that the last time Giant X and Gentlemates met, right? Close map 1, close map 2, and then a blowout of a map 3, right? That 3-13 loss on Fracture, which I believe at the time wasn't a very well repped map either for Giant X. It's the same issues creeping up here, where in the moment, Jade Maul, Asuka need a fix, a surge of momentum. The adrenaline off this pinch in the tiles might just be what the doctor ordered.
Oh, but when this is tucked close, they aren't aware of it at all. And Taka also gets involved. Now Amver looking to find something towards mid. But even that's expected by Nami. The captain against 5. That's what Giant X would need to convert here for their second round. It just doesn't seem very likely at all. And when you've got Marty coming towards you, you might as well just pack up and go home. Flawlessly taken by Gentlemates out of the Giant X timeout. And I'm trying so hard to be positive for Giant X, but this is looking dire.
Again, it's kind of like what we mentioned was the major difference between Split and Haven. It's like so many of these fights that were similar structurally to each other. We're just going one way or the other in terms of just aim in the map, in the given server. And right now, again, it feels like Gentlemates with 16-5 Marty are leading that charge. Twents as well getting up there. And again, it was a great idea out of the timeout. Momentum shift from Giant X, but it's still not working.
They go for the aggressive fight on B, and it just, again, feels like the same result that we've seen so far. Marty's ahead of the flash drive as well. I just don't know what to say, because Giant X are getting absolutely slaughtered here. At the very least, Jada prevents the flawless round, but she will very quickly meet her demise. Gentlemates have 9 rounds right now.
And this is the question to ask now, Charlotte. Do you believe in the Giant X upper semi-finals curse? It's not 9-3 curse time. It's not 9-3 curse time yet. Again, Giant X have yet to win an upper semi-finals. They always go through the lower bracket. That's how they got their perpetual third place finishes. And honestly, I would not want to be up against the loser of G2 Goes versus SK Nebula either. If I'm Giant X right now. Here,
it's a stack top 4.
Yeah, it would be huge. The comeback required immensely. And Giant X, once again, they have a switch out of timeout and they've stuck to it with no prevail. Even now, finally dipping away from it with no kill, just Cloudburst expended. It's, again, no solution found. Again, Gentlemates have the right pivots. I mean, Giant X aren't in good anchor positions here at A side.
At the very least for Giant X, they have 5 players left alive, but that might very quickly change its tune. Jada potentially being called out. It's in fact Anita to go down first. Now Marty pushing the smoke towards Garden. Thanks to the ultimate. And Barry X watching towards middle. Adora outdone. Jade meets a similar fate. A 4-piece from the duelist means that Gentlemates get another flawless round.
And that's a tough one because Adora has great positioning, great timing down catwalk, and Barry X's awareness is unrivaled. You can see Jade Maw and Enva attempt to hold a crossfire there, but the dark cover fades, and one is tucking while one is priming themselves to fight. Again, communication at the base level is breaking down as Gentle Mates get to double digits, and if Giant X don't win this round here and now, off these 3 ultimates, off this bye, 11-1, possibly a 12-1 in the cards. Really no room for mistake, no room for error on the return.
Oh, Amber gonna have to be careful on that fight towards B main. Spotted out by the spike, Amber is able to survive. Oh, an awkward one towards the attacker side spawn as well, but Adora gets the better of Nami. The problem is that the fights on the side maybe aren't quite going Giant X's way. Trading out 2 for 2. And Anita, unable to land the shots. It's still so scrappy, but trading back and forth. Now Wens towards main is going to have to do so much. She's out of ammunition, and it's Tokka. And the 1 versus 2 might just have been able to get the lineup, but instead now pivots her tone, plants the spike. Giant X unmoving, unperturbed right now, expecting some kind of push, but instead Tokka just finding a different angle, tucks herself inside of Boathouse. And Giant X look towards the stairs themselves to try and go down. The first kill's found. A brilliant peek taken away. Now it's Jada up against Tokka. 2 players that we've been talking about throughout the entire stage so far. And Tokka lands the shot in a Red Bull clutch. That's unbelievable.
Switching sides.
Ooh. And I'll give it to Adora. Jada had the cleanest form of synchronization in this round of the Giant X camp. Aside from that, it was Enva. It was Anita holding their own in some of these engagements, but Tokka plays that out perfectly. Even at 36 HP, the wallbang headshot is nasty, and you can see just as Jada does, the chances of a comeback disintegrating at Giant X's feet.
The outcome of this map might seem like a foregone conclusion, but we've seen 11-1 comebacks happen before. Giant X are going to have to hope for this pistol round, though, if they have any chance of staying in Ascent.
If not, it'd be history in the making, right? So win 11 in a row just to get to OT. Be heck of a way to break the spell, the curse that's played the Giant X organization, but and these are new players. And I mean, Marty's 19-7, Barry X is 15-6, and this is why I was worried about it coming to a conclusion on Ascent. I knew the Marty Phoenix would deliver. I knew there was a reason why Gentlemates wasn't gonna have this be a 1-for-1 sub ban when Bind left the pool. We are seeing that strength without reps here and now. The additional time maybe of being a buy, addressing this map. I mean, look at this. The grouping so clean, Charlotte.
Yeah, that it is. Making their way through Tree Giant X, looking to get control of the A site, but Marty is pushing up forwards with Nami in tow. The kills going the way of Giant X, though, towards that position. Gentlemates might have thought that they had one of the best timings of all, but instead it's turned against them. Tokka, what can you do on this regress towards heaven when nowhere really near this is the door still in her face, but it's a 1 versus 1 that Gentlemates win out. I just don't know how they keep getting away with this.
How does Tokka keep getting away with it, right?
She got 3 from heaven.
Yeah, the previous clutch, the carried momentum into the pistol. That is map and series point for Gentlemates. 1 round away from continuing this undisputed winning streak. And I mean, that round we finally saw them push each other. And yeah, that is surefire reason to celebrate, right? That main pressure on Jade Moss solo and Giant X battling it back finally hand in hand was giving me hope towards maybe a stronger half. But yep, Stinger force up. That's all you can hope for here if you're Giant X. And again, the A fight went pretty seamlessly, other than Jade Maw getting bullied solo, so stacking numbers here a little bit heavier into main. Would have been a nice touch with the KO alongside the Sova, but they want the flash setup, and Barry X wants to disrespect this tree take.
Yeah. Oh. Again, looking to go through the smoke, but Gentlemates are looking to anchor. It's good for Anva, but even better for Nami inside of the dark cover. A double with that judge. Now a 3 versus 3 situation. Marty getting active, looking to take them out from behind. And that she does. Jada drops. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Gentlemates with the advantage.
Wins. It's always wins. Timing there, but so is the cross. Giant X, the Stinger still survives with such low HP on Jade Maw and Anva not close behind. How do you stabilize? How do you escape? And even then, Toka, drone, shock dart, a lick away from death, and playing interference on the cross.
Oh, not able to land the shots though. The player who was single-handedly completely dashed the hopes of Giant X inside of this map. A crucial clutch in round 12 and a crucial triple kill in round 13. And now she's taken down the captain. It's all up to Anva, and she just cannot do enough. 13-1, utter domination from Gentlemates here on the decider. And that's them heading into the upper bracket final.
And if you're not a superstitious team, I think this series is one way to disprove that. From the win streak continuing to the map veto process, just locking in this upper semifinals curse for Giant X. I think it's like G2 was punished in stage 1 for their map pool and map picks and veto process, and now Giant X is facing a very similar conclusion. Again, I don't want to see split anymore from them, and I think we need to see a few more reps under their belt on Ascent before addressing it wholeheartedly in playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. It does then bring into question what we're going to see from them tomorrow in that lower bracket semi-final as well, where they will be facing, again, the loser between G2 and SK, both of which are very, very strong teams. And, you know, we've still got that semi-final coming up later as well. So a lot to talk about for Giant X, but here on Ascent, there just wasn't really any question about it. As we bring Affinity back into this one. Welcome back, Affinity. Craziness, I think, is what it's fair to say.
Oh, there's not a better word for it, to be honest with you. I absolutely love it, and Gentlemates really showing why they are at the top, why they are the queens reigning this region right now. How are the both of you doing? You breathing still? Everything okay over there?
I don't think any of our expectations this series were fulfilled, other than maybe the role swaps for Giant X on Split and the role confirmation, the comp confirmation for Gentlemates on Ascent. Everything else is such a far departure from the source material that we were expecting to follow through on.
Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy, and I think it's what we should have expected, though, from Gentlemates versus Giant X is the fireworks.
Exactly. Now, if we can cast our minds back that far to, you know, map 1, if we actually take a look at the whole series and we'll go map by map, try slow down this roller coaster just a little bit, and you can pick out maybe moments where Giant X can continue. And Charlotte, I'd love to get your opinion on some of the things that you raised as concerns, whether they are sort of re-emerging again, especially in towards that last map.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can necessarily say that there were too many discipline issues from Giant X. Maybe on Split you could make that case, but on Haven it seemed fairly clean aside from 1 or 2 moments, you know, looking at the pistol round and the first half potentially. But aside from that, Ascent, it felt like they were playing together. They were just getting absolutely dominated.
And Zobi, anything that you'd like to add? Any moments that you were like, oh, if only, any rounds that you could highlight where you think were really pivotal points that could really fundamentally flip this on its head?
I don't think there were in this series, and that's what's hard to kind of say, right? It felt like Giant X were hitting those swing rounds, and then it would just be kind of crazy clutch moments that kept it under wraps for Gentlemates, right? There was that entire trailing mentality, right? On maps like Split, where a comeback could have happened for Giant X. If you ask me what could have made a difference, go back in time to the map veto process.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's definitely something that we're raising our eyebrows at. But another question for you. Can Gentlemates be stopped? I mean, let's take a look at the stats here quickly. I mean, by every conceivable metric, that last map, a landslide. Can anybody stand in their way, in your opinions?
I don't think so. I'm going to be honest. I think the Gentlemates, I mean, this is why they've won 18 in a row now, including today's match. And I don't see that train stopping anytime soon. It was even a 3-0, I think, in the grand final last stage against G2. Yeah. So, like, even when you get to those best of fives, they don't show signs of stopping down.
Yeah, and I feel like the standout individual performance of this series alone that Giant X is usually known for is just going to be smattered into the ground, right? Jada, for example, like 5 and 13 on this map, had been vying, like, regardless of Giant X's results, to be that top KD player. This is not going to bode well for that individual statistic, and I'm starting to see why I think Gentlemates is the most clutch team right now in Game Changers EMEA Stage 2.
They are one of the most clutch teams in terms of clutch percentage, in terms of being able to spin a map, a series on its head as well. I'm excited to see, because hopefully we can see teams going toe-to-toe. I think it's very much like G2, where the bar keeps getting raised and everyone's going to have to come and meet it. But it does seem kind of cursed here. Giant X, again, making that lower bracket run. Do we think it's going to happen? Do we see them going the distance again? Or do we feel like this lower bracket run just is where it's starting to fall apart maybe a little bit?
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, again, whoever they're playing next is going to be a very good team. You either have G2, which is the team that knocked them out of playoffs last stage, right, in that lower bracket final, or you have SK Nebula, the one team that they haven't won a map against so far in stage 2. Either one of those is difficult opposition.
Okay, a 17-19 on Lotus against SK Nebula.
Hey,
that would be a banger of a rematch, and that's the kind of one that I want to see here. Again, I feel like G2, we kind of mentioned, they've eased themselves into playoffs. They're facing off against a team they beat before. I know they're not underestimating, especially with Rescue on the other side, but yeah, I think GX can at least get to the 3rd place curse. Now, following that fact up and beating a team like G2 again, if G2 do win and Gentlemates stay undefeated, that would be the spicy way to rerun the exact top 3 occurrences we had in stage 1.
Now, I've got to ask you both, any parting words for Game Changers for the rest of the day, for the rest of the split? Anything that you want to get off your chests about how you found it so far? Zobi, I'll start with you.
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like, again, the competition is never ending. Maybe Gentlemates talk to them about how the win streak's going. Why Wen's love Cypher no matter the map.
Yeah.
When I'm gonna get her on the Killjoy. Can I sway her to the Killjoy, for example? But yeah, no, this team just looks crazy right now and unbeatable to say the least.
Charlotte, what about you? Any final words, any parting words, advice for teams, advice for people watching maybe?
Yeah, my advice for people watching is to keep watching. That's all I'm going to say, because this really has been the most competitive stage yet, I think. Especially when you look at, there were three teams that went 6-3 in the group stage as well, right? So competitive. This is a region that everyone should have their eyes on, especially as we head towards GCC towards the end of the year, right? Gentlemates have to be favorites towards that competition.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you wonderful people go get some rest after that lights out series, because we have an interview with the one and only Wens coming up right now, and well, I'm super excited. Hello again, Wens. Firstly, how does it feel, especially coming off of that last map? The whole team's here. Looks like it's smiles all round.
Yeah, I mean, the last map was Ascent and we were like a bit afraid to play. I mean, I was because it's been a long time for me and it was so easy and comfortable to play. And I'm happy we played Ascent finally.
Now, talking of the maps, I do have to ask about the veto. Split coming up first as the GX pick, was that a bit of a surprise? Did the veto sort of add to the confidence?
I mean, we are so already in the map pool, so nothing is surprising us.
Now, the clutches that are coming out from this team. You've got first place, second place, third place on clutch percentage. We saw so many coming out today. What's the secret? How do you do it?
I mean, I don't know. It's just happening in the moment. Like in the moment, it just boosted me something. I don't know, and it's happening, and I'm in shock also. After the round, I'm like, oh, how it happened? What is happening?
And you're a bit like, wait, it's over, it's over. Well, it's been amazing.
And
now
like,
I've got one last question. Ooh.
Yeah, no, nothing.
I've got one last question. Yep. Flawless split continues. Are there any teams that can even stand in your way?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. It doesn't look like it. Anyway, I'm going to let you all go celebrate together an incredible victory. Thank you so much for joining me. Not only Wens, but the whole team there. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Absolutely love it. And it's amazing to see the whole team on LAN together there. I mean, the confidence just seems through the roof. I can't really blame them. And the next matchup, it's going to be a difficult one. The teams remaining are just so intense. But I think that is going to be it from us. It's been an absolute pleasure casting the series, but there's still one more game to go. So if you're enjoying the Valorant, if you're enjoying the Game Changers, stick around because we have a banger to close out today. See you very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Welcome back, you wonderful people. It's me again. I got a new face here on the desk with me, the one and only Echo, my crewmate and absolute legend on the casting desk here. Now, how are we feeling about today's matchup? Because I'm already excited.
I mean, I bet you're already exhausted after hosting that first game. I think this second one is going to be an absolute banger. SK have been looking incredible this split, and G2 goes, and we'll talk about it more in a sec, I'm sure, but they have been on such an improvement arc, as they often are between stage 1 and 2, that I think this is now the chance for G2 to prove that, yes, okay, they beat Barca yesterday. That was an expected win. Now, this is where they really have to fight for it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, G2 is a team that coming into this split, you had some sort of eyebrow raises about, you know, making playoffs and how they made playoffs. So, and SK, though, they've kind of gone above and beyond the line of duty, the call of duty here as well. So let's take a look at maybe some of these players. First player I want to mention, Lisa. I mean, where do we even begin? Consistency personified.
Yeah, Lisa has been such a force for SK Nebula this split. She's been not necessarily at the top of the leaderboard most of the time. You know, other players will have those kind of big peak games, but she is consistent. She is always there to support the team. Her mechanics are incredible. Again, not flashy, but consistent. She'll get multi-kills over and over. And I think for me, that is a big part of why SK have been looking good this year.
I think that SK have been on this monumental upward trajectory, and I think it's a good thing because we're going to need to see that precedent changed coming into this, because the organization, SK as an entity, hasn't beaten G2 Gozen in almost a year now, and Rescue joining this team hasn't actually beaten them ever. So I'm interested to see, this is going to have to be defining and changing and writing history on a number of fronts today, I think.
It really will. To me, if we look at these two orgs, these two teams, the history tells a big story. Obviously, SK did knock out G2 Gozen the last time they played in that playoffs in stage 2 last year. They did knock them out. Yes, sure, that's good. But since then, this current roster hasn't beaten them. Toy and Rescue have never beaten G2 at all. And Fluxy only did, I think, with Heroics in a very nice 2-0 back when they existed as an org in this scene. So it all comes down to, can Rescue finally beat out her old team?
Oh, talking of Rescue, I'm sorry I've been hugging all of the fun today. I got the chance to interview her earlier and get some of her thoughts. Let's go ahead and play that. I am here with the wonderful Rescue. Now, I've got to ask, first and foremost, how did the results of stage 1 kind of make your team feel, and what did the bounce back sort of entail?
I mean, we were pretty disappointed after stage 1 results, of course, because like we're a good team with good individuals, but I think we were just not there as a team yet. And yeah, we were pretty disappointed. I think why we're successful now in a way is that we actually feel like a team this time.
Yeah, now I've got to ask a little bit about the boot camp that you guys had. Now, did that really help? What were some of the sort of highlights from boot camp there?
I mean, yeah, the boot camp really helped. Like I felt like now it was like that moment we actually became like more than teammates, and like we were actually friends. You know, we were hanging out together, getting to know each other better, and it's really helped with the game. Like when you know someone, like IRL better, then it actually helps like with the way you give feedback to them, you know, with the way you think, like you can understand them better in a way. And so yeah, I think we just started getting along after that.
Now, we're seeing a little bit of a return to the duelist for you in some of the SK comps. How has this been? And do you like the way that the meta's developing at the moment?
I actually don't like it. I like playing support more, like in a way, like KO, Sky, agents like that more. But you know, I feel like I can help my team, even though sometimes like I don't play good with this like Neon or like Phoenix. I feel like I can help my team, so you know, as long as I'm able to help, I'm happy with whatever comp we play.
Oh, awesome. Now, Mimi mentioned yesterday in the post-match interview that she loves playing against you and wasn't really surprised by the results that SK got in groups. Do you have any, you know, fighting words or any loving words there for your ex-teammates before you face them today?
No, I mean, I have nothing to say. I love Mimi. I respect you too. You know, Mimi was like one of my role models, you know, playing the game. And yeah, nothing much to say.
Well, I look forward to the matchup, and I'm going to let you go get ready and looking forward to seeing you in the server.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I mean, just absolutely amazing insight there. The boot camp has been very much this catalyst of change, I think, is that inspired by, of course, that have to be re-promoted on up, the relegation. I think that this was the turning point for them as a team, and it was a complete 180.
Yeah, having that 180, the chance to sit down and work together as people as well as teammates is such an important part. You heard it there from Rescue. You know, she's even got that connection with her old G2 team. You know, excited to play against Mimi again because they built up that connection, and that can help so much when you're playing. But when you're opponents, it makes that victory or defeat even sweeter.
Talking of opponents, let's take a look at them. The G2 Gozen, queens of our hearts, and, well, up until recently, queens of the region. Now, they looked very strong yesterday, and something that you were highlighting to me is that as individuals, they seem to be soaring at the moment.
Yeah, this is one of the most important things for me with this G2 roster is you've obviously got people like Akita and Vanya topping the scoreboards, going off and popping off all of the time, right? But the most important thing for me was seeing the rest of the roster catch up with people like Vanya, with people like Akita, having the consistency across the board instead of just highlight players who, if Vanya died first previously in stage 1, G2 lost something like 83% of those rounds, 82% of the rounds if she died first, because without Vanya, they struggled. But now with everyone else building up, the entire team is looking so much stronger overall, and that level should potentially help them make it into the grand finals and win out that best of 5 this time around. That's what they're hoping.
I think that's something that's quite important to talk about is the narrative around G2, people saying they've fallen off. I think that's a far cry from the truth here, and people saying maybe that they are not achieving the same peaks, and it's weird that we say that they're looking improved and better as a team when the results maybe don't necessarily show that. I'd argue, however, that they have been setting the bar. They have been the curve that everyone has had to try follow for so long now, and we're finally seeing teams step up and match them because they're the ones who've been setting the pace. So I think it's more just a case of there isn't as such a disparity between the teams anymore, and that they're still amazing, they're looking amazing, but there's just the catch up is now happening.
Yeah, and I think you can really see that catch up just in the stats purely. Vanya previously had, I think the stage 1 at that point, she was 7 out of 9 times she's competed in EMEA. She had the top stats across the board of any player. She's been knocked off of that podium so far, at least, by Jada from Giant X.
It's not there yet.
This is, you know, a very difficult thing to do, but it does show that the rest of the field is catching up to G2 Gozen, and now they've really got to try and push back to get themselves back on top and Vanya back at the top of the stats as well.
Speaking of Vanya, she puts the V in MVP, and I got the chance to have a chat with her earlier. So let's go ahead and roll the interview. I am here with the wonderful Vanya. Now, first up, being reunited with Eva. You played together in 2023. What's it been like to be on the same team again?
I'm so happy to play with her again because she's my best friend. And I really like her game style. I think we have really good chemistry between her and me, and it's just really fun to play with her, and I miss her.
Well, it's been awesome to watch you both in the server alongside each other. Now, I'm going to ask maybe a little bit about the comms here, learning English, and how important it is to be able to express yourself. Does ever feel a little bit more comfortable with English now? Does it help that you both speak Turkish? What's it like on the language front?
Like 2 years ago, our English was really bad, and with the time, we learned a lot, and I don't think she's struggling right now. Like, even if I speak Turkish in the team, like her, we don't really need to speak Turkish between like each other, you know? We still speak English, and we're really comfortable with that. We just learned the English on the team that like they're talking, and we were listening all the time, you know? It's just with the time that we learned to talk from the team, actually.
Amazing. Now, you are just unbeatable on the Omen. We saw that yesterday, especially on Lotus. But I've got to ask, you know, you played Duelist in the past. Have you ever considered returning to that role, or do you see yourself now just as a controller?
Not really, because like I played Duelist, we tried that. It wasn't really bad, but I'm just, I burn to be controller main, you know?
Exactly, and you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, my final question for you is there anything that you'd like people to know about the team, or anything fun facts that they might not know just from watching you guys in the game?
There's one fun fact between Akita and I. We met each other on Ranked. We played against each other, and she didn't know it was me, and she was calling me from the chat that I'm PC bot live gamer. And because of that, now we are playing on the same team, and we have the calls on the stress, like if we play on A side, for example, together, we just call NPCs A.
I love it, and she'll never let you forget, and you'll never let her forget, I'm sure. But thank you so much for speaking to me. I'm gonna let you go get ready. You've got an exciting match today, and we'll see you in the game.
Thank you. See ya.
I absolutely love speaking to Vanya. The little insight, the NPC call out as well. It's just the cherry on top. Now, we've done the interviews, we've done all the spiel leading up to it. We're going to get into the nitty gritty. Level with me. Echo, look me in the eyes. What are the win conditions for today?
So if we're looking to look at win conditions, the most important thing for me for SK is, I know that Rescue said she doesn't really like to be on that entry, she prefers to be support, but her raise has been the best raise of anyone in GCMEA Stage 2, and it's also been her best agent. So I really want to see SK leaning into that Lotus. It's a relatively tough matchup. G2 are also pretty good on that map as well, but if they can allow Rescue to pop off and win the game for them, that's an easy win for them. So I really want to see it go there.
I mean, you have been harping on about it, I can confirm. I think that it'll be interesting to see. I think Haven is a map that we really sing the praises of SK for, so I'll be curious if they try lean into that, even with how their match versus G2, you know, has previously gone on it. But it's all kind of up in the air. Now, I did have a look at the veto. I have completely forgotten what was in the veto, so I'm coming into this with fresh eyes. But, you know, you're going to have to walk me through what you sort of predicted, because there are some maps that we know G2 for, whether we see those allowed to get through the cracks, and I've thought about Haven. Ooh.
Wait, okay. This is... I'm not sure how I feel about it. SK picking Ascent. Neither of these teams, obviously it's not been in the map pool, have played this map since Stage 3 last year. The last time they both played Ascent was against Twisted Minds. G2 beat them 3 out of 3 times. SK lost in a pretty harsh loss there. So obviously it was a different roster back then. So hopefully this new roster's got something retooled on that map. G2 then picking Split, this makes a lot of sense to me. Both in their previous matchup in the group stage, Split was a 13-4 victory for G2. It was absolutely dominant. I watched back that map earlier today, and it was the easiest and quickest prep I've had in quite a long time. The Decider Lotus. If we get there, Rescue on the raise, I can see SK winning it, but they have to win out Ascent, because I don't think I really believe they can win out on Split.
A little bit of doubt there. I'm really surprised that we're seeing Haven, and the reason I'm so surprised is that we have seen this map played by SK 9 out of 9 times so far. It has been every single series, whether it's been a pick, whether it's been a decider, it has been there as a constant. And now we head into the, you know, the semi-finals. We're getting really deep into the competition now. And now's the chance where they ban it out. And that does sort of, I've got some thoughts on it.
I mean, hey, I'd be scared of Mimi's Phoenix as well. We saw that
That's
yesterday.
A good point. Yeah.
Like, I would not want to go against it. But on this map here, I wouldn't be surprised if we still see the Phoenix. No, relatively standard compositions, classic Ascent across the board. Big difference here is obviously the Sentinel setups. Amy with that Vice. And so Amy on the Vice instead of Mimi, who Mimi's got a lot of hours on the Vice in stage 2. This obviously is because, you know, you don't really have that Viper, where Amy is basically just permanently on. So Mimi's going to that flex. Her KO is incredible. Up against Rescue, those old teammates who love playing against each other on the same agent, that's going to be a battle to watch.
Absolutely poetic here. I'm excited to see this. As you said, I feel like Mimi's kind of carved out the niche. She was sort of really trailblazing with the Vice early on in the stage. She picked it up super quickly. It kind of became a defining thing. She's the best rated Vice player in the league. But you're right, is that there needs to be that little bit of a switch up. Oh, we even get a little bit of an insight to the boot camp. I love it. Everyone's sitting down. We're headed into the server, getting ready to go. And I think you're right. And go. Last time they met, Vanya had a plus 25 KD record against S. Ooh, that's not even like good. That's outstanding.
And this is what you are up against now as SK, is Vanya, one of the best players that GC realistically has ever seen. And G2 immediately going for some aggression out mid. Or they're just going for a crossfire. Oh, Ever's going to bait them in.
Oh, Vanya, there's the swing on out. Now that they know there's players both sides, but they can't really escape that. They know that Rescue's tucked on in. And there's the third for Vanya already. And the team, SK evaporate. Wall up in their faces. Flash is just kind of salt on the wounds. Akita swings out, finds Lisa. And now just Fluxy. Sure, she's got sight. Sure, she's got spike. But she's got nothing else. Not even an upgraded pistol. And now the flood comes towards her. Recon on over. She can't even turn away to shoot it. Akita's the one that swings and finds the pick, and that is a flawless way to start us off.
And when you have someone like Vanya just popping off like that, no surprise that goes flawless the way of G2, opening the round with that triple over towards mid. I thought Ever was going to try and bait SK in to play off the crossfire, but instead, no, G2 say, you know what? We're going to swing into you. We're going to take the fight, and we are going to win. Vanya popping and now left alone. Fluxy, not a lot that she can really expect. Obviously, Ascent, defender-sided map, pistols do matter a lot on the attack side, so this now does put SK in a little bit of a rough position moving on forward as we have a pause on the timer. So we'll slow it down a little bit of a tech pause. Sorry, everyone at home, bear with us here. But now G2, this is going to set them up very well for the rest of this map already, because they've got that outlaw online on Akita, and this weapon is going to be lethal against SK.
It's lethal weapon. It's lethal in her hands. It's just, you know, it's the worksman and their tool there at that point. And we'll have to find out. That knife scan is going to catch all of them. Flies on in. There's the scan. Actually, only finds 4. Toy just about skirting the edge of it there. There's the swing on out. Akita not actually going to find any damage there, but Amy posted on up. The smokes come on out, so they still can't get past this choke point.
This Vice utility is going to slow them down as well. The Thorns are still up. The wall's been baited. Thorns immediately pop, though. That means that they're going to be there when the wall goes down. SK have a chance to get to site. They can get past Amy.
There's the first Amy. The barrier to entry to the site. Akita still there, still making noise. Mimi throws her hat into the fray as well. Now Ever, she wants a piece of the pie. She doesn't want to let all of the action go unnoticed. Amy swings on out there, and as the smoke descends, Ever does too. And another flawless round. Not a death in sight for G2.
And this is where you're starting to look at G2 as a team that will continue pushing on like this. SK are forced into the full shield buy despite the utility they bought and expended in the previous round because of this outlaw from Akita. And I think I saw at least one person there with regen, so this outlaw from Akita is going to get a lot of value even if she doesn't hit the heads. Yeah, one Fluxy with that regen shield. Akita over towards mid, and I think we're going to be seeing a lineup here from Lisa, seeing what she can find. A slow round from SK. They're going to hope that G2 make a mistake, but G2's not really known for that, although they are going mid.
Here we go. Jalena's going to have to be careful. Does have backup from all fronts here. Flash goes on out, and they are going to get punished for that overstep, but it's 3 for 3, and that leaves us 2 for 2. And the spike's being dropped. They know this. They can't really hang around to find out. The spike gets recovered, pushing on forward, and now G2, it's an amazing initial push, but left now weak and spread apart, dissipated across the map.
This situation where you have even numbers favors the attackers. You can see they are completely separated. One on A, one on B. Akita only has one bullet in the chamber as well for the Outlaw. She hears that cage. She knows they're coming towards her, but she can only get one unless they line up.
And it's Fluxy on the regen shields as well.
Ooh.
There's... Ooh, a missed... It's not a missed shot, it's a tag on forward. And it's lucky it's not Fluxy that gets caught there. Fall back, reload, regroup, recalibrate as Akita moves on over. Drone's not going to spot anybody out. It's now pushing on with no information. Shock dart for the corner. It's all going to give this away. Camera's still up there as well. The early warning. The canary of impending doom. But that timer, it's ticking, it's ticking, it's ticking. Now Fluxy holding the angle. Very worried about a re-peek from the missed shots there. Dart spots them out, but through the wall. Ever gets one, Akita the other. And the recon dart, a single piece of util brings this round crumbling down.
SK just falling apart, unable to break the recon, and that 2v2, which was so advantageous for them, dissipates into a loss. As G2 get their third online, I love the peek through the smoke. SK seemed like they stabilized off the back of it. Rescue had turned the flash, but her old teammates took her down, and the rest of SK followed. G2 played that to perfection. They've now able to keep all of the weapons they saved, those two and the Outlaw specifically in as well. It's going to cause so much damage against SK.
You can see the fear, the panic buy-up of full shields. And now SK looking for a change in tempo, straight on out, but that knife scan. Ooh. Vanya waiting up top there. Dash on over has been heard. Akita looking to get onto the angle. Knows that one's already crossed past the barrier, past the threshold. Sending in shock darts. Scan's going to find Fluxy, but they're just waiting for somebody to appear. There's the opening pick. Yeah, let them have sight. Play the numbers. Play the advantage. Deny them taking these weapons. Jelena spots ahead. There's the spam away. Will find Akita, but again, can't recover the weapons. But now, attention, pressure being piled on in from Tree there. Lasers found another one. And now this push up from heaven, it's being watched by so many beady eyes. The swing on out, they're tucking in towards hell here. They're still waiting, so much time. Port, Ever, Amy both find theirs. They line up forever again. And G2, they keep this party going. The Thrifty was on the horizon. We're on the edge of our seats. But G2 absolutely not letting that one slip away.
And going into round 5, they're going to have the first two ultimates online for this map as well, trying to complete this run as flawlessly as possible. The Hunter's Fury comes online thanks to Ever's spray down there. And obviously the From the Shadows from Vanya, not the most powerful ultimate, but it's Vanya. Maybe she goes for some kind of crazy play with it. And what I'm now looking at specifically Ever, 7, 0, and 1. Hunter's Fury online. As long as the KO knife doesn't hit her, this could be absolutely lethal. Potentially a set play over towards A main with it. They haven't heard any noise, so I don't think they go for it.
No, not yet. Vanya, a little bit of a jump spot through mid. Not going to be awarded with any information just yet. And here we go. Akita's push on out. Has to be careful. Fluxy's position here. She pushes on forward. Could cause a little bit of a problem, but she decides to get out before too much can happen. Gets tagged up. A lot of damage there, but still alive. And, I mean, distraction thorns, you know? Use them as a decoy. Paranoia goes on out, though. Hunter's Fury invested. Tapping away. Not going to find all too much. It's way too high. Does get a tag on the last bolt, but can't help but feel not as much value as it should have found.
SK pause in the middle of the exec. This is dangerous, but if they can use this to their advantage, Vanya could get surprised on sight. She's got Amy working with her, though.
So silent. And they're so much further than expected already. Amy, though, there's the jump scare. Immediately trying to get out of harm's way.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't want to get caught by the wall bangs. Akita, smoke in her face, does have the updraft. Counter Hunter's Fury invested here. Comes on through, trying to clear outside. Akita, Amy both find one. Lisa does get one long range, but instantly. And they know now, Just Toy. Stuck here in market, 3 players watching her, and a 5th round. And G2 goes in. It doesn't look like a day's passed since they played this map.
All we can say at this point is, luckily for SK, that wasn't a flawless for G2.
We're talking of
silver lining.
Tinfoil levels of silver lining here. But I think you're right.
The ultimates were invested as well. That's a big deal. Obviously, G2 did invest their Hunter's Fury too, so that was kind of a trade across the board. The big thing now for SK is they've almost got Rescue's Null Command online. I'm sure this tactical pause coming out from SK is going to be how we're going to use this. Obviously, against the Vice can pop the Thorns before the Null Command comes online, after the kind of voice line for it. So there's this potential moment for Amy to try and slow them down. How do SK play around that? Are they even able to? Because G2, even when they're in a disadvantage, are just winning everything.
They really, really are. And I'll say, it's still kind of early days. We've had first 2 proper gun rounds go, but we are starting to get into that dangerous territory of when G2 start to build up momentum. There's nobody in this world or any other that can stop them. And now they've... On the plus side, you know, you said that it wasn't flawless. It means that they can finally buy up some new weapons. Outlaw coming out again, though.
Yeah, it may as well. We've got 1 full shields from SK just in case that Outlaw's up, which is a correct read, but the Sova's not really going to be first entrying, and Mimi could just hit the heads anyway.
Hit the heads through the smoke. Doesn't even need to see them. Drone gets taken down before it can find any meaningful information. Toy's got some good space up towards mid, but now peeling away, looking to head in towards tree. And look at this, the read already. You can see them moving players on over.
This is one of the things that G2 have been so good at. It's Mimi, but everyone else with their mid-round additions as well. Akita's holding the line down with that Outlaw. Oh, she unscoped. Oh, how does she still get that?
Down A.
Because she's the quickest drawer in the West. Quickest drawer in EMEA as well. Toy has managed to work so much space here, but surely they're aware of this vacuum of information.
I think Eva saw her there, right?
Maybe, well, we've got to hope so. Otherwise, Vanya's in for a nasty surprise. Drop down will have been heard. Oh, round the corner, lightning speed. Toy finds the first. That's going to give them the opportunity to plant the spike. And
30 seconds left.
Lisa's position here could be everything. Amy's still waiting, a little bit worried. Back turned, constantly paranoid. Someone's there. And she's completely missed it. She's been completely overlooked. A chance to devastate from the back lines. Knife in hand, face first. Oh, not able to pull the gun out in time. And there's the first. Here the tap on the defuse. That forces Toy's hand. She has to swing. Now just Fluxy. She knows she has to step up. There's nothing she can do. And again, a 6th round on the board. G2 keeping the ball rolling.
SK weren't expecting to win it, but I'm sure they would have wanted to get more damage in after managing to get the spike down. Unable to, thanks to Mimi spraying and a brilliant quick scope there from Akita. And that plant spot, Fluxy can't really play off of it. She's kind of left by herself, and it was her that planted that spike. Now we've finally got the operator online for G2. Ultimates across the board. The Steel Gardens to potentially send SK down to another Thrifty in this round, and then the next, if G2 can continue this dominant streak.
Here we go. Akita. There's the first, and I think that little noise encapsulates everything we feel. Camera taken down, and they know exactly where Toy is. And this has gone from bad to worse. Wall gets tripped, so now all eyes there on market. Jalena's trying to make a play, trying to make some space, and she's found the first. It's something. It's a foothold to work with, but Akita now on the upgraded sniper, holding for this exact position, waiting. Has to be a little bit careful because nobody's watching her back. No one's watching her 6. Tapping away. They're really trying to mount the pressure here. And holding for this swing. Exactly. Jelena gets punished. She heard the footsteps out A main and knows that the cross has happened. The game sense, the accuracy, the speed and reactions coalesce in this magnificent player. And now just Lisa left. And so far removed. And again, if we're looking for silver linings, she has the spike, but she only has 30 seconds. She's got no control. She is likely to be able to save this weapon. I'm never going to say never, but we're really grasping at straws here. We need to see a turning point soon.
And the most important thing for G2 and G2 fans is G2 didn't invest any ultimates into this round. Okay, maybe from the shadows, sure, from Vanya, but that's not a big power ult, right? You've got 4 other important ults on this team that G2 are saving, continuing to have in, to push themselves up to 8, 9, potentially 10 in this half. SK need to get a handle on it. The timeout did not work. Mainly thanks to heroics basically coming out from the side of G2. They're taking their ones and they're winning them. The caliber of player on this G2 Gozen roster. I mean, how are you hitting a shot like that? A headshot, not as well. Like, just absolutely bonkers. And now SK, they've gone for this weird broken buy because of Lisa's save in the previous round. Knives likely online for Jelena, but Mimi can knock command them away immediately if she wants to.
Get out of my way!
Knives popped. Actually, Knives still online right now. Ops waiting, not quite gonna hit the shot. Almost blocked her out of thin air. G2 though, Eva, Akita, the entries are shut down and that leaves the remaining players stuck in the choke point, choking for any bubble of air, any grace that G2 might give them, but they're not. There's absolutely nothing. And yeah, it's a tag. The Knives come out immediately to try follow up there. But look, it's traded out. The moment one falls, another is there in their place.
And this just feels like the G2 Gozen of old at this point. They are looking dominant. This map, they've not played it for 201 days. And now they're here and they're so confident. Mimi's just spraying it down. And Molly might get a kill, yeah, but the game sense is impeccable. The intuition of these players is unstoppable. And now, SK, do you expend both timeouts going into round 9? Because you need to fix this.
It's risky business because if you use it now, and they are, if you use it now and you fix the problem, great. But then what happens if the second half starts just as catastrophically? It's game over, KO.
But look at Eva. She's not died once. She is 13-0, and that is her kill death, yes. I'm expecting that's where this scoreline is going to right now. Eva is on an absolute tear. This stage, she already looks so much better than she did in stage 1, and she was already good there. She is really coming to her own in this G2 roster, and this stage now feels like her chance to shine.
I think so. Stage 1 was a chance to start integrating, a chance to lay the foundations, and now they are building a monument to their own legacy.
And it just feels unstoppable. The Gozen of old is coming back, and they are here and now. Maybe a lot of people, including myself, were hoping for a bit of a switch up with Giant X and SK both looking good, but this was SK Nebula's map pick. Previous time these two teams matched up on Split, it was a 13-4 for G2 Gozen. SK need this map, or they need to have switched up massively in the next. And Akita's already in line for the next spot. The smoke has to come through. It does? Is she going to updraft? She's going to peek.
Oh, and they're not looking. And they're not looking. Unfortunately, Cloudburst comes out, the smoke covers them, and Toy, that's what they need. Finally, they're not playing catch-up. They have set the pace early round. Null Command comes on out, though, immediately trying to shut this down, trying to stop them. And on site, pushing through the thorns, it's painful. Takes down Mimi, and not going to give them a chance to get her back on up. Tap it away, and they've not been able to find anything. Vanya there gets one, trying to bait with the revive, but they're not going to allow it to happen. Counter. Ultimate popped here from Rescue. And this could be it. This could be the turning point. And they're all eyes on heaven. Fluxy finds one. Ever the drop down. Oh, the tap as well. They know where she is. The wall's in her face. And this is looking like curtains on that flawless streak.
She's going to save, though. She doesn't want to get her first death on the board. She's might be giving up the round, but she's keeping her KD nice and perfect. And SK, they finally got this round up. They managed to swing it back in. I love that Amy was playing off of site. She was playing the opposing side to her utility, so she could still pop the Thorns despite the null command coming in for the exec, despite the knife coming in. Great play there from Amy to make sure that she could still be a part of that A anchor, even if she's on B. And now, SK, you invested a lot into the last couple of rounds, and you've got your first round win. You need to keep on pushing it forward. You've lost that loss bonus as well, so you've got to win decisively. Akita's still got the op. G2 still have a bank of money behind them. Ever's second Hunter's Fury coming online as well. So SK, can you continue to push forward? And do you keep getting caught out on these extremities? Because Toy's been caught out in B main an awful lot.
Yeah, and the camera going down immediately has raised suspicions. High alert over towards B main. And not just high alert, that doesn't mean they're going to back off. No, they're going to look fear in the eye, push on forward, put the op on the line, trying to capitalize desperately. Dash is gone now, so it's a little bit riskier to hold the fort, but she's still keeping hold of B main solo. Now in towards mid, over towards A. Things start to get interesting. Knife goes on out, gonna scan, not find anybody. Flash goes on over, drug onto site. Vanya's not being cleared, she gets both. She's got the paranoia immediately. Mimi the flick! Call a Max Verstappen with reactions like that. And now it's all tumbled down once more. Held, not even at arm's length, held at sight length. On the other side of the map, Liza looking to clear through mid, but knows that a Mimi, who is absolutely hot on the trigger today, is lurking somewhere, and that every step is freight with peril.
And SK just have to save again. The flash there from Amy was absolute perfection. It caught both Jelena and Fluxy as they were TPing and dashing into the A site. And they couldn't fight at all. SK just can't find it. I thought maybe they could start to string some rounds together, get some momentum on their side, but no, it's not happening yet. As G2, they get their 9th on the board. The best that SK Nebula can hope for here, with a okay buy in this round at least, is a 9-3 half. And they still don't have the ultimates online to really push it through.
No, that Hunter's Fury's close, but I mean, we saw what happened. The first Hunter's Fury in the map was just not quite. Elevations were all wonky. But you're right, there's still chance for it to get to a position of being recoverable. And I think that's the thing, is it's getting into a position that they can try right the wrongs the next half. This feels like a foregone conclusion right now.
Look at the paranoia setup, it's a trap. Don't walk into it, SK.
And it's about to snapshot, and then the flash goes out. Akita still regaining her bearings, and the trap does get sprung, but they've baited it out. They've prodded it until it snapped shut, absolutely empty. And now looking through mid, nobody's there. They're still worried, but cross diligent of every corner.
They want to try and bait out this Vice utility as soon as possible. Really, they probably want to send Fluxy over there to make a bit of noise to get the Thorns on the wall, but instead they're just going to flex back towards B. And I think Mimi spotted that jumping over the top of the well. Oh, and immediately Akita on the same line she always is, takes down Fluxy. But the rest of G2's on the B site.
It's too late. They're already here. And the longer you dilly and the longer you dally, the longer they're going to have time to get ready for you. Flash over the top there, waiting for the cage to fall before popping the second. Vanya's still got a handle on everything. Backside here with Ever, the dynamic duo, holding on for dear life. 1-for-1 looking for the trade, but Vanya, oh, regains sight just in time to take one more into the grave with her. And Lisa, there's the spike, but the lid of the coffin already closing as the walls close in around her. And G2, they're not getting cocky about it. They're taking their time. They don't want to misstep. They don't want to throw away the chance, waiting for both sides to push perfectly synchronized. A dance between these two angles. And Amy's the one that finds it. Contingencies on contingencies in case she falls, but they're not needed. And that is double digits in record time.
The first half is looking unstoppable for G2 Gozen. And yes, okay, defender-sided map, you can cry that as much as you want, but you need something. You need a bit of a buffer in case you lose that pistol. And SK Nebula don't have any of it. They don't have any more timeouts. And this is it. They need to win this round, because if they lose this, I mean, we saw what happens on this kind of scoreline in the previous matchup on this map. This just feels like we're watching that game again.
Deja vu. I'm just feeling this phase. Before I won't see any more lest we get mistaken for being the real deal. But
oh yeah, sure you would.
Sure. Oh, switch on over to the Vandal with the first shot. Not connecting, but definitely putting the fear of G2 in them. There's the second, and she doesn't miss twice. Or the third time. You were warned, you were told, and yet you continued to poke the belly of the beast. And Nikita walks away with all 100 points of her health, mind you, to continue terrorizing Mimi. Spots a player, flash goes on out, allows Nikita to get into position here, doesn't even need to swing herself. Flash goes on out, looking to swing the smoke, nobody's there. Now the A side, they know that's where they're looking to end. Fluxy trying to clear the corners. Paranoia. Vanya's got to be careful. Goes out in response. Mutually assured destruction there. Neither side allowed to make a move. Innately favoring G2. Silently creeping. That smoke's going to fade. And caught in the open. Vanya falls. Amy too. And Fluxy leading by example. Finds her third. Still two more needed. And she's got the angle on Ever. Finds her fourth here. Just Mimi. And the door's being broken. They're waiting. They know. And Mimi, do you even want to look at this? You got a 9-round example. There's nothing more. This is the end of the half. Gotta go down swinging. But Rescue's holding the line. There's the swing on out. Finds the pick. And SK end on the highest that they can manage. 10-2. Can they bring this back?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Freak.
An absolute necessity of a pistol round coming in here, and a player that we want to see come alive, a player we want to see light up the server. Jelena, it's been quiet so far, but we'd love to see, with the sheriff in hand, a turning of the tides.
She needs to come back online. It's not necessarily that SK need her there to do anything, but they need her there to be that tip of the spear on the attack side. She failed to do that in the previous half, and now as we switch with Akita 14-5, Jelena needs to get this 3-11 to start well on this pistol, and SK are going for the same mid push that actually G2 did against them. What? She gets 2 at least.
Lunacy as 2 for 2. Amy, though, stepping on up, has been an absolute gem amidst a pile of treasure, albeit. And that, unfortunately, might be the finishing blow.
And like, if SK lose this, they've got to force up the next round. Unless
Yep.
Toy can pull off something special in this 1 versus 3, and they're already holding her a stack in main.
Oh, the paranoia as well. She's wide out in the open. A sitting duck. And there it is. Amy to get her third. G2 to get both pistols and 11th. Every accolade under the sun right now.
And SK, do you force? Because if you force and you lose, that's it. This map is all but over. Jelena, yes, showed up with those 2 kills. I think it was a collat. And SK are choosing not to go for the force. Jelena's Marshall, she's going to have to hit the head because there's Akita with that outlaw that was ever so deadly in the previous half. And then the rifle surrounding it. The FPX by G2 playing it nice and safe. And Akita, Jelena, the body shot.
Tags go both ways, though. Now it's just a matter of who can find the killing blow. It's Jelena. We wanted a step up. That's the way to get it started. There's the first. Now the back away. Not going to give them the chance to trade. Not at all.
And SK now, don't make any more mistakes. You have the advantage. Play into it. Let G2 make a mistake. You know, when they're down in numbers, they go exploring to try and find something. They'll group and push. And they're grouping and pushing towards A. Fluxy's made the wrong read. So it all comes down to how long does Toy save this cam? Because you want this cam for the retake. It's going to be so powerful in that retake scenario. But she's just holding it for the info. And SK, well, Jelena, can you find anything again?
She's got the right angle for it, and she's got the aim to back it up. There's the first, and G2 goes scrambling. They want no part of this, but do they even have time to get to the other side of the map? Well, they've got a present waiting for them in mid. Fluxy's already pushed on up here, and it's about to be a bloodbath. Rescue waiting. There's the swing on in, gets the first and the second. Ever does eventually trade. Looking for something, trying to recover a weapon maybe?
The spike, but she already has it, and Fluxy just takes her out of the game anyway. SK, somehow that not counting as a thrifty, but they had basically nothing going into that round, and they took it away from G2 Gozen. It's still going to be a hell of a comeback if they want to find it. And more of these shots, please, Rescue and Jelena. That is exactly what we need to see if SK Nebula are going to start this comeback. Now, Jelena's got her own outlaw online, but Akita's got those full shields. She knows about this tactic. She's ready to play against it.
Here we go. There's the first spotted. Shot baited on out. Worried about being swung from the right-hand side, but it's just going to fall back. Push up into tree here. There's nobody initially waiting. No util to stop them. The players in B main. This could be a little bit of crunch time. Side waiting. Rescue spotted contact immediately. Molly out in response. Bolt to go over, trying to scan, get any information they can. Fluxy again stepping up, being the voice of passion, voice of reason, voice of change. And now it's a bit of a messy fight on site. Rescue's got one sidearm switch. Ever's just got the classic, needs to reload, and unfortunately out in the open will get pounced upon. But Fluxy started the change, has been at the foundations of these rounds that they've been putting together.
And that little bit of stall from Rescue was actually so useful. It allowed Fluxy to take that fight into main, not worry about the people from tree. She managed to get a kill herself there as well. And now full buy across the board. Jelena's got the operator, holding over towards A, whilst G2, they're pinging out the map because it looks like they're going for an A split. And A splits are a little bit rough, realistically, on this map. You need to expend a lot of utility to be able to get up towards tree in the first place. And SK's ready. Fluxy's watching it, whilst Jelena's holding down main.
Paranoia, oh so potent. Waiting. The second to pounce. Utils heard the flash. That's the call to action. Immediately, smoke goes on out, hoping that they haven't pushed. Still baiting them in, trying to lure them on in. Flash to allow Fluxy to re-peek, re-clear. And she's not going to spot anybody just yet.
No, G2 have backed off. They've gone back into silence. They got a fair bit of utility out of SK there. The paranoia and the flash from Rescue. Those are big value items that they wanted to get rid of before the real exec. And now they're heading back towards A main. But do they have what they need to clear out Jelena? She's still holding the line with the op. One flash left for Mimi. It's going over the top.
It's just Wen waiting for the 30-second mark
30
to pop.
seconds left.
Jelena has to turn on in, regain vision, but Rescue's already here. Ops back online, back to back, and they're trying to hold them off though. Amy, Eva, both find picks. Now it's not the empty site. They know Fluxy's still hanging around somewhere. There's the swing on out. They line up, and she's leading them back into this match, back into this series.
And they need this as well. SK Nebula have to find this comeback because Split is not somewhere where they are expected to win. This immediate fight from SK Nebula as soon as they realize about the A main push is perfection. The refight a little bit worse, yes, but then Fluxy closes it out for them. And G2 goes and well. They've got both timeouts to use in this half. They're going to use one going into the eco round of round 17. See if they can try and find something here. A thrifty is something G2 goes and are very good at. They have what I am imagining are set plays specifically for thrifties based on how they've been playing them before. I'm wondering if that's what's being called here.
I'd love to find out. Because you're right, they've been so spot on with them. And it's one of those that we talk and we joke a lot about the Game Changers shares. We shouldn't joke about the Game Changers shares. It's very serious business here. Yeah. But we talk about it for a reason. And in the hands of players like Evo, who's 17-6 right now, it's devastating. And even rounds where you think maybe they finally get a chance to breathe, it's snatched away from them time and time again. But we want to see them hold on. We need to see them hold on here. Otherwise, it's mat point.
And for SK, they definitely don't want to be investing their ults because they've got a long mountain to climb to get back in. You want to save the ults where possible. Jelena needs to save her life. Missed a shot, backs off. The spike's over towards A, though. G2 are just trying to prod, poke, find a mistake, pull the rotations over, but Jelena's made the rotation herself over towards mid. It's the right read.
Indeed. Ooh, not able to confirm the kill, but it's information about how far they've got. Rescue's next up to the chopping block. It's a little bit scrappy. That Molly's going to force the reposition, and that's when she'll decide that it's all over and done with. Vanya, it's an absolutely stellar shot. Paranoia is available to allow her to swing this site, and she's making plays. She's making space for the team. There's another. She's got a weapon in hand, and suddenly this is getting a little bit pear-shaped. Jelena around the side, knives out here, but peeks into two of them, not able to get out alive, but 1-for-1 leaves us still in a situation incredibly winnable for G2 here on site. They know where Lisa is now, making some noise. Spike still hasn't gone down, though. That's the primary focus here, is they could crunch and deny the plant. They're not going to, though.
They're going to tap a couple of times, bait it in, and Toy's fallen for it, but they're not holding it. She's got so much space.
It's where the secondary player is. Looking to try and punish. Amy swings on out, makes the space. Now it's all on Toy. Just waiting. Knows there's a player generator. The drop on down will have been heard. Flash comes on out, and the swing blind as a bat, and it's an Amoda thrifty to find themselves map point.
G2 are so consistent with these thrifties. Amoda's getting their money's worth purely from G2 Gozen right now. It feels like this is incredible consistency in these rounds. They had no right, but they perfectly isolated the fight over towards A. They knew Rescue and Fluxy. They're in the same positions here. If you can isolate these duels, if you can take one by one each of them out, they can't support the other, and then you can get the A site for free.
stunning stuff. Wall gets tripped instantly. Amy looking to take the space. Slowly round the corner. Due diligence, something that G2 are known for. Look at this though. Already moving that spike on over to B. Content with the space they've taken in main. Not spotting anything mid either. There's the swing on out. And this is the problem. We talk about it. They've been waiting to punish G2 for missteps, but making misplays of their own here. Into the shadows across the map. Get into a position that could be immediately effective. So much dual util though, and Fluxy has to TP out of there, just about alive, but being pressured. Here's footsteps on all sides, with Toy going down, low HP, but she's still good for 2. She's making a meal of this. And she's cooking. There's another. Spike gets dropped. That makes 4. Just Mimi lines up, takes her down, but she's bought so much chance for her team. Now hoping, keeping her fingers crossed, they can drag it across the line. Spike goes down. That's enough for Mimi to work with. She's known for her clutches. And now waiting round the other side. So many sides to watch on her own. She spotted her leg. Now there's the information she has to work with. Caught by so much util, chipped away. Jolina's gonna capitalize. And it's all off the heroics of another Fluxy 4K.
The Scottish IGL meta is here and here to stay. Incredible work from Fluxy to bring back her team from what looked like the brink of death to get this little 2K, and then the second one here repositioning. I don't know how she does it. I was a bit disappointed there that she didn't get the ace. I'm very excited for that moment of the Fluxy ace. It will be very special, but now G2 down to an eco. And is this where we should be most worried about them?
Maybe. I feel like most worried has been the constant state of panic we've been in this half.
Yeah. Yeah, it has. G2 have been incredible. But now, they've got a lot of ultimates online. Nikita's Knives already popped. Null Command and Hunter's Fury here too. SK's only got rescues.
Oh, that drone has got more than its money's worth of information. Lisa with the first there. Recobot goes out. Oh, Jolina has to back away there. It's a little bit of a scary one, but she's going to fall away with all her health, all her limbs intact, but with the knowledge that mid's not a great place to be right now.
Yeah, but heading back towards B is a little bit predictable, I fear. SK haven't re-cleared mid very deep, so they have to keep Jolina on this line or pull a Fluxy over, and neither of them is great until you know for certain G2's going B. But SK still have the right number here. It's a 4 versus 3 on site for G2 if they can find their way there.
Toy first up on the angle, spotted, fallen away, immediately shocked over, looking to try and confirm the kill. And it was pushed out very far back here. Not a stall util. Trying to make this as uncomfortable as possible. And Ever with the first, they might choose to just start investing ultimates. All they need is 1. And with Amy finding another pick, it starts to collapse. Dominoes, but Lisa says absolutely not. There's 3, needs 1 more, has to reload. Ace denied, but only 8 seconds remaining. Panic plant coming on through. Paranoia forces her off. No time left, and she's not going to be able to get both of these picks. And G2 so close to dragging this across the line, but denied just at the very end, and Fluxy to put the final nail in.
Back to back 4Ks from the stars of Nebula. Incredible work to keep them in this map. Like we've said so many times, they need it, and I think their players can understand it. They can feel it. G2's not going for that second timeout yet, because now they've got to buy. They've got proper guns on everyone. Big ultimates at play here as well. The Null Command I'm looking at as a crucial piece of kit that SK used in the previous to confirm the round. And now G2's got that advantage if they go for this hard A exec.
The knife waiting immediately there. Trying to counter as much of the execute as possible, trying to eliminate the Null Command. Hunter's Fury coming on out, illuminates the first player, allows Mimi to swing, gets the second. Hunter's Fury will take down Vanya, but Mimi's on a tear, ripping them to ribbons and taking this site by force. They want this map done. They want it done rounds ago. When that doesn't work, well, sometimes you need to step up, lead from the front. Spike goes down, drone goes over, it's going to spawn out Lisa, and he goes from bad to worse. Mimi and Nikita swing on out, and G2 are 13-7 on their opponent's map pick to kick this series off.
It looked like SK might have had a way to come back in with that comeback, but no. G2 are just too strong. When you take them back to one of their old playgrounds, they loved Ascent back in the day, and it's back again. And picking it into G2 Gozen is a little bit of a risk for SK Nebula, especially if we're looking at Split as the next map. This is now looking like G2 could be trying to close this out in 2-0 and sending SK down to that lower bracket.
Now, I believe we've got the highlights ready, and I think we can make a little bit of a game of it. How many 4Ks did we spot? And it started almost from the get-go. What a series, what a performance from G2. And we were talking a little bit about how just when we think that maybe they're not setting the trend, they're not setting the curve anymore, that people are caught up, they bring out a performance like this to put all of the doubt to rest.
And that's the key thing here for G2 Gozen, is shutting up the doubters, proving to the world that they are still here. EMEA is still their region. Stage 1 was a blip. They'll be Gentlemates this time around. And SK, well, I think a lot of us were expecting after that second place in groups that they'd be here fighting, and losing out on their own map pick now puts a lot of worry in for the next map for this series. As we see a 4K from Fluxy, her second in that series. I thought the ace was coming, but no. And this is the key thing for me now. If we're looking at SK Nebula, if they have to keep relying on these multi-kills, you can't rely on it. You can't hope that's going to happen every single round. And especially against a team like G2 Gozen, you need to pull out better rounds as a team to win.
Exactly, point made, and we'll have to see whether it'll be point proven in the second map. But we're going to head to a short little bit of a break. We'll be back very soon with map number 2. Can SK bring it back? Stay tuned to find out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy
An amazing map there for G2. SK at the end showing signs of life. We're going to have to see them really revitalize themselves between maps, because now we go on to Split, and this is where we really start to have some doubts.
Yes, Split in the previous matchup during the group stage of this split was a 13-4 for G2 Gozen. A decisive victory. I think it was a 9-3 half, and then SK managed to win one round on once they switched sides onto their own defense. And it really looked, especially on the attack, that SK Nebula kept doing these really big slow defaults across the map and getting picked apart one by one as G2 goes, and were re-clearing into them as a group. And once they have that advantage, they looked incredible. And we talked earlier about how important Ascent was because of Split coming up now. If you're going to pick Ascent, the new map coming back into the pool, you've got to look good on it. You have to win it, especially against a team like G2.
Yeah, they're a team that is going to take no prisoners. When you give them these isolated 1v1s, they're going to win them out. And as we highlighted, individual heroics will only take you so far. When you look at how the G2 players view themselves, I think one of them was quoted saying, you're going to need more than luck to beat us. And that's going to be the case time and time again. They're a team that is, even when they have a group stage that maybe looks a little shakier, they're a team that always bounces back. They grow, they just fill their own boots each time, and they just rise to the occasion as the year goes on, as the tournament goes on. A slow start and the speediest finish.
And as we're talking about finishing, whether this series finishes here on Split or if SK somehow managed to improve their previous Split performance incredibly, we'll head on to Lotus. And Lotus is a great map for G2. They looked pretty good on it in the 3 games they played in this stage. But this is also where Rescue gets to really pop off, because Jelena goes over to that chamber and Rescue's on the raise. If SK can find a way to get it to Lotus, I can see them winning this series, but they have to get there first, and Split is such a difficult task for them to overcome.
I feel like that's the real sort of gatekeeping of this series, isn't it? Is if they can push past all of our preconceived notions of what we're expecting from Split, they've got to go and they've got to do what nobody expects them to on a map where they're severely disadvantaged in the odds and in every statistic measurable pretty much. If they can do that, then I think you're right. The series then up for contention, and it kind of feels like it's a worthiness, isn't it? This is the barrier of entry to take down G2. You got to do it not only where you're comfortable, you got to do it on the maps where you're uncomfortable too.
And that uncomfortableness, I think we really saw some of that on Ascent, with people like Jelena on the attack side really not putting up the numbers. But as soon as she switched onto the defense, she was able to unlock. She was unleashed. And that is going to be so important coming here into Split. Because as SK Nebula start on the defense, theoretically, they should be better here than they were on the previous, like on their attack side, which was where they started last time around. We're seeing the same composition be pulled up by Nebula. No big surprises here whatsoever. I do love the fact that we are bringing in the Astra, because I think the Astra gives so much potential for Fluxy to really be able to play across the entirety of the map from anywhere she wants. And, you know, you've got this astral plane that you can go up into, and that's how I like to imagine IGLs like Fluxy are when they're IGLing. They're just in the astral plane watching it happen all below them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm secretly a little bit of an Astra main at heart, forced into the role by the fact nobody ever wants to play Smokes, but I think that she's a severely underrated pick. I think that, especially in the capable hands of Fluxy as well, being able to dice this up, and we saw individually she was stepping up to the mark. She's calling as well. She's encompassing so many roles, so many facets that she has to think about at any given time. I think that putting her on the big brain character is just really leaning into that narrative.
It is, and now the big brain of SK Nebula is up against, don't forget, their older big brain coach of JT, who's now the assistant coach for G2 Gozen. And, well, JT knows how Fluxy works. They know exactly what she's thinking and how they work as an IGL. So that's definitely one little kind of notch in the side of G2, that they have this little advantage of knowing exactly what Fluxy is thinking. Obviously, different coaching staff, different team. The strategies are different across the board for SK than it was for FMCL last year. But still, you've got to think that makes a little bit of a difference here.
Oh, absolutely. And now the pistol round, we saw G2 take both of them over in map 1. We talked about breaking the mold. It has to start here with an SK pistol. Akita, super speedy. Walls go up. Immediately knows there's one on site. Falling back though. Deep entry just a peel away. Mimi's got one in mid though, and the world's their oyster now.
Just exploring, recoloring completely alone. Toy wasn't there to help, and now she's left by herself, peeking into 3. She doesn't even find 1, and it's just down to Fluxy on site. Surrounded on all sides, surviving.
Still going for a little bit more, mind you. Done enough to buy her team the time to rotate on over. Bought the picks to make this an even situation. Spike's still not gone down yet either. Up top there, Jelena. Oh, needed to find that pick, but has bought rescue. All the time to work. Gets one, but now low HP. You know where she is. Smoke to cover the cross. But there's a little bit of a gap. You're not falling, Jelena. Waiting. Knowing that this push, surely it's going to come, but no. Moves away at just the last second. Vanya, though, none the wiser. All information outdated. Every corner, dangerous. The rotate round, wrapping all the way.
Spike planted.
Surely Vanya doesn't expect this. But actually, I love this wrap up to heaven. This is going to be unexpected as well. Jelena can't imagine this is happening. Vanya's so good in these clutches.
Tucked on in, waiting, knows that the pressure's on Jelena, that the timer's on Jelena. Jelena's not spotting anything. Footsteps heard, noise made, starts counting. 1, 2, 3. Not heard anything more, hoping that it's just not being stuck. Here's the second tap. The game sense, we praise her for it. There's the swing on out, and another Vanya clutch for the ages.
And another pistol round for G2. Looking incredible with it. Came down to... Honestly, SK bringing this back was great. Fluxy really tried her hardest to bring it back into her team's favor. That Astra Smoke really allowed her to take those fights, and Rescue joining in as well. Take it down to this 1 versus 1, but you challenge the GOAT. And while it's a difficult one to win, 3-0, she's got the Vandal in this round as well as G2 doing the old FPX buy. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. Trying to take advantage of the economy where you can on the attack side. And Toy's already taken a lot of damage. SK have to give up mid completely, and Fluxy's on an island. She's all by herself.
All by herself and about to... Well, for now, she's about to have a whole party of people heading her way, and rotates so far removed. Smoke goes on out, worried about behind her. There's the peek on through. Fluxy good for the first. Traded on out. An early warning alarm about the impending doom they're facing. Spike gets planted. Rotates coming on over. Long rotate all the way around the world for rescue. And that's going to hold and buffer these players back site.
And SK going for this is a little bit surprising for me. You're feeding into G2's ults if you go for this.
You are... Actually, maybe the call to fall back a little bit. Lots of noise being made. Util being thrown on in. Rescue round the corner. Amy. Oh, it's a nice little pick. They're making something of it. Jelena, though, taken down. An absolutely criminal shot by Amy. Just with the sidearm, and G2 mean to start this map as they started the previous, and they have started so many flawlessly.
They only took 1 or 2 full rifles through, though. The FPX buy requires you keep 3 people alive, and G2 did not do that. So the money's a little bit rough for them coming into this bonus. It is still only a bonus. They can buy up the next regardless. But that's going to be at least one good thing here for SK as they try and do anything they can to stop a replica of what happened on Ascent. Vice flash through the wall. Oh, Jelena does get flashed and seized up as well. How does she find Ever?
Oh, time. Jolina's tethered. There's nothing more that she can do. Toy wants another one here. Vanya, though, vulnerable. Doesn't matter. When her back's against the wall, that's when she does her best work. And now, creeping on up ramp. Looking for that tower control. Rescue. Oh, it's going to get destroyed, but has given away the game plan a little bit. Lisa's going to need to be incredibly quick on the trigger here. There's the swing one out, good for the first and the second. Can call over the Amy is here. And Fluxy immediately, are they expecting another player up rope so quickly? Back turns in just the wrong millisecond. And SK around on the board, this time sooner, this time better, this time it's not out of their grasp just yet.
I do not know how Jolina managed to get that first pick onto Ever. I'm sure she was full swinging back out because of that seize. Yeah, look at that in slow-mo. Thank you, observers. Incredible work. And, well, SK win out that round. It was a necessary one for them to stop a repeat of Ascent. They still lost a fair few people, so Toy's got a Bulldog. Not perfect weaponry or shields for them, so G2, they've got the advantage there at the very least. They're going for a pretty similar play to last time. A lot of aggression, try and pull the rotations over, and now they're pausing, they're waiting. They're keeping silent, and no one got spotted by the bird.
A lot of info. Well, a lot of misinformation potentially for SK here as well. And now, immediately, Dog goes back on out. Rescue looking for safety, is not going to be given it. Flash to try keep herself safe, but Jolina's actually the bodyguard. The swing on out there, Jolina slides on in. Crushing plans, crushing dreams, and crushing the lead. G2 desperately wanted to build up. Smoke's gonna fade, that's gonna leave Vanya with a battle on her hands, one that she can't win. And now just Mimi, 1 versus 5. There's the first, leg spotted, but no, they're not gonna give her the chance. 2 for 2, already starting to clean this one on up.
And this is the side of SK we had not seen before. They started on the attack previously. That was where they looked weak. But now their defense is looking incredible. They are pulling themselves into the right locations. Fluxy's making the right reads on what G2 are doing. And now SK have a much better buy. As we say hello to what I think is a Scuttle Crab from League. I'm not 100% sure. It kind of looks like one. G2 are down to a Thrifty. Jolina's got that Outlaw. We saw the lethality of that over on Ascent. And she's actually going to be up for a fight here over towards B main.
I like the early presence in towards mid, deny them anything, but here we go. It's over towards B that the real worries. Overdrive popped. It's going to find nothing, but there's the first Fluxy with 2. Amy, the swing on out, though, turns the tides and is turning heads.
Surely not another G2 Thrifty. They can't keep doing this.
Oh, they absolutely can. Oh, no, the moment that it's popped falls immediately. It feels criminal. I'd be asking for a refund. But Toy swings out with 2 of her own. And it's a Red Bull clutch. SK in the lead. The first time in this series. And this is what we wanted to see, given how map 1 went.
I just thought this was happening. Amy double Sheriff headshots, pops the ult, and then falls immediately. Toy keeping it cold in this clutch to win it out. And SK, oh, it was close to losing it there. And Jolina's going for a risky buy. The glass cannon up over towards A. Whilst G2, they've got their buy. They used 1 ult there, but they've still got 3 left on the board. The ults are cycling quick here on this map. As Jolina's got the early line, but she's 100 health. She doesn't have any shield.
Glass cannon. And we'll see what they can find. Mimi elsewhere has found the first. That starts to apply even more pressure. And when you've got risky buys, risky plays like Op No Armor, that suddenly mounts and mounts the weight of the world. And it's about to come toppling down on top of her.
She's completely alone on this site.
Yeah. And here we go. There's the shock dart. Nightfall's going to force her off the line. Immediately back on out, though. Arsenal's snatched away. They've got the site. They can start setting up as well.
G2 used 3 ults for that exec. If they don't win this post plant, that would be awful for their economy for the rest of this half. They need to make sure they keep this advantage. Lisa does get traded.
Paranoia goes on out, smokes everything they can just to stall and deny. Flash around the corner, not going to be able to get too much off of it, but Fluxy off the repositions will find two.
You are divided.
And Cosmic Divide invested into this one. Rescue with the first. Amy, there's the trade. 1 for 1. It all comes down to this. Half the spike. Now waiting for the swing. Here's the footsteps. Amy, though, a league above. And another Red Bull clutch. One more for the tally.
G2 goes in, keeping it close. 3 ults invested into the exec, and the post plant came down to a 1 versus 1 for Amy. I mean, a 1v2. She managed to isolate the fights off the back of Fluxy's own Astral Divide. And now as we come into a tech pause, we're going to take a breath because, oh my word, I think we both need one. We're only going to round 7, and this is already looking so close compared to the previous map.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm loving this look, though, from SK. We had the worry that if the pistol round went awry, which it did, that we would see the beginnings of the end. We'd see the footsteps being followed here. But alas, not the case. They're looking, as we said, we wanted them to wipe the slate clean, come into this next map rejuvenated, and they have. It looks like they're not weighed down by the 11-1 start that they had. And I'm really liking this coming out from them.
But they need to keep it going now, and these kind of tech pauses can
take the wind out of the SL.
Yeah, like, okay, they may have lost the last round, but they were so close to winning it. They kind of had the momentum in their sails a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
This kind of thing, it can make you think about your mistakes. Maybe Fluxy's sat there thinking about the fact that if she played on the other side of the Astral Divide with Rescue, maybe that could have been a 1 round, and yeah, 4-2 could be the score here. These things, you've got to try and get rid of them from your mind. I think the boot camp for SK is actually going to do them wonders here, because they can still be connected with the rest of the team. Also, you can't talk, but you can sit there and keep eye contact. You can play rock, paper, scissors, whatever you want to do, right? But it helps build and keep those connections going between teammates, which can be so important in these games.
Yeah, exactly. And the boot camp has been this sort of magic potion for them of bringing them back to life. And I'm hoping that it can continue to sustain them here. We saw it with the bounce back after the relegation. And we've seen that they qualify into this. They don't even have to play the knockout stage, qualifying second, defying all expectations. And I'm hoping that we can see that once again be that force that drives them forward, because we talked about it, is coming into Split. We had our worries, we had our doubts. This is a map that notoriously hasn't exactly been the best for them. But now the one thing that got them into the place that they cite as a large reason behind them being so connected, the synergy being there, they're back on LAN again. And the win is going to feel 10 times as good if they could get it done on LAN, I'll tell you that.
The fact that they can just go and cheer with each other, get happy and excited, and then go celebrate, go have those team meals and all that kind of thing will be so useful for them. And, we have been talking down SK's Split a little bit purely because of the game against G2. They are actually pretty good at this map overall. It's just G2 is a tough opponent here. They beat KC, Zenit, and Focus on this map. They were relatively close games, and those opponents might not be the same caliber as G2. But it's that G2 game that, for me, really brought that fear.
Yeah, I think G2 games just naturally instill a certain level of fear, don't they? And even when we talked about it a little bit, the group stage wasn't as flawless as we maybe expected to see from them. That doesn't stop the fact that every game you go into against G2, you just got that thought in the back of your mind is like, oh no, it's still the same team. It's still the same core. We know what they did to us previously. So I think that they're right to be wary. But again, this is now, we're past the knockout stages, so nothing here yet is do or die. And I think that's quite good, is because sometimes you can catastrophize. Sometimes you lose map 1, you're 8 points down, it's just not going your way, and you're on elimination. That makes this next map so much more difficult, and it takes a real depth of character to not let that weigh on you. If I was playing, I know that would be constantly ringing in the back of my mind. It's like, this map could be it. This map could be us done now. And this time they have a little bit of a buffer that, yes, it might not have been going their way. They know that this isn't the end of the line. They know that there's a chance, and potentially, even if it doesn't go their way, there's a rematch down the line.
if they can beat out Giant X, right? And I think that's the tricky bit.
Yeah.
Giant X love those lower bracket runs, or maybe not love them, they do them for the content,
They're
I guess
good
is
at
the
them,
kind of,
you know?
yeah, they're good at them, is what matters. And going down to that lower bracket to fight Giant X is not a thing that either of these two teams would want, because Giant X are still a dangerously scary roster. But if we're going to be coming back to this game with SK versus G2, we're talking about, you know what it feels like as a team to win. Beating G2 Gozen is something that not every team has any players on even that can say they've done that. At the very least for SK, they've got 3 players that can say they've done that. It's only Rescue and Toy that haven't managed that victory yet. And I'm sure Toy's going to be wanting that victory against her old ex-teammate of Akita.
Yeah, very true, very true. It was a while ago that the victory came through, though, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember specifically what stage it was. But the victory against G2 for the call came a while ago, and it's one of those that how much has changed, how much have G2 adapted, because the meta itself has shifted a lot. So even what we know from stage 1 feels a little outdated in some capacities, doesn't it? It's like everyone's had to change with the meta, so what can you take across from one to the other it's certainly been exciting for me, at least.
It's been a lot of fun to watch the teams develop. We've seen a lot of people kind of going towards relatively different styles as well. We've got kind of teams like both SK and G2 Gozen actually have been leaning onto the Phoenix a little bit. I think it's been a lot more successful for Gozen, and that's been an interesting replacement for the Yoru. But I am still quite surprised we haven't seen any Waylay from either of these teams, because the Waylay was pretty good for Akita, if I'm remembering right. And Jolina's Waylay was good as well. So I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen that come through, as, you know, the meta hasn't actually gone Waylay's way overall, but I do think she's still a very powerful agent to bring in, especially in teams like Gozen and Nebula that have incredibly coordinated cores that communicate so well with each other.
I've got to ask you though, Echo, Neon nerf, not in this patch.
No.
How much devastation do we reckon it's going to wreak for stage 3 later in the year? That's my question, because we talked about how Waylay hasn't really been picked up. Yoru is gone. Nobody's even touching him right now. So I think, you know, Neon, are we going to see another big meta shift, do you reckon?
I think by stage 3 it will settle a little bit. The one thing that does more than the Neon changes is the initiator changes coming through, right? We're getting those cooldowns back down to 50. It's not all the way to 40, but it does change up a little bit, maybe. I don't think it changes the overall macro of the game, but you might be leaning towards other duelists slightly more, where you'll have slightly more support for a character like a Waylay, maybe. Neon, the changes for Neon specifically, I don't think really make a big difference to the core playstyle of Neon. Yes, shotguns are nerfed. Good. I'm sorry, I know you love them.
No, not good. Bad. I like my shotguns.
Good. But they are overpowered, and I think them getting nerfed is a great thing for the game, and it kind of helps to nerf that Neon where we see the Judge and the Bucky picked, and way too many times, specifically because of how Neon interacts with them.
I think you're just salty about how many times you've died to it. That's it.
I mean, I think I use it more than I die to it, because if it's powerful, you've got to use it. But the Neon changes themselves, I don't think are going to make that much of a difference, because Neon's still able to do what she does on the ground now, as she does. It's just when she's in the air that it's not going to work as well. But now as we come back in, everything is up in the air, because it all comes down to this. This is a very important round for both of these teams. It's a swing round. Whoever loses this is down to an eco. Nightfall for Lisa. Overdrive for Akita. The only ults in this round, unless Toy can find a 2K. And there's a shotgun there from Jolina, so I'll let you think what you want to think about that.
I'm excited to see what it's going to find, and it's in position to find one. No, it's not. Amy was in the position to shut that down nicely, and it feels like the roles reversed a little bit. That's usually the shotgun corner. Talking of, Amy's managed to find 2. Overdrive gets popped. They can now head over towards A with absolute certainty that there's 1 player maximum there. Oh, there might not even be any players remaining. And Akita desperately trying to confirm that final kill. So much damage. Whether they know how much damage, that's another matter.
Can we look at the minimap right now? Whilst SK are going to go over and save towards B, look at where Fluxy is. Look at that Vice wall that Mimi put down. Fluxy just triggered it there.
Alright, maybe I'm just not the smartest of them all. Is there a point to the wall? That's...
Surely not. I cannot think of any point. If you had a Tejo, maybe you could trap people there and missile them to death. That's a strat I love to do personally, but that must have just been an accident for Mimi. That's unfortunate.
It's got us talking about it though. We've got our minds stuck on it. Maybe it's psychological warfare, but you're right. I like that Amy is not completely leaving this alone though. They've got a chance to punish it. Now their economy is in a bit of a weak state itself, but if they can take away these weapons, well, the damage they do is absolutely worth it.
And as the spike explodes, there we go. We do get back into the game. As now, G2, they've got the buy. They've managed to save all of their guns through. SK saved 2, which means that the money is going to be relatively rough for them. The key thing here is they still had Lisa's ultimate. They could use this with the weaker weaponry to try and shift the momentum back into their favor a bit here. But G2 now building up the bank, building up the momentum. And that after that tech pause, it feels like they came in just that little bit hotter than SK did.
Tether straight away looking to punish anybody peeking out into Garage. No one's there. No one's willing to risk it. Early information not in sight.
And now G2 goes and are waiting for something that they do themselves. When there's noise one side of the map, they themselves, when they're on the defense, they go for these heavy contact reclays. They were hoping that SK would do the same and make a mistake. Instead, the mistake might be Toys. Now she just about survives. And now mid is given over to G2, at least to explore the lower sides of it.
Orb doing a lot to hold them arms a length away. Prowler comes on through. You already know that there's players there. Snakebite dancing on the angle to throw it or not. That's the question. Around the side, nobody's jumped on up, just waiting. And there we go, there's the pounce. Toy finds the first out of bullets, reloading. Akita swings. Jelena fighting for her life, fighting for any semblance of vision she can get. Ever on the corner knows there's one there. Jelena, instead of backing away, forces the fight forward. And unfortunately, unsuspecting of Vanya, who's there to punish, there to keep her teammates safe. 3 versus 3, though. And actually, SK, they've started to move Fluxy on over. She's on the right side of the map now.
Yeah, but Lisa's not here. They're going to have to play for the retake if they want to use that ult. Or they just get Fluxy to hit the shots.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and Rescue's hitting hers as well. Dancing around the bullets. Vanya's still alive, but health is so low. And it's going to get pushed. They won't let that spike go down. And SK, they are keeping this game on a leash. 4 for 4. You're not allowed out of our sights, G2.
Back and forth after Ascent. I was worried we might be seeing the end of this series very, very quickly. But instead, SK are bringing it back. Rescue hitting another Sheriff headshot. That's her 4th or 5th of this map alone. And now Jolena's got the op, got light shields with it, over towards B. Potentially the wrong location, might be able to catch Amy off guard though.
Welcome to my world.
Viper's Pit immediately out in mid, so much space to clear, but it looks like G2 wanting almost to fight into it there, gearing up for it at least.
Yeah, I don't blame them. You may as well try and push. You know exactly where Toy is going to be located.
Bring them.
Now, these are looking to try apply a little bit of pressure in towards Garage. Jalena's the one going to push the issue. Missed shot falls away. Not going to hang around to find out what's next. Waiting in the smoke now. Waiting for the push. Prowler goes by. Here's all of the footsteps. Not going to spot anything just yet. They've already managed to cross. But there's the pounce on now. There's the first. The lines lead directly to a Fluxy. You'll get 2. And now the fall away, having to push in towards Garage. But look where the spike is dropped. Oh, it hurts to see.
Poison's off.
And now G2, there's not a lot you can do. The round's kind of in a stalemate. You can't really push towards B. You can't go to mid. And with 40 seconds left in the round at the time, G2 called to save. They managed to get through the Viper's Pit. There's a very small area that you have to push through to get up towards B Heaven. They just dodged Fluxy's waiting arms for them there. And I'm now interested to see if we're going to see a
10
timeout
seconds
come
left.
through as SK take the lead once again. Do G2 want to talk to Drew, talk to Josh, and see how they're going to keep on trying to bring this back?
I'd hope so. We'll find out momentarily whether they're gonna get the coaches on the line. Doesn't look like it. See in a second. This was crazy. Fluxy just gets completely walked past as well. That 2K just seals the deal. Okay, no, timeout does come through. Now, Echo, I'm gonna get your coaching brain back here for a second. What are you saying in this timeout?
Deal with Fluxy. She has been a menace on this map. Absolutely incredible. You need to be isolating her like we saw that they were able to do a couple of times over towards A on Ascent. Isolate Fluxy, take her out, because otherwise she's just going to be keep on shooting. And multiple times now, she's on B, anchored down the site. She got that little 2K over towards B heaven as well. An incredible player. This is a stage 2 stat you're seeing over towards the right side of your screen. An incredible player for this team, an IGL that can frag, that can assist, and is there to make sure that the rest of the team can shine, even on the days where she's not able to. Like in the previous game against G2, it was one of Fluxy's worst performances that she's had in GC EMEA. But the team was still doing well because she was supporting them. The assists were there, the calls were there. And that's the kind of player this is. Sometimes she'll go 12 and 4, sometimes she'll be IGLing and assisting to the win.
I mean, being able to frag an IGL is a whole different ballpark. And the fact that she's putting up numbers like this, as we said, was the one that inspired so much confidence in the last map, gave them the way back in. All the way up ramp though, Vanya, there's the first, and the pace is just unrivaled. Blink and you miss it, blink and you're spectating your teammates for the rest of the round. Lisa gets one, been tapped away through the screen, however, hoping that Jolina can find something to allow her to continue living, but no, she takes her life into her own hands. She takes matters into her own mitts and finds the pick that allows her to reposition, to stay alive, to keep inputting pressure on G2, and they're out in the open right now. Takes one more down with her. Foot already in the grave, but she says, I gotta do just that bit more. Now Toy looking to push on forward. There's the first, you know, but the second is sidesteps the bullet, takes down Eva. Defuse comes on through, and that's a 6th already, even at the half, at a bare minimum.
Absolutely bare minimum. Their attack side statistically has been better this stage, but as we saw against G2, Gozen just have the read when they switch sides. You really want to be seeing SK get up to 8 if possible here. Lisa's heroics. She's not really someone you want anchoring a lot, but she can do it and do it very well. She's exactly the player that you need in terms of mechanics and consistency we called her out for in the pre-show. She's bringing that forward. When she's called upon, she will be getting those numbers up a little bit. And now Jolina, operator over towards A, going to find almost no value in this round, at least to start with, as we go towards mid again. That's the wall I think Mimi was meant to be doing in the previous rounds.
It would make sense. Oh.
Sorry, Mimi.
Sometimes you just got to point it out. I mean, they had such a stellar map 1. We talked about it. You got to have the karmic balance, you know? Some good, some bad, and predominantly they have been amazing. Ooh, Mimi tucks on in. Teammates there with the Prowlers. Toy could be a little bit of an issue here, tapping away. Ooh, but it's just missing heads. Jolina's found one with the op. There's the swing on out from Lisa. 3 line up for her and topple at her feet. And now just Eva left, and they know where she is. They heard the guns. The Prowler spotted her, ducking into sewers, hoping that there'll be something she can work with, but maybe just looking to save the weapon, given how the odds are stacked against her.
And it came down to Lisa again. Her seize was incredible. She got 2 members in it, sprayed down to take them out, and was ready for the third as well. This is exactly who you need in your backline. She's going for the 4th. She wants the Nightfall back online again. Only 1 orb away. If she can find Eva, that will come back on for round 12. Crucial time to get the ult back online as well. I think Eva might have just managed to get out of the way. Could get spammed here.
I mean, there's still the time after
Ooh.
the round. It's going to come down to a matter of seconds. Is Lisa going to clear this? Yes, she is. Oh, absolute heartbreak.
Last round before the switch.
But that's now the Nightfall online. So crucial. This enables SK to go for some kind of aggressive defensive set play if they want. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Wow. Like, the siege was great, but holding down that spray, such good work. And now she's up to 13 and 6, overtaking the IGL. Doesn't look like we're going for an aggressive set play. Maybe save that for the retake. As G2 are faking towards A whilst lurking B is my guess here.
Well, with the op on Jelena, the fake might just be liabilities, player disadvantages. All goes out, though. Jelena falls back. Tapping away, though. Rescue's not fallen back. Rescue is still wanting to make this hurt. So much damage already done onto Amy.
G2 are uncertain. I think they're trying to work out what's going on. And oh, Akita, you've got a Guardian. How are you winning that fight? Now the A site is open for business. Goes and want to rush it down whilst they can.
And the window of opportunity is wide open for them. Nightfall invested as well. Last round, you might as well use it. Amy tucked on in, hugging the tight angle. The moment someone peeks her, well, if they get past Mimi, that is, and nobody is. Counter Nightfall available here for Lisa. Horn's gonna be good.
What?
And, oh.
That was the Viper's Pit.
Dies in the team. Vines and, oh, Fluxy comes down to a clutch, and G2, the fumble might not get punished unless Fluxy can isolate them. Mistakes were made, but G2 still able to come out on top and close out this half, 5-7.
Switching sides.
Well, every round has been important. Every pistol round has been equally so. And now we need to go above and beyond once again. G2, this is their chance to equalize early. SK, this is their chance to start setting the tempo properly.
And that was what they struggled with in their previous matchup, was setting the tempo on their attack side. SK went for these really slow defaulty rounds. Super exploratory, trying to find the weaknesses and exploit them. But instead, G2 were winning their ones, winning their fights. And that was where SK fell. But now with Lisa and Fluxy popping off, you're thinking maybe the story could change if they can win out this pistol.
Straight up ramp, pace unparalleled. Ever gets the first there. Vanya is a lot of noise, but Akita's joined the party, joined the fray. And it looks like SK struggling to get onto site. Fluxy's making some noise in mid, but that's all it is, background noise.
And Jelena was untradeable, completely alone. I didn't really see much utility backing her up. You need your Neon to be supported if you're sending her into death like that. And now the Prowler's going to find nothing, so the rotates are going to leave. The G2 Gozen players moving over to B, and that's where the spike for SK is going. They've made the right read. They've made the right call. Rescue, you're all alone. No flash. What can you do?
This wall as well. It's going to be everyone or nobody. But the moment it gets triggered, the trap springs shut. And it turns out it is just going to be one player pushing on through. It's going to be... Ooh, Lee's around the corner, gets one, does get traded on out, the wall falls, but there we go. Rescue gets another, 3 versus 3. Toy steps on up when needed. Snakebite stops Akita pushing too far. Now she's trying to wrap them. Here's the spike getting planted. Does it go down again? Vanya's being pushed, punished in spawn. They deny the plant once more. Now time's getting a little bit shaky. Akita finds one. They just have to stick it here, and they do eventually get it down, but it's far from pretty. And health bars all over the show. And now we wait. Vanya up top being spotted. Akita, they know that she's on site. Has made a lot of noise, but hasn't had the impact we'd like to see. Smoke goes on out. Vanya's dropped on down. Is Toy ready for this? It was a silent drop. She's stealthy. A shadow in the night. And now 2 versus 1. That timer getting a little bit scary. And it's Fluxy, the clutch queen on the other side. They're not sticking it. Smoke fades. Vanya finds the pick. And there's G2. Another pistol round. And another and another.
And as we go into round 14, G2 are looking to equalize. Looking to be bringing this back. A nice idea. Rescue on the very long flank. Separated Vanya out from Toy, but SK weren't able to take advantage, weren't able to rush Toy down, and she was still... Oh, sorry, not Toy, sorry, Akita. But she was there, holding down the site. And SK, without being able to flood her out, could not win that pistol. And now, classics. A bandit for Jelena, who was taken out so early in the previous round. Can she find anything here? Or is Amy just going to reign supreme with this Spectre and all this Judge from Akita?
Best gun in the game. Best gun in the game.
No, it's not.
Oh!
What?
Straight bullet! Straight headshot! Amy, even when she's just covering fire, her aim is immaculate. And now all eyes on her. Shifts a little bit of the focus away from Akita, except it doesn't. So much util thrown in. Fluxy sidesteps. Cha-Cha slides in with the classic. Now their own snakebite means that they have to pause a second before hitting tower, but that is just a second to breathe, a second to recalibrate. Now that the numbers even once again, and that's a Judge in their hands.
But G2's rotated over towards B. You can see SK are looking back towards A. They think that might be the right answer. Toy's going to continue making noise to try and keep them trapped on B. And now the G2 goes on players are separated. They're split across the map. And SK, they're taking advantage of that fact.
Ever on the other side, wall falls, and they're there for the picking. Immediately, Haunt trying to stall them, gets round the corner, ready to fight again. Round 2, bring it on. Ever's there. Spraying away, Mimi long range, looking for something. The paranoia here from Vanya is just cruel. Fluxy on the other side, the soon-to-be victim. And Jalena's here as well. 13 seconds, they've got no time to get to site. They've got no time to plant now. And there's a crossfire they're walking into. Amy pulls down the trigger for both. And now we're tied up 7 for 7.
G2 win it out despite the early back and forth. I don't know how that bullet hit. If I'm rescued now, I am a little bit angry.
One enemy remaining.
But ever resetting back to the site. Regen shields charging up. Allow her to continue that spray. As now for SK, we're looking at them. They've got the guns. Goes and Spies nowhere near as good as it could be because they invested relatively heavily into the previous round.
Yeah, that's going to be the worry.
SK's waiting for G2 to make a mistake, but yeah, they're going to push into this.
Oh, here we go. Akita leading the charge. Oh, Judge goes on in. Jelena long range holding for it, ready for it. And we talked about punishing the G2 mistakes. There was mistake number 1. Now we just got to see Amy being spotted, immediately all back up, just trying to deter, but Toy's got no intention of pushing this. She's just trying to make this site hold uncomfy.
And SK is still waiting. They're still not certain what they want to do. Prowler over towards B whilst they're making noise on A. And the G2 members are split across the map once again. Amy, I think, has realized it, has worked out what's happening. At the end of the day, Mimi can stall on B for an awful lot of time, so supporting the A anchor is the right decision. SK's moving over here. If G2 were going to win a lower buy, this is the kind of round that we've seen them win before.
30 seconds left.
Here we go, Jelena for the cross. Stun goes on out, flash as well. Tucks into the cubby. Now around the corner. Oh, Vanya isn't going to get cleared, but also Eva is still hiding out there. Amy swings on through. Eva with a third. She's been unstoppable. And time again. SK leaving it to the last second, and the last second just isn't enough.
I feel like I'm watching Carmine Corp in 2023. What is going on? SK, you can't play the clock out this long. Okay, at least Toy takes down Mimi. That's fine. That's good. It's a consolation prize. But now G2, they win out their bonus. They're looking incredibly strong despite losing Akita so early in the round.
3 down.
And when you've got someone like Eva, who, like we've said, has not necessarily been the star player, she integrated well into the team. She's been a great part of the team. But now when she's performing like this, building up towards the first Nightfall, potentially in round 16, or if not, then at least in 17, this is so good for the rest of Gozen because you're not relying now on Vanya, on Akita. You've got people like Eva who are stepping up to the plate.
Here we go. Again, straight away, the mid control that SK has been vying for has come at a cost every single round.
A little bit of space trying to be bought, but the smokes have already dissipated over towards top mid. And SK are concerned about it. Amy's backed off, but they don't know. There, the flash reveals it. Jelena takes the space back.
Gotta go.
One down. Oh, it's a face full of lead. And you're feeling that in your soul the next day. Akita finds one. Drop one down. Oh, been spotted. Stunned off as well. Jelena doesn't have gun in hand. That allows Vanya to get 2. And Toy, luckily, puts a stop to the mayhem before it gets too out of hand here. 3 versus 2. Guns getting reloaded whilst they've got a second. And a second is all they have because that smoke's gone down. And immediately back into the fray. Toy gets 1, but now that leaves Liza all by themselves. Can hear the footsteps, knows she's being chased, just trying to play the angle wing around the site. Here's the tap, knows she's got to make a move sooner rather than later. But Akita, holding on, knows where she's gonna peek, knows your move before you even make it. Defuse comes through, G2's got the lead established. And now the writing, is it on the wall? Is this the end game we talked about?
It feels like it's definitely creeping up. Something about controller players and dancing around pillar. It's incredible to watch Vanya doing what Fluxy did there in the previous half, and yeah, the timeout for SK. What are you going to be bringing out here? Because you need something 4 rounds in a row for G2, and this is enough momentum for them to then end the game with. And let's take a look here at Jelena and Akita. Not necessarily 2 players you'd always line up against each other in terms of stats. Akita's usually got the number of Jelena, but actually Jelena this stage has been popping off. She has been on fire. Maybe not in this map, but actually this isn't really a duelist map, so we're not really expecting either of these 2 to be top of the board right now, but this is who these teams rely on to create that initial space. And if Jelena is falling early, like she has so many times in this map already, SK then have to play this slow game, and that's where G2 can pick them apart.
Yeah, and they're a team that's known for it, and we talk a lot about it. Mimi being freed up with the introduction of the coaches coming on in, the assistant coach being a really pivotal part of this, and the support behind them in moments like this, in games like this where it's getting down to the nitty gritty, that's going to shine even brighter. Here we go, back into the game we head. Akita looked like she wanted to go for that, but no, a lot of util in her face. She's told to back off here. And they don't just back off of, you know, the angle, they back off of sight.
Yeah, an interesting call after the timeout. They've got the Vice utility to slow down the A push. I think they're trying to mask where that Vice is. You don't usually put aggression out where your Sentinel is, and well, I think they've made the right call. SK's not expecting the Vice here now, so if they push here late in the round again, they could lose the time again.
And at that point, you know, once is bad luck, twice is starting to build a habit. 3 times a pattern, and we'll see. We don't really want to see them falling into those ways, but already a minute gone off the clock, looking to push on in. My worry is Akita, and she's been incredible already here, waiting on the other side. Nothing heard until the flash, and there it is. Stun goes on out. Counter stun stops her from peeking. Actually might be a blessing in disguise. They turn heel, they pivot over towards A instead, but they've got no information, they've got no knowledge. The Into the Shadows immediately to get onto site that actually gets cancelled. Gonna leave the 3 players that were here. Jelena out in the open, finds the first 2 players are peeking through the window. Mimi spots Fluxy from the corner. Akita's gonna deal with her. Mimi just through the edge of the wall. Overdrive gets popped, and it comes tumbling down. And if it wasn't time that was going to be their worst enemy, it was going to be pushing onto a site that G2 had under lock and key.
SK had no time to clear out anyone anchoring the back of site. Mimi was able to dance around screens, use her thorns to slow down SK that little bit more. And now, SK Nebula, despite the timeout, despite having a lot of ults available in that round, they didn't use any, and now they're down to an eco. G2 on the horizon of getting their 11th on the board.
I'll find you.
Crucially, no ultimates for them. They're relying on gunfights, but they haven't really needed them. Whereas SK, well, unless they can pull something special off with this Thrifty, they're going to need them to try and claw their way back to tie up this map.
They've got the ults. We've got to see them cycle them. Toy been spotted on out. Nikita's not going to let that stand. 3 players ready for the issue. Toy does get 1, but it's instantly traded out. Mimi, wall goes up, leaves these players stranded on site.
Still waiting.
And this was it. This was a chance. There's so many ults online, but they're not going to get the chance to use them if G2 keeps stomping like this.
And Fluxy, she's often mid-lurking. The IGL called that round, potentially from the coaches, and while Vanya's watching her in spawn, the controller's in the others' minds. Come on, Fluxy, do you clear this? No. Not quick enough, at least. Not against the GOAT. And okay, it was an eco for SK Nebula. They're not expected to win, but they've now got 4 ults online, 1 almost on, 1 orb away. They need to be using them to win this next round. They need to secure it. Otherwise, G2 are going to run away with this map and knock them down to the lower bracket. A timeout again. The second one, what, 2 rounds after the previous?
Yep. And they're running out of opportunity to claw this back. And I think you're right. If they don't use the ultimates now, well, they'll be saving it for the lower bracket series at that point. So I think maybe trying to fix the issues, break the momentum as well. If you have a look, G2 haven't lost a round since side switch. And that needs to change. That needs to change soon. Because they're 1 away from series point. That's a dangerous place to be. And SK, remember, they stopped them getting to series point over on map 1. And they bought themselves a little bit of a buffer. If they can win a round here, they deny them 12. Maybe they bought themselves that same buffer again.
But let's say they win this round, it comes down to the cost.
Yeah.
How many ultimates do you need to invest to win it out? There's a Viper's Pit for G2 goes, and they could use that, and that's fine. SK fine if they use it, that will, whatever. You can just avoid it, go to another site. Or with things like the Nightfall, with the Overdrive, you can rush into the Viper's Pit and fight against it. We've seen teams doing that an awful lot already. And now the Vice setup changes. Mimi is so versatile with it. As SK exploring mid once again, Amy's going to be up first.
Ball goes out, so up first, but just held at bay for a second. She's going to fall back, not really wanting to show her face, not amidst what is thunderous bullets coming her way. Actually even drops on down, all spots ahead, looking just to get out of there. Doesn't care about the noise she makes. They already have clocked her. SK this time mid-control, and it doesn't come at the cost we've seen in previous rounds. They've managed to push G2 back.
Toy's got a nice little line here as well. Could try and surprise the G2 Gozen players as they look to secure themselves on site. Yeah, Amy going down is huge for Toy. She actually, oh, she can't get the second ever, stops her. So SK have to go towards B.
Nightfall comes on through. It's not going to spot anybody. And they've got a really awkward angle. There's the jump back on in. Akita getting so aggressive with this op, finds one. And now the overdrive stuck in the midst of a crossfire. A three-way crossfire. Takes down Vanya, but there's still two prongs of that attack left. Akita's in garage, has the op, and they know this. So they can't really head in her direction. They've got nothing to block her on off. Rescue's
They're
being
stuck on
sidestepped.
site completely alone, really, isolated from each other as G2 goes and have such a good angle to come into this.
Mimi up first, Rescue's tunnel visioned over there on Heaven, and the trigger discipline. There's the first on out. Mimi finds hers. 1 versus 2. Crazier things have happened, but Eva has the flank, has the backstab, and G2, that is series point.
No, not while I'm here.
Going into round 19. Or going to round 20, sorry, as G2 goes and they get that series point online. They secure themselves a big bumper. Only one more round needed to face Gentlemates again in the upper finals. It's a story we've seen before. See if it will change this time around. But as we look here, SK, the buy is pretty rough. They've got ultimates online, but now G2, they've got the Steel Guard and they can take SK down to essentially a thrifty in this round if Mimi feels like she needs to.
Here we go. Comes out. Akita wants no part of that. Falls away. SK again. Heavy on the mid control. This time, though, not completely forced G2 away. They're still hanging around. Just say that now, peeling back off. Play in the sights. Let them have the space. That's not ultimately where the end goal is. Cosmic Divide goes out, cuts off the sight. But the issue is G2's already fought forward. And now Akita deals with the cabbages. Rescue drops on down, but there's already a player in spawn. Eva's waiting. And now 2 players up in tower. They are trapped. Spotted on out by the Prowler. And soon, they're not long left for this world.
Oh, the last minute spot on the Haunt as well. Viper's Pit flooding the site. SK, how can you even push in?
Keita's tag down, stun goes over, but Amy's tucked on in the slide. Oh, Jelena gets 2, but there's Akita. Viper's Pit goes down. Just Lisa left. And Eva, up on top of the rafters again, gets the job done. G2, 13-7, 13-7, and they stamp themselves in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, a pretty dominant victory here for G2 goes, and SK can be happy with the things they brought. They looked a lot better on this map than they did on the previous matchup. But it is their attack side that struggled previous, and it was the attack side that struggled again. G2 Gozen's defense seems impenetrable, and their retakes, if you manage to get to the site, are just as good. So we'll see them in that upper final against Gentlemates, but SK, well, they've got a date with Giant X, and that's going to be a fun one.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy one, that is for sure. Every game from here on out is banger after banger after banger. And I think that the stakes are higher than ever. I can't wait to see the highlights, though, because I think this map very much a different case. This felt a lot more of a coordinated team play sort of situation as opposed to 4K after 4K after 4K.
Yeah, it was definitely more balanced in terms of the team approach. We saw multiple 2Ks, but they were bought through team play. I think one thing that really stood out to me here for SK was Rescue on the Sky. We heard in the interview that she loves playing these supportive roles as opposed to the entry. And her KD might suffer for it, but her assists are there. The team feels so confident to take their swings if she's on that support. I think Lisa's a standout player for me here as well. Incredible work, so many multi-frags. But at the end of the day, G2 Gozen are just going to run through you if you're not absolutely perfect.
I think there's something to sort of sing the praises of SK here is that whilst this isn't a win, we've really been seeing them hit their stride with their individual goals, right? Jolina's goal was to do better than she did in the first stage. She went from 11th in stage 1, 218 ACS, to 224 before this series. KD's gone up, first kills per round's gone up. She's gone up by almost every metric. She's in the top 5 for almost every metric. Fluxy wanted to be in the top 10 highest rated players. She's just on the cusp of that, and I mean, if Map 1's anything to go by individually, she's looking amazing. You know, everyone has these individual goals that they seem to be hitting, and this is a minor setback, I think. This is still a team that's got so much firepower left in the tank.
But they're going to have to bring that firepower back against Giant X, because it's going to be a tough one. Whereas for G2, it's Gentlemates, and this is, I think, the matchup that we didn't see to the same extent I think a lot of us would have wanted to see in the previous stage. It was a 3-0 in that best of 5. Obviously, there's a BO3 tomorrow to fight for that spot in the finals. But I want to see it be tough. I want to see it bloody, because those two teams deserve the best fight possible, and I cannot wait to see if they can pull it out.
I mean, many are arguing it's sort of the final before the final.
Yeah.
You know, Giant X has very much put their name in the conversation for this as well, but it feels like the rematch, it feels poetic, and Gentlemates, you know, they've got 2 over on G2 right now, and whether we see that continue. So it's a big one, it's a decisive one. I think it's really going to take a look at the test of G2's strength coming into this. I think also it's going to be a really good sort of litmus test here as well for what we can see going forward, whether we can see them break the cycle. I think today's really ramping on up into that.
Yeah, and this ramp up is something we've brought up a fair few times. So both of these teams, right? G2 goes in, they take a couple of months sometimes to ramp up into their, you know, stage 3 performance that we know is almost always dominant. Whereas for SK, this is a new team. They had to integrate together, work together, and this bootcamp has been working for them. We can see flashes of that brilliance, but it's about pushing it forward to that final bit of ramp to make it into the top 3. And we're going to have to see if they can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, and G2, it's been really nice to see. We talk about them being a team that crescendos, don't they? And that maybe group stage a couple more losses than we expected to see, seeing them in the knockout stage. But they're really starting to hit their stride with this, even when they're down, the stabilization coming on through. And I think that's the thing with a tournament that has gone on as long as this stage has, with the round robin into what was single elimination, double elimination. They've had it all with being in that knockout stage, right? It means that they've had that chance to ramp up, and it's going to be this point in the competition where there's so many VODs to review, that everyone's anti-stratting, that everyone's coming in with specific formulated plans, that we'll see sort of the teams that have got that veteran experience really dig deep. But I believe that we have an interview ready, and I'm super excited because we're going to get the chance to talk with Akita here, and absolutely ecstatic. I've got to ask, group stage, it felt maybe a little bit shakier than we know of the team, but playoffs and especially that map 1 start looks so good. How are you feeling about your performance and the performance of the team so far this stage?
Yeah, I mean, of course, group stage was a bit shaky for us. I also feel like teams weren't that as stressed as playoffs, so like they were playing a bit better, but like for sure group stage we weren't playing at our best. But I think right now we learned a lot from group stage and we're ready for playoffs.
It looks that way. Now, talking of things that people need to learn, the ecos and the thrifties from G2 are standard. They're the gold standard. Is that something that you as a team put a lot of practice and prep into? Because it seems like the ecos always go your way.
Like our ecos?
Yeah, your ecos.
Like we are winning ecos?
Yeah, when you're just on the pistols, when you got the sheriffs in hands, you seem to be unstoppable. Is that something that you really prioritize practicing?
Yeah, I mean, we are working a lot of our pistols to split. And yeah, I'm working on my sheriff as well, so maybe we can see it sometime.
Now, my last question before I let you go celebrate is that there's a saying that G2 don't lose twice, and you've got Gentlemates up next. How are you feeling going into that matchup? Has it been sort of all eyes on the prize and that's the end goal? Or is this just another step and you're going through the motions? So, Mates up next, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, obviously I'm feeling really confident against Gentlemates and also really excited to play against them. For sure, I'm going into the server to win the game. I'm gonna try my best, and hopefully we're gonna be in a better shape tomorrow. Yeah, we're just gonna win because Valorant is a game of confidence. You know, if a team has confidence, then just gonna crunch them. Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, today was a perfect example of that. I can imagine confidence rolling high, but I'm going to let you go celebrate a well-fought victory there. Thank you so much for joining me, Akita. Massive congratulations.
Thank you.
Confidence is key, and there is no team more prevalent for that than G2, and they're feeling confident. I'm feeling confident for you. That's inspired me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Akita has absolutely a lot of right to feel confident. In their previous matchup against Gentlemates, she went 23-7 in map 1 against them. If she's confident, if she brings what she brought to that previous game again tomorrow, yeah, have that confidence, win the game. But obviously, Mates did win the previous one, so we'll have to see if they can bring that over the line.
We will indeed. Now, I think we're going to get one last chance to have a look at the games we're going to be seeing, because as we said, it's a firefight until the end here. And tomorrow, we'll unfortunately have to bid goodbye to some teams. Today, it was setting the stages. Tomorrow, elimination is on the line, and we will grant and crown our first grand finalist team. I mean, I don't know. If you could only watch one of these games, I don't even know what to tell you. I'd turn up for both, realistically, but both of these are 10 out of 10.
I mean, it's going to be the highest of highs for one team and the lowest of lows for one of the lowers. It's going to feel great, it's going to feel ecstatic, and then it's going to feel awful. You don't want to miss it, because regardless, they're going to be banger games, and they're going to set the stage for the 2 BO5s that we've got on Saturday and Sunday. This weekend is shaping up to be one of the best weekends of GC that we've seen yet.
And you'll see it, all of the players have echoed the sentiment. We've talked about it a lot as talent, is that this is the most competitive Game Changers has ever been. And it's so exciting to see this happening, unfolding before our eyes. But unfortunately, I think that's enough excitement for today. Thank you, everyone. You've been an amazing audience. The players have put on an amazing show. But if you are not entertained enough, well, tomorrow we have 2 more matches. You'll want to come back in right here on this very channel. So come back tomorrow. The matches are going to be amazing. We'll see you then.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down. Got the spot. One enemy remaining. Spike down. B. Defenders win. Okay, time for coffee.
You've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take